Well, that is our show, but we're just getting warmed up here at Newsmax. Keep it tuned in to us. We're going to be here till the wee hours of the night as we provide insight analysis all the way until 1 a.m. So make sure you stay here. A lot of momentum.
Oh, plus, go to get some sleep tonight after staying up all night with us, because we're going to have expert analysis tomorrow as to who won, who lost, what it all means. Thanks for being part of our company tonight. Rob Schmidt, our colleague, we get to be on set with Rob Schmidt for the first time ever.
First time ever.
Rob
Hey.
Schmidt, it's great to be with you.
Who let you guys
Thanks for
in
sharing
this
the
place?
stage
We
with us.
paid a lot of money.
I know, we snuck in, but take it away, Rob Schmidt.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
All right. Midterm madness, the polls closing. We've got our people in New Hampshire, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Mar-a-Lago. Let's check it out. And welcome to Rob Schmidt tonight. 7 p.m. The polls have just closed in Georgia. Some are beginning to close in New Hampshire as well. Two critical states with possible Senate flips for Republicans. Herschel Walker and Don Bolduc have both surged in recent weeks. These are the races we're watching tonight. In Georgia, the Senate and the governor's race. North Carolina, Senate race. Ohio, Senate and governor's race. We're going to be following all of this through the night. Some polls also closing in Florida, where Ron DeSantis is expected to win. South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia, where a rising star in the Democrat Party, Abigail Spanberger, may lose her seat in Congress to Yesli Vega, a race that's been heavy on culture as parents in the D.C. suburbs try to wrangle back sanity from woke liberals. We've got our people everywhere, as I said tonight. John Huddy is in Pennsylvania, covering Oz, Fetterman, many other races. Bianca De La Garza in Arizona with Blake Masters and Kari Lake. Also following the voting machine disaster in Maricopa County as Katie Hobbs, in charge of elections, displays her incompetence the same day she asked voters for a promotion. Tom Basile up north in New Hampshire, where Don Bolduc could pull off a shocker against Maggie Hassan. And we have Mike Carter in Georgia, where Herschel Walker is working to remove an extremist from the Senate, and Brian Kemp likely disappoint Stacey Abrams one more time. But first, let's take a look at how we got here. The critical mistakes made in recent months that led to weak enthusiasm for Democrat voters, while Republicans, of course, have been ready to burst, waiting for a chance to derail the party in power. Aside from horrible policies, which we talk about all the time, Democrats added a cherry on top in the final push, with their constituents screaming very valid critical concerns about cost of living and quality of life. You had Democrat politicians out there sounding like this.
There's something else at stake. Democracy itself.
The price of gas is concerning, but that is a short-term problem. The loss of a democracy will decimate everyone's freedom.
This country is on track to repeat what happened in Germany when it was the greatest democracy going, elected a chancellor who then co-opted the media.
So you're worried about money, you're worried about the culture in this country, the demise of so many different things, energy, how much it's going to cost to heat your house, and you've got Jim Clyburn talking about the Nazis. Utterly disconnected, very arrogant, completely self-involved. Saving democracy, of course, is code for saving Democrats. And even their own voters could smell how phony the narrative had become. Vote for more crime, illegal immigration, drugs, filth, and state-sanctioned mastectomies for 14-year-olds, or we might lose our democracy. That's been the messaging. And as Democrats try to obfuscate on the big issues like the economy and inflation, it's clear that this isn't just an election decided by Americans' wallets, although that's a big part of it. Social issues are also a huge part of this repudiation. The radical left has hijacked the Democrat Party and has turned their leaders into capitulating clowns. A CNN exit poll just out late this afternoon is spelling disaster for Democrats. 73% are either dissatisfied or angry as they go out to vote today. Take a look at this.
Feelings about the way things are going in the U.S. This is a bleak picture from this electorate. Look down here. 39% dissatisfied, 34% are downright angry. That's 73%, 3/4 of the electorate tell us they're dissatisfied or angry. Only 5% enthusiastic, 20% satisfied.
So 73% of people are angry or at least very dissatisfied with Democrats in complete control of Washington, D.C. Those are the people voting. The party has lost the people. And this is looking really bad for Democrats tonight. A perfect example of that in Michigan. Lockdown enthusiast Gretchen Whitmer has completely forgotten what her state looks like. Upper Midwest, mostly black and white, blue collar, based. In one of her final pitches to voters, this is how she described her own gender.
The tax cut will help reduce the economic burden of the cost of menstrual products, especially for lower income Michiganders, saving people with a period from paying taxes on up to $4,800 in spending over the course of their lifetime.
So imagine what people in Michigan think of a governor who calls women people with periods. Imagine how ridiculous she feels having to say that, and yet somehow she's got a good chance of keeping her job tonight, thanks to Democrats having the infrastructure and all the unions in Detroit and all of that. We're going to get to a lot more of this coming up here after the break. Stay tuned. More election coverage right after this. All right, welcome back to Rob Schmitt Tonight, special election edition. There are indications that this election is going to be a bad one for the establishment, another bad one for the establishment Republican Party, and a strong night for the populist wing of the party. Trump has backed all the big names that everyone is talking about right now. Kari Lake, Adam Laxalt, Herschel, Oz, Lee Zeldin, Blake Masters, Tudor Dixon, J.D. Vance. The list goes on and on and on. And if the Senate flips tonight, there could be a reckoning coming for Mitch McConnell. And Mark Meadows is here with more on that. Good to see you tonight, Mark. Rumors that Senator Rick Scott could challenge Mitch to serve as the Senate Majority Leader. Trump and Scott, of course, are very close in Florida. He calls Rick a talented guy, highly underrated. Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt, who's running for a Senate seat, Josh Hawley, have said they won't support McConnell. Blake Masters, if he wins, he won't support him either. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's really the first time that you've ever seen any leaks in the dam, so to speak. The Mitch McConnell machine has been almost near perfect in maintaining control. And yet here we are just hours before the Senate probably goes into Republican hands. And you have Rick Scott not denying an interest in being the majority leader. You have other sitting senators who are willing to go on record. I've never seen this before, not in the last decade or two, where Mitch McConnell keeps a hold on it. But it really goes to your other point, though, Rob. The American people, they are tired of politics as usual, whether it's on the Democrat side or the Republican side. They're going to give Republicans one more chance tonight, I believe, in both the House and the Senate. Yeah. And they're going to say, you need to do something with it. And if not, there will be real consequences in 2024.
I mean, it's something to see. This shift is unbelievable. And you're watching, I think, the establishment Republicans try to hold on to this thing that they can't hold on to any longer. I mean, you look at the approval rating for the Romneys of the Republican Party, and it's just nowhere near what you have for these guys that kind of got behind this Trump ideology of people, I think, taking their government back. Do you think he could be ousted? Do you think that's a possibility? Do you think he might not be the Senate leader? Is there enough support, or can he wrangle it away?
You know, he's very good at wrangling things away, Rob. You know, and as much as I think that your viewers and the American people would love to see somebody differently, I know President Trump has weighed in on this. Never underestimate Mitch McConnell's ability to keep the vast majority. It's different than in the House. In the House, you have to have 218 votes. In the Senate, it's a simple majority. And with 1/3 of the senators up each and every time, each and every cycle, you don't necessarily have this wholesale turnover, which would call for new leadership. That being said, I think the real hard thing, though, Rob, was this. When Mitch McConnell went out and essentially badmouthed some of the Trump-endorsed candidates, the ones that we're all talking about tonight, it did not sit well with those that would typically be in his court.
No, he didn't. I mean, and I think they pulled the money away from Blake Masters in a very winnable race, and you wondered what was going on here. I got 30 seconds left. I just want to ask you real quick. Biden impeachment, obviously it's something that's on the table. It looks pretty clear they're going to get the House back. You got a second whistleblower now on top of Tony Bobulinski says, listen, this is not Hunter's corruption. That line doesn't work anymore. This is Joe Biden's corruption. The guy in the White House has a corrupt past. It's got to be coming.
Well, I think there will be real oversight. I don't see the I word actually getting done. I don't think Leader McCarthy would see that. I do think they're talking about impeachment, perhaps, of Mayorkas. And if the I word gets used, it'll be about our southern border and the dereliction of duty there.
Okay, Mark Meadows. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. All right, our political analyst Mark Halperin joins us now. Polls have started to close along the East Coast. We're going to be getting indications of how tonight is going to go pretty soon, right, Mark?
Yeah, Rob, brace for data. The vote's about to start coming in, and everybody should remember the early vote doesn't mean it's the final result. Same with the exit polls you might have seen. I would say, talking to a lot of sources around the country in the key states, the places that have closed, we do expect the vote to come in pretty quickly. So right now we're talking about polls having closed in Georgia, where, of course, there's a key governor's race and a key Senate race. In Virginia, where we've talked all night about some House races we're watching there. So everybody should take a deep breath and brace, because the data is going to come in. Everybody's all over the map. This is the period of the night where people think they know what's going to happen. No one really knows yet.
Yeah, and Mark, I mean, is there going to be a state that's going to be a big indication to you? Is there one state that's going to be an early closer? We're going to have numbers from soon that's going to kind of tell you how the rest of the night goes.
The three that I think we'll get data from pretty quickly are Georgia, Virginia, and New Hampshire. And all three of those have critical races, not just to determine control of the Senate in the case of Georgia and New Hampshire, but also in terms of some key House races. We'll know, based on the House races here, the kind of night it's going to have, because the congressional districts are similar all over the country. The question is, again, can Democrats in districts that were either even in the last presidential or maybe even better for Joe Biden, can they survive in the current climate? And we'll know pretty soon.
Yeah. You know, we had a CNN exit poll we talked about in the first block of the show, had 73% of voters that they talked to after voting either dissatisfied or angry. You and I talked last night about perhaps, weak turnout for Democrats. They're not very motivated in this election. Does that to you, when you see 73% dissatisfied or angry, does that spell Republicans certainly more so at the polls, more motivated?
Rob, if that were the only data point we'd have, absolutely. But there are some other data points in that same exit poll. And some of the information we're getting suggests that, for instance, in some places, abortion was a pretty big priority for some voters, even if they're angry about the direction of the country. So remember, a lot of liberals are angry about the direction of the country, just not for the exact same reasons that people on the red side of things are. So I would say right now we're seeing a decent size to significantly larger red wave, based on everything I've heard, but let's wait for some votes.
I got the producer buzz in my ear about Georgia. Anything coming in on that state yet?
Last I looked, no data was in. We'll see. I think if you give me a couple minutes, you can come back to me and we'll have the data flowing. There's always a little bit of a lag, even in the states like Georgia, that are pretty good at counting votes.
Okay. All right. Mark Halperin, thank you so much. All right. Polls have closed in the state of Georgia about 16 minutes ago, a critical state that could see a flip for Republicans and another disappointing night for Stacey Abrams. Mike Carter is in Atlanta tonight with more on that. Mike.
Hey, good to be with you. Well, four topics, reasons why Herschel Walker and the Republicans feel good about their chances here tonight in the Peach State. A disaffected electorate, new, more secure voting laws, and two iconic names, Herschel Walker and Donald Trump. We'll start with Donald Trump. He's tossed his endorsement behind both candidates here in Georgia. Herschel Walker more than a year ago, and last night, the governor of this state, Brian Kemp. Brian Kemp didn't need it, though. He's going into today with an 8-point lead over Stacey Abrams in this race. He's expected to win easily tonight, but the same can't be said for the Senate race here. We're really neck and neck and have been that way for several weeks now between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock, but it's all about peaking at the right time, and that's what Herschel Walker's campaign, Rob, feels like they've been doing. For the last several weeks, they've been creeping up in the polls, to the point tonight where they looks like they may eclipse that 50% mark, which they'll need to do in order to stave off a runoff election. They feel confident in tonight. This is a victory party is what it's being deemed as, so a lot of energy in here and a lot of excitement as these polls have just closed just a few minutes ago.
Herschel race is one I've been really watching. Very curious. I don't know how Warnock got in the first place, and I've been very excited for Herschel Walker. We'll see how that goes. Thanks, Mike. The early birds caught a prediction from Mother Nature this morning, a blood moon on this election day. Nice and red, just the way you like it. It's not only the last total lunar eclipse until March 2025, it's also the first time in U.S. history we've had an election day total lunar eclipse. According to astronomers, it's not going to happen again until the year 2394. But what a prediction from the moon today. Our friend Trish Regan joins us now to talk more about what they've always said, Trish, that, you know, people vote with their wallet. And I'm just wondering, you've covered a lot of elections, you've covered a lot of business, we talk to you all the time. How true is that statement? How true will it be tonight?
I think it's going to be very true tonight. And I'm glad we're not talking about the moon, because I have a huge appreciation for it, but that is not my expertise. Anyway, no, I think that what you're going to see tonight, Rob, is that the economy is the #1 issue. People have been dealing with some really challenging times. They have felt the effects of what's going on in the energy market right there, you know, in terms of their cars, in terms of their food bills, all of those things. I would say this, I know everybody says it's the #1 election issue always. I don't always think it is. I think when times are good, it's a little bit different. I think that people then have the luxury, if you would, of focusing on other things. And in fact, that's what we saw happen in the last election cycle just a couple of years ago, because I didn't feel that there was enough of a focus on policy, foreign policy and economic policy. I mean, these are the things that really govern our success and our security. And so it's fine. You know, when things are good, you can kind of say, oh, well, I'm going to focus on this, that, and the other. But when things get bad, believe me, people get down to brass tacks. And right now, that is the economy. It is the #1 issue, and I think it will play very well. And I think that,
I think that the repudiation, Trish, is a lot of it is just, I mean, we saw the poll from the exit poll from CNN, angry. You're seeing angry because people don't like being lied to. And we have been lied to for 2 years on basically the entire climate agenda has been a big lie. The fact that they sit there and say they're doing everything that they can to bring down energy costs when they're not. They're doing this to people intentionally. They're taking your money away from you. They're hurting the middle class and the lower class intentionally. It's going to cost a fortune to heat your house this winter. It's going to cost a fortune to drive to work. And they say that they're doing everything they can to help you. They created this problem. That angers people. I got 10 seconds left. Go ahead.
I mean, it's just also just dumb politics. I'm sorry, but you know, Bloomberg asked Jennifer Granholm, the Secretary of Energy, what is your energy plan? And she had no answer. She laughed. You cannot laugh at these things.
No, you can't.
Go for it. You want green energy? I'm all for all the energy we can get, but don't do it at the expense of the American people. They see through that in 2 seconds. And I would just say, if that's their plan to try and make it so impossible to fill your gas tank because it's so expensive, then guess what? They're going to pay the price at the ballot box, as they should. This is America.
Well said. In a red dress on this election night, Trish Regan, good to see you.
Good to see you, Ron.
We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about the state of Georgia, because this is going to be an interesting night. A critical state with a possible Senate flip for Republicans. Herschel Walker could take out the radical Raphael Warnock. Brian Kemp poised to deliver another disappointing night for Stacey Abrams. Former Georgia Congressman Doug Collins joins us now. Great person to talk about Georgia with. Let's start with Herschel. He's got, you know, the latest Trafalgar poll has Herschel with, I think, a 3-point lead over Warnock. Do you see this tightening? I mean, this is we're seeing some different numbers here, right?
Well, I think it's going to be tightening. We're always seeing this race coming down. It's always been within margin of error. Walker has the advantage. Warnock is hit a cap at about 47, 48. But what is interesting in these early numbers, and I've been looking at them, just got a call from, is that you're seeing about a 15 to 20,000 vote difference in the Kemp number and the Walker number, which could go into what I'd heard earlier today about some voting in the Kemp and then the rest of the Republicans and leaving the Senate race just either not voting in it, or that could be that mythical Warnock-Kemp voter.
It's astonishing because, I mean, you look at Abrams and Warnock, and I feel like they align pretty closely politically.
Politically, they do.
And I think Kemp would be the more moderate Republican, and Walker probably the more Trump-aligned Republican. So it's funny to me that I can't imagine anybody's going in and voting Brian Kemp and also Raphael Warnock.
That would be
I just can't see that.
Well, they've seen it before, but some of the polling was indicating that could be an answer. That this could be, you know, some kind of a protest. You know, that hey, we're going to vote for Kemp, we're not going to vote for Walker because of, you know, maybe the former president or something. There be a lot of reasons. I think their biggest reason is, at the end of the day, I think Walker will pull this out. I think Kemp's numbers will pull I think it's just interesting here in the early going that you are seeing the split that we were talking about a lot.
Yeah, and Kemp Abrams, here's, you know, we've got, that's Marist, 53-45 were the recent polls.
That's about right.
You think that holds pretty steady? I mean,
think
it's amazing. And it's not, you know, it's not voter suppression. We know that.
Well, but yeah, but here's the problem. Abrams is still sticking with it, and I think that's why she's disconnected from Georgia voters, and people understand that. But now you're seeing this furthering and furthering of her moving away from message. And when she's moved away from message, she blamed actually some absentee ballots that didn't get sent out in Cobb County, Georgia, on Brian Kemp today. In the last couple of days. This is how bad she's went off message. But then again, she always has the intergalactic presidency of Star Trek.
You know, Trump voted in Florida today after all the sanctimonious stuff. Take a look at this.
Yes, I did.
Oh, he voted for Ron DeSantis. Now, obviously, I think it's pretty clear that he sees a competitor in Ron DeSantis, and he was firing off a warning shot. It seems like there's certainly been rhetoric around saying basically, hey, Ron, just, you know, hold on a second. You're 44. You're a young guy. Just give it 4 years at least.
Well, I think, look, anybody that's ever thought that Donald Trump wouldn't go into a political fight with everything he's got is crazy. Right. And if he believes this is a threat, if he believes that Ron is going to run and this will be a threat, then and he's going to announce next week, then yes, Donald Trump's going to come after him. And if anybody thinks otherwise, frankly, they're just mistaken. They've not watched the same person for the last 4 years who is a fighter. I mean,
we all remember those primaries when he went after Jeb Bush, and everybody's like, what happened? I mean, it changed politics.
Well, it is. Yeah. I mean, everybody has forgotten one thing, and it's always been the thing that I guess I've admired the most about Donald Trump. He's a builder from up here. He's a builder from New York. I mean, he looked at it, he said, when somebody saw a blank piece of ground or a building that needed to be done, he said, I see something different. He's always went after it, and he's had the fights up here preparing for politics.
Yeah. Doug Collins. Good to see you, sir. Appreciate it.
Amen.
All right, 7:30 polls have closed in North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia, 7:30 right on the dot. In North Carolina, Republican Ted Budd expected to beat Cherry Beasley. In Ohio, J.D. Vance has a tighter race with Tim Ryan. Ohio's Governor Mike DeWine also facing a fairly weak challenge from Nan Whaley. He should survive that. In New Hampshire, a great story. Republican Don Bolduc looking to flip a Senate seat there, and his numbers have looked great. Tom Basile is in Manchester, New Hampshire, where polls have closed in at least part of that state. Right, Tom?
That's right. All of the polls in the state have to close by 8 p.m. and folks here are starting to filter in Manchester to a bar called The Goat, where later tonight Don Bolduc will find out if after 10 deployments to Afghanistan, 2 Purple Hearts and 5 Bronze Stars, he gets to be a United States Senator. And as you point out, Rob, this is not a race that a few months ago that we were actually talking very much about, but the surge of General Don Bolduc over the last 6 weeks has been undeniable. A 10-point swing. He's now running neck and neck with Maggie Hassan, the incumbent. We're going to be watching several key counties here as the numbers start to come in. Hillsborough, Merrimack, and Rockingham counties, where the population center is, that I-93 corridor. And we are hearing from elections officials, and we have seen it as we've traveled around the state today, turnout very high. The Bolduc campaign says that bodes well for them. Some places in rural and suburban areas in the state may actually beat their 2018 and 2016 totals for Republican turnout. So a lot of enthusiasm, not only here at the GOAT, but all across the state that we have seen for a surging Don Bolduc campaign. And we'll see if he can pull this off later tonight.
Okay, Tom, I can tell you that there's 5 votes in right now, and right now it's 5-0 Maggie Hassan, although I wouldn't lay any bets down based on those numbers. Tom Basile, good to see you. All right, let's head out west where we're seeing voting machine issues in the state of Arizona. According to state election officials, more than 20% of the vote tabulation machines across the 223 voting centers in Maricopa County, most populous county in Arizona, were not working properly. The machine's not accepting about 1 in 5 completed ballots, and there's videos all over Twitter showing you that problem and that debacle all day long. Bianca De La Garza is live in Phoenix tonight with more on that. Bianca.
All right, Rob, some breaking details, too. We just got word from Maricopa County officials. They say they have fixed the issues at 52 out of 60 of those polling places that were experiencing some problems. But this has been a story developing all day because people who did not trust that their vote and the machine would work lined up at polls all over Maricopa County, and they were frustrated. Also at this hour, we do know the RNC is joining a lawsuit. They want to have an emergency injunction, according to the latest statement, joining the Lake and the Masters camp, Rob, and they want polls to stay open later because of this debacle. I actually caught up with Masters just a short time ago at one of these polling places with huge lines, and he was none too happy.
It's absolutely inexcusable. That's either gross incompetence or something worse, but I don't want to jump to conclusions, okay? I just want things to work.
Katie Hobbs, of course, the Democrat Secretary of State who would certify the election, is also running against gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake. So we will continue to watch all the breaking developments. On a bit of a lighter note here, I can tell you the ballroom is getting some sound checks. A lot of media from the globe has descended here. It has the ear markings, Rob, of what looks like to be a victory party, including those balloons that still are up secured to the ceiling. But we continue to watch and we'll monitor all the developments here for you live at the GOP headquarters in Scottsdale.
No, we're hoping it's a big night in Arizona. Bianca, thank you so much. All right, we're going to go to our Mark Halperin now, who is over at the touchscreen, and he wants to talk about Florida, Mark.
Rob, this is a big story, not an unexpected one, but it's very important about Florida, which, of course, used to be the ultimate swing state. It's become a very red state, and I want to show you some results that have come in. We know there's a Senate race there with Marco Rubio and Governor DeSantis running for re-election. I want to look at Miami-Dade County. That has been a Democratic county for a long time. It's what has kept Democrats in contention. Take a look. This is the overall vote total in. But take a look at where we stand on Miami, in Miami-Dade County. Again, historically a very Democratic county. Marco Rubio getting 53% of the vote in Miami-Dade. That's extraordinary for a Republican. And it shows the realignment of that once purple state now to a very red state. Governor DeSantis, in his re-elect, about the same 53. And just to show you just how big a Democratic stronghold this was, 2 years ago, Joe Biden was the one getting 53% of the vote. So DeSantis and Rubio right now have flipped Miami-Dade. That shows you why they're so dominant in the state. Again, this is where DeSantis is. He's got the exact same percentage that Joe Biden got just 2 years ago. These two guys are likely to win sweeping re-election. Doesn't necessarily say how big a red night it will be overall, but it does cement the notion, in the short term at least, Florida is a very, very red state.
Yeah, it's certainly something. Miami embracing its Cuban roots in some way, I guess, going more red. That is interesting. Thank you, Mark. Coming up, can Fetterman actually win in the current state that he's in? Former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum joins us. Plus, Eric Bolling is live at Mar-a-Lago tonight. It's all coming up next. Nice shot of the Capitol building there. Going to be a different balance of power here pretty soon, we can hope. Welcome back. Trump will announce his run 1 week from tonight at Mar-a-Lago. Take a listen.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
So expect that a week from today. Eric Bolling joins us now from the former Winter White House, Mar-a-Lago. Eric, good to see you. Even sitting on the sidelines, playing a lot of golf the last 20 months or so. Trump has been a huge part of tonight in this midterm election.
Yeah, amazing. He makes this announcement last night. Tonight he walks in, and it's very fluid here, by the way, Rob. You can see over my shoulder. It's a surrogates and donors and friends of Trump party, a watch party going on. They're watching the election results coming in. He came in about an hour ago, checked the room out, he left. He came back in about 30 minutes ago. I had a chance to speak with him briefly, very quickly, just asked him a couple of questions. I actually asked him if and when the Republicans take the Senate, would he prefer Senator Rick Scott over Mitch McConnell? He said, I really like Rick Scott. Great. He was a great governor. He's a great senator. I like Rick Scott, basically telling everyone, I think his guy is going to be Rick Scott when they take the Senate. I'm going to have a sit down with Trump, a one-on-one, within maybe an hour or two or so, as soon as he's done getting some election results. I want to ask him the big question. I know he's running. Who's his vice president candidate going to be? Who's he going to pick to run with him? A lot of thoughts on that. Personally, I don't know about you, Rob. I think Kari Lake would be a stunner, either whether or not she wins in Arizona or not, which I think she will.
You know, one other thing that everybody's talking about, whether Republicans want to admit it or not, is Ron DeSantis. It seems like Trump is trying to squash any thought of him running in 2024. I know you're going to probably ask him about that. What are your thoughts on the situation right now as it stands, though?
So that's the other thing that kind of threw at him a little bit right before he went back, and I said, well, you know, you're basically saying, kind of firing a warning shot across the DeSantis bow. What's going on there? He said, like anyone else that wants to run against me, he'll be like no one else. He said, he's going to get the same treatment that anyone else would. And if you remember when he ran in 2016, he was very aggressive. It didn't matter what side of the aisle you were on. If you were going to run against him or say something, he was going to go after you. That's the Trump that I see here tonight. And I think that's the Trump you're going to see as soon as he announces in a week from tonight, as you point out.
Okay. Eric Bolling at Mar-a-Lago. Looks like a nice party. Better weather, anyway. Good to see you, sir.
It's a good party.
All right, let's bring in Aaron Perini, Republican strategist, and pollster John McLaughlin. Good to see you guys both tonight here on the set. Aaron, I want to start with you. I just want to follow up with that real quick because it's the big talk right now, is DeSantis. He said today he voted for him. He's trying to, I mean, obviously there's something going on, right?
Well, absolutely. I don't think that would surprise anybody that a governor who is very much a national profile. You hear President Biden continuously go after Governor DeSantis for the way that he is managing Florida, and specifically during COVID. But this is pretty much par for the course in any primary, right? There's a little bit of elbowing, a little bit of pushing and shoving. So that wouldn't have surprised me at all that you see a little bit of early jockeying on what will be an exciting 24 cycle for the Republican Party, because we have an exceptional slate of potential candidates, including Governor DeSantis. If you look at, Senator Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, Mike Pompeo, Mike Pence, it's a great field to look at for Republicans.
I want to stay with you for 1 second. Here's Kari Lake on the situation we saw in Arizona today with the voting machines.
Do you think what's happening here in Maricopa County is normal? We have had problems after problems. They gotta fix this problem. This is incompetency. I hope it's not malice, but we're gonna fix it. We're gonna win. And when we win, there's going to be come to Jesus for elections in Arizona.
It is amazing. I mean, we're a first world country. We're a technology leader in the world. We're just expected to sit back and wait, who knows, 4, 5, 8 days until we can find out who wins an election in this country. It's embarrassing, and she makes a good point.
It is embarrassing, and at the most base level in Arizona and Maricopa County right now, it is incompetence, and it speaks to the incompetence of Katie Hobbs, who's running against Kari Lake, who's the Secretary of State. Across the country, 2020 led so many people to ask questions about what was happening in the elections. States had 2 years to try to get their acts together so that we could be a competent nation and count votes in a timely fashion. The fact that there are issues with tabulations in Arizona, that only leads people to ask more questions about what's going on. You've heard both Kari Lake and Blake Masters express to say, this is incompetence, but what if it's something else? When you start leaving room for questions, that's where people get uncomfortable in elections. And all they had to do was be able to count the votes, and Maricopa County seems to not be able to do that
And just the general comedy that the woman that's in charge of that is trying to run for governor and try to get a promotion. And I mean, it's like today we're going to expose how incompetent this woman is as she runs for governor at the exact same time. John, I want to go to you. Let's talk about some polling here. Voters were asked in exit polls which one of these 5 issues mattered the most and how you decided to vote. Crime, abortion, inflation, immigration. When you break it down by party, you see Republicans, immigration at 46% comes in really hot. For Democrats, abortion at 51%. Independents, you can see they're thinking about, pretty much split all the way across. Crime, inflation was their number 1 at 33%, though. That pretty much sounds about right. Any surprises?
Actually, I think that as the votes get counted, I think there may be some adjustments to their exit polls. Because what I found nationally is you've got 65% of the voters, just, a recent October poll, think the country's on the wrong track. That's what's driving the vote today. That's why so many of these exit poll voters say they're angry or frustrated. Also, the economy is the top issue for half the voters in 67 to 26. They thought the economy was getting worse, not better, and 6 out of 10 thought we're in a recession, and inflation was the top issue. So I think that's why with independents you're seeing it, but also Republicans. I think you'd see it as well as high, and even some Democrats that are going to swing to Republicans for Congress.
It does surprise me the Democrats were so low on abortion, because that was supposed to be the rallying cry,
Right.
51,
well, most states haven't changed their laws.
They haven't changed the laws. Yeah,
so
exactly.
It
wore off.
But you know what happened?
Yeah.
People today, when they went to vote, they bought gas. They went and bought food, and they said, I'm going to vote Republican. I'm mad at these people. I'm going. That's why they were angry and frustrated.
It's repudiation, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Guys, thank you so much. Good to see you both.
Thank
All right.
you.
Coming up, the libs melting down over the coming red tsunami. A special midterm news from the left is coming up next. Stay tuned. Okay, welcome back. Got some Senate races to tell you about. No surprises here. Rand Paul in the state of Kentucky has already been projected the winner in Vermont. Peter Welch projected the winner in a Senate race there. Tim Scott in South Carolina as well. And so, yeah, these numbers are going to keep coming in. Obviously, no big surprises here. Actually, I'm sorry, that's South Carolina district. That's a congressional race there. Jeff Duncan as well. So we're working through some of these numbers as the non-surprise numbers come in tonight. It's going to get more interesting as the night goes on. In Pennsylvania, John Fetterman is suing to have undated and misdated absentee ballots counted. Fetterman has hired Democrat election attorney Mark Elias, and we're going to talk to Rick Santorum now about that. A little chaotic here, but Rick, if you can hear me now.
I can hear you.
Okay, Rick can hear me. Let's talk a little bit about John Fetterman. You're from Pennsylvania. You're the senator from Pennsylvania. It's interesting that he's doing as well as he is in the polls. He's obviously got this attorney. They're trying to pull over a fast one and allow these outdated ballots to be counted. What are your thoughts on this?
This is one that should be a no-brainer. The fact is that the law is very clear that you have to date a ballot and for it to be accepted. 2 years ago, during the Trump race, the Supreme Court said that, yes, they agreed that it had to be dated, except not this year. And that's what the opinion was. Yes, they need to be dated, but we're going to ignore it because of COVID. But there was another suit filed to have them before the election, not to have them counted. And the Supreme Court in this case said, no, we're going to stay by the law this year, or last year was an exception. However, they said we're going to set the ballots aside. And that's where we're going to be right now, is they're going to be set aside. And if this is a very close race, Fetterman is already in court saying we want to count them.
Is Fetterman, I mean, it's pretty incredible, the situation we see there. Do you think he pulls this off tonight? Are Pennsylvania voters really so determined to pick somebody that they ostensibly think is one of them, that they're going to put Fetterman in the Senate?
All I can say is that Dr. Oz has been plagued from the very beginning of this campaign with incredibly low approval ratings. He still is not at 40% approval. I mean, it's hard. The reason there are people saying that Fetterman can win this is because Fetterman's approval rating is around 50%. It's not, or high 40s. It's sort of a normal place for a candidate to be during this time of election. Both are sort of below 50, but Oz has never been above 40. And so that's why, even in spite of all the problems that Fetterman has, Oz seems to have more.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Rick Santorum, the former senator from Pennsylvania. Good to see you, sir. Thank you. All right, time now for a quick midterm special news from the left. The night before the midterms, Jimmy Kimmel dragging his wife onto the stage to lecture Americans about why women need access to third trimester elective abortions. Take a listen.
Abortion rights are gone or in danger in 26 states, even though the overwhelming majority of this country supports a woman's right to choose. I'm sorry, are you expecting this to be funny? Because it is not going to be funny. They don't have the resources to raise another child. They don't have the money to drive to another state to get health care. The only person who should be making a life-altering and potentially life-saving decision for a woman and her body is the woman herself.
Looks like a great show, right? Jimmy Kimmel even started the show by warning the audience that the show wasn't going to be funny. I don't think they were really surprised. Nobody's really used to Jimmy Kimmel's show being funny at all. Also, Rolling Stone was once a music magazine back in the day, and now it's just a left-wing political rag, as you know. Look at these ridiculous headlines on the day of the midterms from Rolling Stone magazine. Trump has wondered how he might be able to jail reporters if he retakes the White House. A knowledgeable source tells Rolling Stone. Sounds super credible, right? Rolling Stone horrified that reporters won't be able to continue selling out their country by shamelessly supporting only one of two political parties in this country. A second headline from Rolling Stone, shocking absolute nobody. Elon Musk instructed his sycophants to vote Republican in the midterms. Just some of the things that you can find if you read Rolling Stone. Are we going to any more, guys? Or are we out of news from the left stories? We might be out of news from the left stories. You know what? We're going to turn things over here in just a moment. All right, let's take a listen to Howard Stern just for a moment here. Here's his thoughts on the election.
Some of these candidates that people are actually Herschel Walker, holy they're saying he's going to win in Georgia. Are you dummies? There's going to be, you know, and they always talk about another civil war. Well, I think there is going to be one. I mean, how could the you elect that guy? You got to be out of your skull.
So just some of what you can hear from a lot of the mainstream press as the thought of maybe Republicans getting back into power pops up as a possibility. So there you have it. All right, I'm Rob Schmidt. This has been Rob Schmidt Tonight. We're going to hand it over now to John Bachman and Greta Van Susteren with a look at what's coming up in tonight's special election coverage. Hey, you two.
Hey, Rob. Great to see you. And it's going to be a big night as a nation could determine the balance of power in Congress, Greta. That could all change tonight with this vote.
Indeed, and taking a look at the big seats up for grabs, we could be seeing a red wave sweeping the nation. It is especially important as the country is gripped with crippling inflation, rampant crime, and a porous border.
And not to mention the opioid epidemic, dismal foreign policy, and so much more. Tonight could very well be a referendum on the Biden administration by the American people, and it all starts now.
Is brought to you by American Hartford Gold, America's leading precious metals dealer.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our live special coverage of the midterm elections. Vote for America 2022. I'm Greta Van Susteren.
And I'm John Bachman. We are bringing you the best coverage and analysis you will not find anywhere else tonight from our reporters in the field. We've got Eric Bolling live at former President Donald Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago. We've got John Huddy live with the Dr. Mehmet Oz campaign in Newtown, Pennsylvania.
And Bianca De La Garza is on the ground at Kari Lake's election headquarters in Scottsdale, Arizona. Tom Basile is hanging out with the folks at the Don Bolduc campaign in Manchester, New Hampshire.
And Logan Raddick is with the J.D. Vance campaign in Columbus, Ohio, along with Michael Carter, who is down in Atlanta, Georgia, with the Herschel Walker campaign. And back here at Newsmax headquarters, Mark Halpern will be breaking down all the latest data at our touchscreen.
And from our newsroom, Pennsylvania Congressman Guy Reschenthaler is joined by pollster for the Trump 2020 campaign and McLaughlin and Associates, John McLaughlin. John and I are joined here at the desk by Sean Spicer and Senator Rick Santorum.
We will be very shortly, and of course, we have to get to the polls. They have just closed in 3 states, Florida, Pennsylvania, two key swing states. Also, the polls closing just a second ago in Alabama, Illinois, New Jersey, and a slew of other states. Now, here are some of the key races we're keeping our eyes on. Of course, the Senate race in Pennsylvania between the Republican, Dr. Oz there, and Democrat John Fetterman, the current lieutenant governor. The Pennsylvania governor's race between State Senator Doug Mastriano and Democrat Attorney General Josh Shapiro is another one we're watching closely, a major storyline we are following there. And we are also following the Senate race in Florida. Marco Rubio against Democrat Val Demings, and some very promising returns for Republicans in Florida early on. And, of course, everyone is watching the Florida's governor's race. The very popular Ron DeSantis is proving to be very popular indeed tonight. The incumbent, of course, running against Democrat and former Republican Charlie Crist.
And we do have some races to call. Rand Paul will retain his Senate seat in the state of Kentucky. Incumbent Republican Tim Scott will retain his seat in South Carolina. And in Vermont, Democrat Peter Welch will be the new senator there. He spent 16 years as Vermont's lone member of the House. Meanwhile, Republicans overall are hoping for a big night in both chambers of Congress. Here is the balance of power right now. In the Senate, Democrats have the narrowest of majorities. Vice President Kamala Harris is currently the tie-breaking vote. Here's how things look in the House right now. Democrats hold an 8-seat majority with 3 current vacancies. There is no doubt this will be an interesting night. Let's bring in Sean Spicer and Dick Morris. Sean, what are you looking for tonight?
I think early on the polls are going to close at 7:30 in North Carolina. That, to me, is this big bellwether. It's a state that you don't have a top-of-the-ticket running no gubernatorial there. If Ted Budd, who is the Republican congressman running against Sherry Beasley, if he actually wins by 3, 4, 5, 6 points, I think that's going to be a big night for Republicans. Obviously, then we've got Virginia, the 2nd district. Down south, the 7th up in Northern Virginia, and the 10th, the northwest corner. In that order, I think how Republicans do is going to tell a lot about how the night goes.
All right, Senator Santorum, Pennsylvania, we all turn to you because you know Pennsylvania. Where does it stand?
Well, they just closed a minute ago, except in Luzerne County, which is staying open until 10 o'clock. Again, we don't have any returns there, but I agree with Sean. I think we're seeing 2 results here tonight early that present a bunch of hope for Republicans. One is Florida, which DeSantis and Rubio are just creaming the other side, and by double digits in a state that was, remember, Ron DeSantis won that race by just a handful of votes, 10, 20,000 votes, and now he's going to win by maybe 1 million votes. The interesting race, and one that we're going to be talking about here soon, is North Carolina, because I think Sean is right. That's a key state. But Ted Budd is actually trailing in that race, and actually trailing badly, which is sort of a big shock with 45% of the vote in at this point. So that's one that you look at all the rest of the results so far, and they look like Republicans are in good shape. In the Virginia congressional races Sean mentioned, those races are trending Republican and look good. But North Carolina is sticking out like a sore thumb right now. It's a very interesting race.
I think it's going to be important to keep in mind where things come in. You're going to see those urban areas in every state come in a lot quicker than you see in the rural areas. So we've got to be it's important to know what's in and what's out. That's key when we look at races. Number 2, Senator Santorum pointed out Florida. That's important. What we've seen already in Miami-Dade, what Ron DeSantis is doing, and it's not over yet. But he is really ahead in places that Hillary won big in 2016, Biden won by a little less in 2020, and DeSantis is now winning big. That shows that not in South Florida. It's one thing to win in the I-4 corridor and in the Panhandle. To win South Florida, that's a big shift.
Yeah. Well, one thing, too, we'll look for is how much of the migration towards Florida is that playing an impact tonight? This is something you talked about before.
That's important, right? So you think about what's happened. This is the first election that we're going to see post-COVID. How many of those New Yorkers moved to Florida? How many of those Californians moved to Texas and Arizona? And so what was going to happen is we are going to find a lot of folks that are voting for the first time in the places that they moved and not where they came from. And how does that shake out?
Right.
We'll see, because did they re-register? I don't know.
Yeah, that's great for Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio. Not so great for Lee Zeldin.
And this is something, too,
that's a concern.
That Governor DeSantis has even talked about before the pandemic, the increase in Republicans registering in Florida as Republicans. But we'll see. I mean, that's bearing fruit tonight. But talk more about the North Carolina race and why you think we are in this position now where it seems like Ted Budd is underperforming a little bit.
Well, look, again, I think part of this depends on what comes in. We're going to see Raleigh come in quick. We're going to see a lot of these big areas come in. The rural counties are going to come in a little slower. So, again, how much is coming in, and it's going to take a little bit longer. So you're going to see immediately, right when those polls close, a lot of the urban areas come in, the urban centers. So that's not that shocking, right? The question is, does he start to make up that ground quick? But remember, you've had a lot of migration into North Carolina. You don't have the top of the ticket. So how these guys do head-to-head, there's not a lot of super PACs that were playing there. So this is truly going to be a real test, right? right? A lot of these other states, you've had a top of the ticket that's affecting it, maybe some congressional races. This, to me, is the true test of where the two parties stand that you're going to look at and say, okay, you've got a heavy minority population, you've got rural versus urban. Everything's at play here so that you can extrapolate it countrywide and say, if Democrats can do well there, they can do well anywhere. If Republicans do well, that's good news for them.
We were talking about Florida. I believe we're going to call Florida right now. Soon enough, we got the race. We're going to call it for Marco Rubio. And here we are at 8:05 p.m. Marco Rubio taking the Senate race there.
Think about this, though. How close the last few statewide races over the last several cycles have been, and you're calling a race this quick.
We also talked, too, about the Don Bolduc race and how much Maggie Hassan outraised him. This is another race, too, where the Democrat outraised Marco Rubio, the incumbent, and it didn't matter.
You know, you talk about how well that Governor DeSantis is doing. I wonder how President Trump, who has not said that he's in the race, wink, 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 but for the president, but I suspect that he wants him to win, but not by that much.
Well, to me, the interesting thing here is how well Rubio is doing vis-a-vis DeSantis. I mean, DeSantis, we thought, was going to have a big win. Most of them were saying it's going to be double digits, but Rubio was running sort of half, maybe a little better than half of what DeSantis' margin is, and they're running within a couple of points of each other right now, which tells you it's not just DeSantis, or maybe in some respects it is DeSantis and what's going on in the state of Florida that he's authored, but it's benefiting everybody. It's benefiting Rubio. Look, let's set aside. Marco Rubio's a good candidate. He ran a good campaign. But this is an impressive win. This is a game-changing win in the state of Florida.
Who was talked about as a potential VP nominee, too, just went down in flames, Val Demings in Florida. All right. We talked about the importance of calling what is in and what is not in. But let's get over to Mark Halpern now, who is at the Newsmax touchscreen for a closer look at how some of the races are turning out. Hey, Mark.
All right, so a couple big storylines we've touched on, but let's get the latest data. First of all, Florida. We talked about whether how Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio is doing, and the Trump-DeSantis storyline is an incredibly big one. So look at Florida, and we've talked about in the governor's race, Ron DeSantis way ahead. And you think politics and election night, you think we're going to be up all night watching Florida. Well, we're not, because both the governor's race and the Senate race have now been projected. Now, if you go inside the governor's race, you see in, for instance, Miami-Dade County, what was Donald Trump's vision of the Republican Party, that it would be able to win in places like Miami-Dade. So look, Ron DeSantis has got 53 there. Look how Donald Trump did in Miami-Dade, 46. So on the DeSantis side, they're going to be doing a little bit of crowing, right? That he's outperforming in Miami-Dade well above what Donald Trump did. Trust me, President Trump will notice that too. Now, let's go to North Carolina, which Sean has been talking about all day. Senator Santorum said this is an outlier right now. Mostly what we're seeing is strong Republican performance in these eastern states where the polls have closed. But North Carolina is an extraordinary outlier, including in the Senate race and some House races. Here's the Senate race, almost half the vote in. Democrat Sherry Beasley, former Supreme Court Justice, is ahead of Ted Budd. Now, look, as Sean said, we got to figure out, dig in here, where is the vote out? Ted Budd has not been, in the view of many, a great candidate. He got the nomination because Donald Trump endorsed him. If Ted Budd doesn't win this race, everyone's calculations about Senate control go up in flames, because this would be a pickup for the Democrats. It's currently a Republican seat. We're going to watch this one closely.
All right, thanks, Mark. Of course, we'll check back in with you frequently at the big board tonight.
Yeah. And for more, let's check in with senior correspondent John Huddy. He is live from the Dr. Mehmet Oz campaign in Newtown, Pennsylvania. John?
Yeah, that's right. We are here at the Dr. Oz headquarters in Newtown, and we're waiting for some of the results to come in. The polls close at 8 o'clock here in Pennsylvania, with the exception of Luzerne County, which is in the northeastern part of the state and includes Wilkes-Barre, the city of Wilkes-Barre. And apparently there were problems in some of the polling precincts that ran out of ballot paper. This, as John Fetterman's campaign is suing in order to allow ballot dates or no dates to be counted. This has been a big contentious issue throughout the day, going back to yesterday, and it stems from a state Supreme Court ruling last week that all ballots need to have a correct date in order to be counted. Well, apparently 3,500, at least 3,500 ballots in the Philadelphia area were set aside because of mail-in ballots because they did not have a correct date on there. So John Fetterman's campaign enlisted the help of Mark Elias, a controversial, well-known figure. He was Hillary Clinton's lawyer, to fight this, to try to get a federal judge to intervene to allow those ballots to be counted. This is a big deal for the Democrats because 70% of mail-in ballots went to registered Democrats here in the state. So this could, be an issue for the Democrats, and the Fetterman campaign says it could result in tens of thousands, possibly, of mail-in ballots not being counted. We'll see. But here at the Oz campaign headquarters, look, this has been a contentious race. It is now a tight race. If you believe the latest polls, it's been neck and neck. And the Oz campaign has told me they're excited. They're feeling confident about it. Dr. Oz, he spoke at a rally yesterday in Montgomery County, which was traditionally blue. It voted heavily for Joe Biden back in 2020, also in 2018, and went blue during the primaries. Well, this time he's trying to pick up undecided votes. He's trying to turn it red. So we're watching Montgomery County, we're watching Bucks County to see if possibly these counties go red for Dr. Oz. But his campaign says they're confident. And as he said, it's a stark contrast between he and Fetterman. Oz making the case and basically emphasizing that he wants to go into office and get rid of some of the radical and extremist ideas that John Fetterman brings to the table. So we'll see. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, John Huddy. Now let's head over to the newsroom where Pennsylvania Congressman Guy Reschenthaler and pollster at McLaughlin Associates and Trump 2020 campaign pollster John McLaughlin are standing by. Congressman Reschenthaler, you ran unopposed in your district, and thus with great confidence we can project you are the winner in your election, so congratulations.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And Congressman Reschenthaler and John McLaughlin, I want to ask you, when you look at these numbers, it's very early, but, the Republicans have been so optimistic that this would be a good night for them. As you look at these very early numbers, what's the message? Anything at all?
Well, I think you got to count the votes more than anything else. But a lot of these states, the early vote is being counted in terms of the absentees and the early in-person vote. And I think the Republicans are holding their own, and the Election Day voters should go for us. So, optimistic that things will go well, and we'll see what happens. That we make our numbers to take control of the Senate and also pick up more House seats.
It's interesting how the candidates on both sides of the aisle in all these races say that they're very confident, very optimistic, that they're all within the margin of error. If I were running, I'd be sick to my stomach, even if I were within that margin of error. Are they overstating this? Are they just saying this because they've got to say this to their supporters tonight?
That it may be more important for those people, particularly in those states that are still voting. So they want to keep getting their vote out right until the end, until the polls close, because the time zones changes. There's still a lot of states where the polls are still open, like in New York. So people are still going out for the governor's race for Lee Zeldin and still hoping that they're on the cusp of a big victory there. So states where they've closed, then we're seeing the vote counts, and you got to wait till they all, till you get more of a critical mass.
Before we have to go, are you seeing anything in the data that has come in so far in Pennsylvania that stands out to you?
Well, go ahead.
No, so we're just waiting on seeing the numbers in Pennsylvania. I still think that what we're going to see is as the polls close that absentee ballots getting counted first, which will give Fetterman somewhat of a bounce. But then as the other results come in, I think Oz will creep up. And again, I still think Oz wins this thing by 2 or 3%.
To just settle in because everyone's anticipating quite a long time before we get the final results out of Pennsylvania. Congressman Guy Reschenthaler and John McLaughlin, thank you guys. We appreciate it. We'll check back with you, of course, throughout the evening. All right, coming right up, we're going to continue our coverage of one of the most important nights of the year. Probably the most important night of the year,
I think
right?
It probably is.
For the folks like us following this stuff as we watch for a possible change in the balance of power in our nation. We're looking closely at what's going on in North Carolina. Also looking live at the Dr. Mehmet Oz campaign in Newtown, Pennsylvania. It is early. It could be anyone's night. Stay with us. Later on, we'll also check back with Eric Bolling. He'll join us live from former President Trump's home, Mar-a-Lago, as the nation keeps a close eye on President Trump's favorite candidates. And I hear the food spread at Mar-a-Lago is pretty good tonight for the reporters, so we'll get a live report on that from Eric as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, and thank you for staying with us for Newsmax's special live presentation of our midterm elections, Vote for America 2022. We got some races we want to call for you real quickly, and we'll start in Alabama, where Britt gets a Senate seat. She'll be a new Trump-endorsed senator from the state of Alabama. Also, let's go to Indiana now. We have Todd Young, who is the projected winner there, another Republican holding that seat. And let's go to Kentucky. No surprise here. Rand Paul picking up or retaining his Senate seat as well. And lastly, we have a race to call for you in Maryland. Let's get to that race. And we have Chris Van Hollen, who will retain his seat, an incumbent. He will return to the U.S. Senate for 6 more years at least. We're also going to head out now to New Hampshire, where Tom Basile is live with the Don Bolduc campaign with the latest on that. And Tom, a lot of excitement about Bolduc. He seems to have a lot of momentum as we head to the finish line here.
Yeah, that's right. About a 10-point swing in the last 6 weeks, and big crowds, lots of grassroots momentum. That's what the Bolduc campaign says they believe is going to put them over the top tonight. Right now, with only about 11% of the votes in. The polls closed here in New Hampshire just about 15 minutes ago. But folks here at the GOAT in Manchester are having a good time. They're cautiously optimistic. They had seen very big crowds in the suburban and more rural areas that beat the last midterm election Republican turnout, maybe even 2016. Election officials here saying the turnout has been very strong throughout the state all day. The Bolduc campaign believes that that bodes well for them. We're keeping an eye on that I-93 corridor from Concord to Manchester and to Nashua. That's really where the population density is. And that's where we're going to be really focusing on how well Maggie Hassan does in those areas. Also something to consider, this is not a big early vote state. So the turnout today is really what folks are keeping an eye on. Also, New Hampshire, a same-day registration state. So how well the Democrats do registering voters or the Republicans do registering voters day of at University of New Hampshire, for instance, which is a long-time Democrat tactic to try and bump up their numbers on Election Day. These are the things that we're keeping an eye on, and we're going to be here all night as the numbers come in. But the general, the two-time Purple Heart recipient, I spoke to him earlier, and he says his message about heating and eating, about the kitchen table issues, and about energy prices is what has moved these numbers in his direction and made this a neck-and-neck contest right up until today.
All right, Tom Basile, live for us in Manchester, New Hampshire. Tom, we'll see you later. Thanks. All right, well, let's get over now and welcome in former New York City Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik. We're also going to welcome in radio legend Michael Savage, the man himself. Great to have you both with us. And what we wanted to talk about is one of the issues that voters are certainly interested in as they head to the polls, and that is the issue of crime. Bernie, we know this is having a big impact on the New York governor's race and other congressional elections in the state of New York. And tell us, what are you hearing from New Yorkers and why you think Lee Zeldin might have an inside edge on Kathy Hochul for the governor's race in New York?
You know why, John? Most importantly, because I'm hearing it from the people inside New York City. It's one thing when you're upstate New York, you're out in Long Island, but when you're up in the Bronx, when you're out in Queens, when you're in Jamaica Heights, and people are talking about the streets of New York City being the worst they've been in 30 years, I think that's why you're going to see a move to the southern side. And I think Kathy Hochul, as she has showed her true colors. She failed to repeal the bail reform laws. She failed to go after Alvin Bragg. She basically let the mass transit system be to the point that it's got the highest crime numbers in the last 20, 30 years. She showed her true colors, and I think people are sick of it.
Michael, you live in San Francisco, another city that's had its issues with crime. Talk to us about what you think or what do you expect to see voters do in terms of a repudiation of the Democrats' soft-on-crime policies here tonight.
Well, John, I'm pleased to report that despite the fear-mongering by the left, including Biden, there are no reports of right-wing militias spotted outside of black nursing homes waving Confederate flags, preventing black folks from voting. So that's a positive thing. But as a post-election forensic analysis might show, the real wild card in this election is not crime or inflation or education or war, which is what should be driving this election. There's a fluke in this election, and it occurred several months ago. Why would a Republican-dominated Supreme Court have decided to hear the Roe v. Wade abortion case just months before this critical election? Who was it who pushed this forward on the calendar? And once they do this analysis, we can find out if, in fact, there's an enemy within, because this is what the wild card will be.
So you're talking about the issue of abortion, the Dobbs decision. We know Democrats certainly hyped that issue up, and we will see when we get more results tonight how big of a factor that actually played. Gentlemen, great to see you. Bernard Carrick, Michael Savage, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Let's head down to Florida now, in Palm Beach, where Eric Bolling is camped out at Mar-a-Lago. He is, of course, the host of The Balance here on Newsmax. Good evening, Eric. Hope you're enjoying yourself at Mar-a-Lago.
John, I am. I'm not exactly camped. If this is camping, I think it's called glamping. I'll tell you what happened. About 10 minutes ago, maybe you guys, or someone who called the governor race for Ron DeSantis, there was an audible clap, a round of applause, a roar. And why that matters is about a half hour ago, Trump came in. I talked to him a little bit on the side. I talked to him a little bit about Mitch McConnell and whatnot. But I also talked to him about what's going on with DeSantis. And he said, look, if he runs against me, he's like anyone else who runs against me. You have to be ready to run against me. And it felt like it was the old Donald Trump coming back, John. The reason why I say that is he's behind the scenes, right, behind the curtains back there. He had to hear the DeSantis applause. So it's kind of funny playing out here as we speak. But I will tell you, the man that I just talked to a half hour ago, and I'm going to have a one-on-one sit-down with him maybe in an hour or two when he's done shaking hands, kissing babies, whatnot. That man is jazzed, and he's ready to run. That guy he's breathing fire right now.
All right, Eric, we'll check back in with you, of course, later. We'll see you then.
And we'll be right back with more of our special coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. Vote for America's 2022. And as we head to break, let's take a look at some more race results as they are coming in. Keep it right here on Newsmax. Welcome back to Newsmax special live presentation of the midterm elections Vote for America 2022. Let's head to Atlanta, Georgia, where our correspondent Michael Carter has the latest from the Herschel Walker camp.
Hey, Greta, good evening. Well, if you've been watching so far, polls have been closed for about an hour and a half now here in Georgia. 7 p.m. Eastern is when they close. The entire time so far, Raphael Warnock has been in the lead. You may be wondering why that's the case. This was supposed to be a very close race. A lot of folks saying that Herschel Walker should be leading in this race. Well, keep in mind, due to changes in Georgia's election law, a lot of those mail-in ballots and even early absentee in-person ballots were allowed to be counted starting this morning. So especially out of those larger counties in and around the metro area of Atlanta, a lot of those early votes have already been tabulated and potentially are already being adjusted into those votes. So a lot of those early voters, primarily in the metro Atlanta area, as those come in, they are getting tabulated earlier rather than later. So good news if you are hoping for Herschel Walker to come from behind here later this evening. Herschel Walker brought home a national championship in 1980 for the Georgia Bulldogs, and Republicans here in Georgia hoping he'll do the same for the U.S. Senate here tonight.
Mike, thank you. And it's 8:30 p.m. Eastern, and the polls have just closed in Arkansas. Joining us from the newsroom of Newsmax, a senior fellow at the American Conservative Union, Mercedes Schlapp, along with CPAC chairman and author of The Desecrators, Matt Schlapp. And we're going to take a look at some of the House races in Virginia. We're getting some numbers.
Yeah, let's talk to us, Matt and Mercedes, about what you think are the best possible chances for Republican pickups. We see the 3rd congressional district on the screen now. No, that's definitely not one. But let's talk about the other ones in suburban Washington, D.C., like this one, Yesli Vega and Angela Spanberger. Yesli Vega appears to have a 10-point lead right now, and I think we have 65% of the votes in. This appears to be in good shape for Republicans. And right now we have Hung Chau tied at 50% with 75% of the votes in. This is another closely watched race. We talked earlier about how we've seen this trend of Washington, D.C. kind of creeping into the Virginia suburbs. Maybe now the suburbs creeping in back in.
And this is where they live in Virginia,
Right.
these two.
So
they know better. What is it? What's the story, Mercedes and Matt?
Well, you know, I think we started watching this new trend in Virginia right now when Youngkin won last year. And there was definitely a sense where you saw suburban moms and dads, you saw Hispanics, where they were leaving the Democrat Party and really supporting these Republican candidates like Glenn Youngkin. And so you have these three very unique candidates running. I want to highlight Yesli Vega. She is in law enforcement. She's an immigrant from El Salvador. She has an incredible story that I think very much resonated in that community. And it just shows that when you have these strong Latinas running in these districts, you're seeing that also happen in states like Texas. There's really an opportunity for a pickup on the Republican side. So I just got to tell you, just watching even Yesli alone, if we can get all those three races basically flipped on the Republican side, that's going to show you that this is the red tsunami that we've all been expecting.
And Greta, if I can say, Hung Chau is up by, I think, 1,800 votes. That's a tough district. Coming out of Florida, the GOP has already picked up 4 seats, a net 4. We're really close to the majority in the House already. You pick up these seats in Virginia. Virginia puts the Republicans over the top in the House. And if you look at the early races being called in Virginia, and Mercy just talked about Yesli, the Hispanic numbers behind the double-digit wins by Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis, and I think you're going to see this in Virginia with diverse voters, especially Hispanic voters. I think so far that's the story of the night. If this strong, stout Hispanic turnout continues for the GOP, it's going to be a rout.
All right, Mercedes, Arkansas has closed at 8:30, and Newsmax can call the race there for governor, someone you have worked with. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, you have any thoughts about that race, Mercedes? You worked with her.
Yes, well, I got to tell you, I mean, first of all, Sarah's going to be a very strong governor. She's someone who I greatly respect, a very inspirational leader. I will tell you that race, she had it won from the moment she announced. She had strong support, raised millions of dollars, and I think she's going to be someone, obviously, to keep an eye on as we move into future, I would say, presidential races. But no surprise there with Arkansas, solid Republican state, and so obviously I think she'll be ready to work day one.
First, a little trivia. First woman governor of the state of Arkansas, first thing, and I'm sure she has a very proud father. She's also the daughter of a governor of Mike Huckabee. So exciting day. But what about North Carolina, Matt? Doesn't look so looks sort of grim for your Republicans tonight.
I don't know. I'd say let's hold off and let's see where that trends. All of these numbers, obviously, it's a little different in each state, but a lot of times the big cities are in first, and then the rural areas start coming in. So we'll see. Ted Budd ran a really great campaign in North Carolina, and I believe he'll pull out this race. But, hey, that's why you have a election day, because it's all live, and we all get to see what's actually going to happen. We'll see whether the polls mattered or not.
Well, up here at the desk, Sean Spicer's been busy on his computer looking at these numbers.
It wouldn't be election day without a little intrigue, right?
A little intrigue.
I'd say the other thing in Virginia, we didn't talk about the 2nd congressional district. I pointed that out earlier. That is down, that is down in the Chesapeake area, all the way up through Chincoteague, the island right off the mainland there. Suffolk, it was Elaine Luria, a Naval Academy graduate, facing off against State Senator Jen Keegans. Jen is a Navy veteran as well. She is going to win that race, and so that's a GOP pickup. Now you've got 4 already. The Republicans have picked up tonight. Jen will be the 5th. Republicans are well on their way to taking the majority.
And we've got to say thanks to Mercedes and Matt, and we'll bring them back a little bit later. And all right, let's check in with Mark Halperin. He's over at the touch screen. He's got the latest in some of the big races tonight. Mark?
Well, we're still getting vote in across the country, and you know, got to constantly caution. Just because you see a certain candidate ahead doesn't mean they're going to win. We're still looking to where the vote is out. But North Carolina is right now the big bright spot for the Democrats. Here's the Senate race. Sherry Beasley, former state Supreme Court justice, was given a chance in this race up until the last couple weeks when all the public polling showed that Ted Budd, the Republican, was ahead. Right now, you got more than half the vote in, and she's ahead. And it's not just the Senate race. In 3 competitive House races in North Carolina, the Democrat is currently ahead. We'll continue to track this. But this could be a bright spot, a talking point for Democrats in what is now one of the most important swing states in the country at the presidential level. But it also would be very meaningful if Beasley does win this race, and the indications are it will be close, that when the vote comes in, she may not hold on, but it will be close. That throws everybody's Senate bingo card up in the air. Because if Democrats win this race, it's a pickup for them. It's currently held by a Republican who retired. That makes it much harder for Republicans to win the number of seats to take the majority. They can still do it, but it does make it much harder. So we're continuing to watch the Senate race here now. A surprise for us. We're watching Georgia, of course, and New Hampshire. Those are 2 of the 4 Democratic-held seats that Republicans are very much going for. The other 2 out west in Nevada and in Arizona we'll get to later in the evening. But right now, in that closely contested Senate race, where remember, Republicans just need to net 1 seat to take the majority. As of now, 3 states we're watching. Again, New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Georgia. None of those clear where they're headed. But right now, the North Carolina race is one of the surprises of the night.
And it really wasn't getting a lot of attention before this. I did hear Sean Spicer talk about it last night at dinner, that we'd be watching North Carolina very closely. He has a knack for picking these things out. We'll get back to Sean, and we'll have more of our special midterm election coverage, the 2022 midterms. Vote for America. We'll head to break. Also, let's take another live look at some of the race results. They are coming in. Keep it here on Newsmax. All right, welcome back. Thanks for staying with us here on Newsmax for our special live election coverage. Vote for America 2022. We're going to go ahead and call some more races for you. We're going to get to the Iowa governor's race first. Mike DeWine, the incumbent, he retains his seat, beating Nan Whaley. We're calling that race for DeWine. Also in New Hampshire, Chris Sununu will retain his seat as well. He takes the New Hampshire governor's race. We're projecting that for Chris Sununu. Also in Massachusetts, Maura Healey is projected to win there by a safe margin. She will likely be, according to the projection, the next governor of Massachusetts. Great to have you back with us. Let's bring it back to our panel and welcome in Dick Morris, host of Dick Morris Democracy. Also staying with us is Sean Spicer. Gentlemen, great to have you with us.
Okay.
So we were talking about North Carolina, big topic of discussion. We're starting to see some more of the votes come in. Dick, what are you seeing in North Carolina? And are you concerned about where things stand right now?
Yeah, of course. But there's a wonderful Greek proverb. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. Drink not too deeply of the Pierian spring. I know what the Pierian spring is, but it's a neat rhyme. And the point is, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing here. Usually, in elections, you can say, well, half the vote's in, so the other half's about the same, most likely. But here, because Republicans do not vote by mail early, and Democrats tend not to vote on Election Day nearly as much, you can't look at partial results and make any projections unless you have a much more granular analysis than we can do tonight on television. So I would really caution everybody not to, go out on too many limbs at this point, because if you can't take the election results and say it's a statistically valid sample.
Sean, we've called it for DeWine in Ohio, and it looked 50-50, but obviously DeWine, Republican governor, got more votes. We haven't seen J.D. Vance yet, and I thought that he might be moving along with...
Look, I mean, DeWine did a great job during COVID. Economically, that state has done very well, and he's being rewarded for that. I think there's a big difference when you're an incumbent. People are either voting for you because they think you've done a good job, they want to keep you, or they're voting against you because they think things are less.
That wasn't a huge margin when they flipped up on the screen, 50-50.
But they know what's in. I mean, look, when you've covered a state for a while, and so if you look at Ohio, for example, Columbus is in, that Cleveland is in, and then you can
widen. The margin will widen.
Well, they can extrapolate and say if you're basically tied in Columbus and Cleveland, then you're going to win because you've got other areas of the state that haven't come in. You've got Cincinnati, you've got the western part of the state coming in. You know that the Republicans are going to do well there, and the AP and states in other places that will call the race know historically that's going to come in and be for one party or the other.
Look at the Beasley. Look at now Beasley in North Carolina. And
you got 50% of the vote there. That thing has continued to grow. And again, remember, we had Raleigh and we had Greensboro in. You've got a lot of those big cities in North Carolina. Those guys are going to report quick. The rural vote is going to take a lot longer to come in. And it's just by nature of not just North Carolina, but most of these states. And so you're going to get really instantaneously a lot of the big urban centers are going to report quickly. And so it's going to look like that Democrats are doing well. Republicans will catch up. Trust me. And as we're seeing there, that immediate 11-point lead that she had earlier continues to collapse. Look, North Carolina's been close, presidentially and senatorially, the last several cycles. This thing, the key was whether Bud could blow it out. I think he still wins, but it's not going to be the 4, 5, 6 points that I thought would really show Republicans, might be able to have a real big night. At least this isn't going to be the tell that I hoped it would.
So we'll keep our eye on North Carolina as the margin continues to shrink there. But let's also head out now to Columbus, Ohio, where national correspondent Logan Raddick is with the J.D. Vance campaign. You ask and you shall receive.
Thank you, of course.
Let's get out to Logan now. He joins us from Columbus. Hey, Logan.
Good to see you all, and the mood still is pretty good here at the J.D. Vance watch party, but the surprise was that about a minute after the polls closed here in Ohio, the race was called for Governor Mike DeWine. He's somebody who's been endorsed not only by J.D. Vance, but by Donald Trump, not in the primary, but in the general election. And Mike DeWine, among Republican governors, had some of the most unpopular COVID policies among Republican voters, especially here in Ohio, in terms of curfews and lockdowns. Those were things that Mike DeWine implemented, but that did not hamper his chances of being reelected to a second term as governor. As for J.D. Vance, we're still waiting for him to come out at this watch party. About 30% of the vote is in. He's trailing Tim Ryan as the count goes at the moment, but we just heard a few minutes ago from Senator Rob Portman. He is retiring at the end of his term, and J.D. Vance, if elected, would replace him. He was basically giving one final endorsement of Vance, saying that the Republican Party is looking strong here in Ohio. And like we saw in Florida with Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio, with their wins in that state, it's also showing us that Ohio is really not so much a purple state anymore, not a swing state. It's becoming more of a red state. Now, that obviously could change in terms of what the Senate race may hold, but the fact that DeWine was called so early for his reelection as governor is giving people in this crowd a good feeling about the chances J.D. Vance has. Now, in terms of the early voting, 1.5 million voters cast their ballots early. That's a record here in Ohio, but day of voting turnout was actually down compared to 2018's midterms. And in fact, in Cuyahoga County, that's where Cleveland is, only about 55% of people are expected to show up and vote today. So low turnout in the cities could end up doing Tim Ryan in. And Tim Ryan is somebody who has not received as much support from the party like candidates in Pennsylvania like John Fetterman.
Yeah, and he hasn't really been too interested in having President Biden be around him either in Ohio. One of the things we'll talk more about.
The funny thing in Ohio, you have the Democrat running away from Biden.
Yeah.
And in Colorado, you have the Republican running away from Trump.
Well, it is an interesting time to be alive. There is no question about that. Our thanks to Logan Raddick, live for us in Columbus, Ohio.
And we'll have to leave it there, and we'll bring you back in just a few moments. And over the past 2 years, energy prices, inflation, and crime are all on the rise, while President Biden's approval ratings have suffered as well.
And just yesterday, the Washington Post awarded President Biden the Bottomless Pinocchio Award, which highlights multiple misleading and debunked claims made by our president. Will tonight be the first real referendum on the Biden presidency? Let's ask former Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman. Senator Lieberman, great to have you with us.
Good to be with you, John, and Greta. My regards.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, we want to start and have you listen to the president and tell us if you think he's really the best spokesperson for the party going into the midterms. Here you
go. 10, 12, 15. Oops, stepping on a... It's black. Anyway, there is no more drilling. I haven't formed any new drilling. But John Fetterman vetoed. But with your votes, John Fetterman will be in the Senate.
Mr. President, could I just ask you one quick question? You said that you were going to...
They're going to go all electric by 2035.
Is everything you're paying this much for a gallon of gas?
right, we're going to get back to Senator Lieberman in just a second. If you could stand by for us, Senator. We want to go to Senator Marco Rubio, who's giving his acceptance speech at 8:49 Eastern Time. Let's listen in to the senator from Florida.
And if we ever become a country where that's no longer possible, then we're no longer special. And so what's driven me my entire life in public service is to protect that. Because I inherited this country. I was blessed to be born here. And I was blessed that my parents lived 90 miles away from here. Because if they had wound up anywhere else on this planet, there was no way I would be standing on a stage like this tonight speaking to each of you. And now, the source of our greatness is not our politics. The source of our greatness is not our elections. The source of our greatness is not our government. The source of our greatness is not our military power, though we need it, and it's not our wealth, though we celebrate it. The source of our greatness is our people, a special and unique people, unlike people anywhere else on the earth. Because here, being an American is not a race, it's not an ethnicity, it's not where your parents are born. Being an American is the defining principle of our nation, that all men are created equal. All men and all women are created equal with rights that come from God, not from your leaders, not from your government, and not from your laws. And our job is to protect those rights. Too many people make politics.
All right, we've been listening to Senator Marco Rubio deliver his acceptance speech, the declared winner in the Florida Senate race. And it wasn't close. Much earlier, I guess, maybe than expected. And we do really see the influence of Ron DeSantis, his popular COVID policies.
So now we can go back to Senator Lieberman.
Now we can go back to Senator Lieberman. We just heard Senator Rubio speak there, but let's back it up even further. And we were going to ask you about President Biden, some of the things he's been saying just before Election Day, and particularly, Senator Lieberman, what he said about no more drilling. How much do you think that hurt Democrats, given where gas prices are right now?
Probably hurt some. Hard to say how much. Look, it's a midterm election, always favors the out party, so there's a boost for Republicans. But add to that the factors of inflation and fear of crime and a lack of confidence in President Biden by the numbers, and you got the basic midterm trend even increased more. So I expect this will be, certainly in the House, a good night for Republicans. The Senate could end up with a lot of close races and still could go either way, but the momentum seems to favor the Republicans.
Senator, has the Democratic Party changed since you left office?
Oh, my God. Yes. It certainly changed since I became a Democrat. That's a long time ago. But we were a party that that was center and center left. It's become a party that in too many ways it has gone left. And that's not where the American people are. And Democratic candidates, including ones who don't believe in this kind of stuff to the far left, are suffering from that tonight. When the party says things like defund the police, nobody really accepts that and wants that to happen. And as a result, Republicans tagged Democrats with that, and Democrats are suffering from it tonight. President Biden came in because he promised to be a uniter, and then I think he was drawn too much to the left.
Yeah, and Senator Lieberman, we see the fact the country doesn't like the direction or where the country is headed. We'll have to leave it there. We got to get to a commercial break. Thank you for your insights, and we appreciate your time.
We'll be right back with more of our special coverage of the 2020 midterm elections, Vote for America 2022. And as we head to break, let's take a look at more race results as they're coming in, and keep it right here on Newsmax. And of course, tonight people are both watching and posting on social media. So let's head over to Christina Thompson to find out what people are saying on social media. Christina?
Hey, Greta. Hey, John. Social media, of course, ever so interesting, ever funny to watch, to be tracking. I've been tracking tweets and social media all night. Americans not afraid to broadcast their party affiliation and their humor this midterm elections. One TikTok user posting this video, just loving the creativity, playing off of Virginia Democrat Senator Tim Kaine saying, "This election is classic driver's ed. If you put the car in D, you go forward. If you put it in R, you go backwards." So this voter saying, so be it, jokingly putting his car in R and reversing all the way to the nearest polling location, maybe passing by this meme on his way. Nicholas Giordano tweeting out, "Tell me you're a Democrat without tell me you're voting Democrat," alongside this photo of a man driving alone in his car with a mask on. Now, all joking aside, masked or unmasked, check out the lines of voters in Southwest Florida. This tweet showing just how many people came out to cast their ballots in Lee County. Some saying they waited for more than 2 hours for their voice to be heard. And helping to keep the lines long over in Nevada as well. These two canvassers for Nevada Democrats taking a photo in front of a street sign that reads "Blue Wave," writing they were able to convince a young voter to cast a ballot. Greta, John, Republican, Democrat, Independent, we all know voting is the most surefire way to make sure your concerns are heard by election officials. I'll check back in with you guys both the next hour with more on what's going on in the world of social media.
Thank you, Christina.
Yeah, long lines. People are excited, and we already know the results for Florida, too, so they did not waste their time. All right, well, let's go ahead and preview some more races. I think we want to start with the Arizona Senate race. And, of course, Blake Masters is running there against Mark Kelly. I think we're going to preview that race right now. And, you know, we've seen this momentum behind Blake Masters. The question is it real? Also, we're taking a close look at the Arizona governor's race, Kari Lake versus Katie Hobbs, the current Secretary of State. And from what we understand, a lot of those issues in Maricopa County have been worked out, but that raised a lot of concern. And looking at Colorado, now we have the Senate race between the incumbent Michael Bennet and Republican Joe O'Dea. Stay with us for the latest coverage here throughout election night. More of our special coverage continues right now. And welcome to the second hour of Newsmax's live coverage of the midterm elections. Vote for America 2022. I'm John Bachman.
And I'm Greta Van Susteren. It is 9 p.m. Eastern, and the polls have just closed in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North and South Dakota, Texas, Wyoming, and the great state of Wisconsin.
Basically, that's the whole Louisiana Purchase, I think.
Did you hear the great state of Wisconsin?
Yes. Your favorite state, Greta. We're not picking sides, of course, but we know that's where you come from. We're also following these close races, as we were mentioning. The Arizona Senate race getting a lot of attention. Blake Masters against the incumbent there, Mark Kelly. I think we have some updates on these races. We'll get those very shortly, as the polls had just closed in Arizona. Also, we're very interested to see what the first round of results say about the governor's race there between Kari Lake and Katie Hobbs.
Well, everyone's been watching those races.
Yeah.
And of course, we're also watching Michael Bennet and Joe O'Dea.
You know what? We were checking in with Bianca De La Garza. She's out there with the campaigns, and she was commenting on all the international media that has shown up. Kari Lake getting a lot of attention.
Well, the other thing too is they're watching all our problems. I mean, the international media. I mean, we think that this is sort of just our family business in this country, but the whole world watches how we do our elections. So it's it's not always the best way how the sausage is made. All right, Sean, what do you know?
Well, I think that North Carolina race that we keep talking about continues to tighten up. Ted Budd has definitely closed the gap. Now down to 1.5, 2 points to, as results really start to come in more. That's good news.
And what percentage of votes in so far?
We're just over 50, about 55, 56, 57%. It's coming in now at a nice clip. And again, this is good news. Dick's point earlier before, you got to be careful
when you...
Not for Beasley. Huh?
Not for Beasley.
Well, it's good news for Ted Budd. And again, I think to Dick's point earlier, it matters where it is, what's in and what's out. That's the key thing. Right now, those big cities, those urban areas we talked about before, Greensboro, Raleigh, those all came in early as expected. Now you're seeing a lot of the rural counties kind of bring in their count. That's good for Budd. But again, I had hoped to see a 3, 4, 5, 6 point win for Budd. That would have been an early indication. Now, I will say, what I am seeing in Virginia is fascinating. Jen Kagan's in Virginia's 2nd district. She's really looking good. And then in Northern Virginia, which is where I was really interested. You've got Jennifer Wexton in the 10th district. That was going to be the bellwether. If they could win the 2nd, that was a must. The 7th was going to be one of those districts that they should carry. The 10th. Wexton is up, but not by much, over Hung Cao, that race that you talked about just a little bit ago, John. Here's the thing. Wexton won last time by 60,000 votes, 56.5% of the votes. Right now, with 74% of the vote, she's only at 51%. So regardless of whether or not Hung Cao ultimately wins this race, that race, and he has been vastly outspent, in northern Virginia, lots of federal employees, a place where Wexton doubled down on that Democratic message of abortion. It didn't go well.
We see this political realignment. Dick Morris, thanks for staying with us. And this is where the intensity is. A lot of these counties, these districts that went for Joe Biden in 2020 have completely flipped, and not in a little way.
Well, the interesting thing about this election, other than the partisan thing, is how the abortion issue has played out. The American people, which is a magical process, the only way to describe it, have come to a consensus on this issue after 70 years of killing each other over it, 50 years of killing each other over it. And the consensus is very clear. Abortion in cases of rape, incest, life of the mother, or early in the pregnancy, maybe the first trimester. And when Republican candidates articulated this, they were worried that the right to lifers would kill them, that their base would backfire. But didn't happen. Candidates like Tudor Dixon and others were able to articulate that middle ground and really win with it. And that left the Democrats with two problems. First, they had invested everything in the abortion issue, so they were nowhere on the economic issues that were the major ones. And secondly, with one sentence, the Republicans dismissed the whole campaign. I won't change the law.
And we're just saying the polls closed just moments ago in the state of Colorado. Voters in that state are deciding whether they want Senator Michael Bennet to stay in the Senate, whether they want to send Joe O'Dea to Washington. A win for O'Dea would help Republicans gain control of the Senate. Joining us is Colorado Congressman Ken Buck. And Ken, Congressman, we are waiting for Governor DeSantis, who will be speaking very shortly in an acceptance speech. But let me ask you about Colorado. What's the heat out there? Which way is it going to go? O'Dea, or is it going to send Bennet back to the Senate, do you think?
Well, I think Joe O'Dea stands a really good chance. He is a contractor. He's worked with a lot of Hispanic businessmen. He's reached out to the Hispanic community. His wife is Hispanic. She has reached out. We have two counties, really, that we're going to be looking at to determine how this goes. One is Pueblo County, which is south of Colorado Springs. The other is Adams County, which is north of Denver. The positive turnaround in this is that the new congressional district, District 8, is actually in the northern part and was created for a Hispanic district. It looks like the Republican Barb Kirkmeyer is going to win that, and that should help Joe O'Dea in his race.
Congressman, we've been talking about some of the Republican gains already in Virginia. Can you give us some insight? Is there any texting going on between you and your House Republican colleagues? Are you guys getting excited about what you're hearing so far?
I think it's pretty clear we're going to be in the majority. I'm not sure if it's a 240-seat majority or a 230-seat majority, but we will be in the majority, and I think that really bodes well for America. We have an agenda. We know what we have to do. We have to make sure we are exposing the corruption in the Biden administration at the same time passing good legislation that solves problems. And
I hate to cut you off, but we are hearing now that Ron DeSantis is giving his acceptance speech, so we're going to get out there. We will try to check back with you. Here is the Florida governor stepping to the podium.
Well, thank you so much. You know, over these past 4 years, we've seen major challenges for the people of our state, for the citizens of the United States, and above all, for the cause of freedom. We saw freedom in our very way of life, and so many other jurisdictions in this country wither on the vine. Florida held the line. We chose facts over fear. We chose education over indoctrination. We chose law and order over rioting and disorder. Florida was a refuge of sanity when the world went mad. We stood as a citadel of freedom for people across this country and indeed across the world. We faced attacks. We took the hits. We weathered the storms, but we stood our ground. We did not back down. We had the conviction to guide us, and we had the courage to lead. We made promises. We made promises to the people of Florida, and we have delivered on those promises. And so today, after 4 years, the people have delivered their verdict. Freedom is here to stay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, thanks to the overwhelming support of the people of Florida, we not only won election, we have rewritten the political map. Thank you for honoring us with a win for the ages. I want to thank all of our campaign staff, from campaign manager Janera Peck down. This was the best run campaign in the history of Florida politics. I want to thank all of our wonderful volunteers who worked so hard to get out the vote. Your support means the world to Casey and I. God bless you and thank you. Now, it's a lot easier to run a good campaign when you got a great record to run on. And I would not have been able to see the level of accomplishments that we saw unless I had outstanding personnel working in the executive office of the governor, as well as heading state agencies. These folks worked hard to implement our agenda. They believed in our agenda, and the results have been historic. Thank you for your support and work. Thank you to Miami-Dade County. Thank you to Palm Beach County. Now, we're still tallying the votes, but it's clearly apparent that this election, we will have garnered a significant number of votes from people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know, I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years. And most important of all, thank you to the greatest First Lady in all 50 states, for being a great wife, giving unwavering support, being a tremendous mother to our 3 young children, and serving as an example for women throughout this state, especially going through the battle of cancer. She is remarkable. Now, today, is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus of Americans for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die. People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead. We set out a vision, we executed on that vision, and we produced historic results. And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival.
All right, we've been listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talking about freedom is here to stay.
And I think we've got to point out that in 2018, he ran by less, he won by 0.4%. He's got an 18% advantage here.
All right, that is true. We'll talk more about that. We also want to get out now to New Hampshire and General Don Bolduc, who seems to be having a good time at his campaign event. Let's listen in.
New Hampshire, gotta love her. Take me home, New Hampshire road.
Bolduc version, replacing New Hampshire for West Virginia.
Indeed. Coming right up, our continuing coverage of one of the most important nights of the year as we watch for a possible change in the balance of power in our nation.
Stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Newsmax's special live presentation of the midterm elections, Vote for America 2022. Let's first get over to Mark Halpern, who's at the touchscreen. And Mark, we were talking about North Carolina and how the race is tightening up, and now it looks like Ted Budd has actually jumped out to a lead.
I'm going to sneak in one thing about the House. This is one of the races in Virginia where Democrats, if they lost this race, we'd expect a giant red wave. It appears Democrats are going to hold this seat in Virginia's 10th district. So if you're trying to calibrate where the House is going to be, I would say this race, most people are saying, leads you to believe it's not going to be a massive red wave. That doesn't mean they're not going to take the majority. Republicans will. It doesn't mean they can't get to, say, 30 seats. But this suggests we're not talking about 40 or 50 seats. So let's go to the Senate. Senate is interesting now because we're dealing with all these East Coast races that are so key. New Hampshire, Democratic incumbent, still not very much the vote in. So New Hampshire is still kind of a mystery. We expect the Republicans to close the gap there. The big one, we've been the surprise that Sean and others have touted in North Carolina. You see now with 70% of the vote in, the Republican Ted Budd, who was widely expected to win, has gone ahead and talking to folks in both the Democratic and Republican Party. They now expect Budd to win. That's a hold for the Republicans, but a vital hold. If they'd lost this race, their chance of taking the majority were substantially reduced. So the other two races we're looking at here in the East, one is Georgia, where Herschel Walker has been down the entire night in the early vote. He's closed the gap, but only 65% in. We're waiting for a lot of vote here.
Mark, can you go back to North Carolina?
Yeah.
And one of the things that I think messed us up early on in this voting was looking at the House races. So if you look at those House races where we were Republicans, excuse me, I'm a Republican, but Republicans were expected to do well in those competitive House races, and those races don't seem to be performing as well as the Senate candidate.
That's what confused us, which is those 3 House races, all supposed to be competitive. The Democrats still ahead. Now, look, there's still vote out. We're not sure how they'll end up. But that did confuse us because it suggested North Carolina was going to be an outlier. If you take the totality of where we are now in races where we think we know where they're headed, Democrats are not having a good night. It is a good night for Republicans. But as I said, it's not a blowout right now. Plenty of states still to go.
It's a
New York's
blowout in
obviously
Florida.
key.
I mean, that's a blowout.
Florida's an outlier, and it's an incredible story about the Republican Party. There are 2 big developments tonight regarding 2024.
Yep.
One is Ron DeSantis' victory. Republicans who want to rally around him now can look at this and say, this is akin to what George Bush did, for instance, in 1998 when he won overwhelmingly in Texas. The Demographic Coalition is very similar.
Well, here's the other interesting thing is coattails. So no one expected Marco Rubio to break double digits.
Yeah.
Everyone thought that this was going to be a competitive race up until a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And the coattails. So it's not just DeSantis was able to do well in Florida.
Yeah.
Everybody did
To
well
what extent is it people have moved to Florida? You've got, or is it people have changed their positions in Florida? I mean, you have a lot of people who went there with COVID. So, you know, the registrations has gone way up for the Republicans.
It has, but not that much.
No,
Look, people focus on DeSantis as a divider and as a polarizing figure, but his record of management accomplishment in having the state be open and well run is what appeals to people.
It's just amazing. It was at 0.4% in 2018, and now it's 18%. That's more than 18% jump. It's unheard of.
He made an allusion in his speech to the people who didn't vote for him last time. When we get the demographics breakdown, you'll see his support with black voters, Hispanic voters, female voters, suburban voters, I suspect young voters as well. Again, very similar to what George Bush did. And this resets the race in Trump-DeSantis because Republicans now have somebody to point to say he took a purple state, the most divided state in the country in terms of balance, and he's made it now a blowout red state. And on the Democratic side, Jim Clyburn, the House number 3 Democrat in the House tonight, was asked by CBS if he was going to support Joe Biden, and his remarks were death to Joe Biden running again. He basically said, and not in so many words.
I'll quote it if you want to. I got it right here.
What's he say?
So he talks about how that they didn't do a very good job tonight. We have to reassess. Quote, I want these discussions to deal with who has the capacity to do what speech making is an art, and an art that Barack Obama has and Joe Biden does not have.
And this is the guy that basically handed Joe Biden the nomination.
So the symbolism of this is unmistakable. I thought it would take a couple days for Democrats to start to say Joe Biden shouldn't run.
All right,
9:24.
Let's check in with our own Bianca De La Garza live from the Kari Lake campaign in Scottsdale, Arizona. Another hot race. Bianca?
It is a hot race and a hot party. The backdrop is a lot of good-looking people, including Kelly Ward. We're going to talk to her about the vibe tonight. But real quick, Greta and team, there were some serious voting issues that are happening. I want to update you now. The polls have closed here in Arizona at 7 o'clock, and an emergency order was denied by a Maricopa judge to keep those polling places open for another 3 hours because there were issues at some of the voting machines. Now, again, if people went and stayed in line, as Kari Lake's campaign asked them to do, if they are still in line at this hour, they can vote. But again, why is this happening? And a lot of people are saying Katie Hobbs should have recused herself. Kelly Ward right now, she is the chairwoman of the Arizona GOP. Thanks for being with us. I know you could be out there enjoying the VIP crowd, but this was an important issue as we again saw some voting machines break down.
Yes. Katie Hobbs, incompetence from the top down. Maricopa County, the recorder, the Board of Supervisors, they should have been ready. They've had 2 years to get ready for this. 2020 was a fiasco. There was incompetence. There was mistakes. There was so much that went on in 2020, and they've had 2 years to fix it. Today was such a disappointment, seeing machines breaking down, printers not working, ballots not running through, voters feeling disenfranchised. And so I think, though, our voters did get to the polls. I do. I think they got there. I don't think that they will leave until they get to cast that ballot.
All right, so that is the situation right now. We do know people are still standing in line, but let's lighten the mood a little. This is a beautiful party, and we wish you a lot of success tonight with all the speeches. We know there are a lot of planning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the biggest thing we've ever done in Arizona in terms of election night. I heard that this is bigger than even the Trump election night parties. So we've got all our candidates top to bottom, because this is a red wave in Arizona.
Thank you so much. I'll let you get out to it and have some champs out there.
Yeah.
A lot of red in this crowd and a lot of smiles, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Bianca De La Garza in Arizona. And rising inflation, high energy prices, and interest rate hikes are among the issues putting the economy hot on the minds of voters across America. According to the latest polls from Ipsos and ABC News, Americans put the economy at the top of the list of most important issues. Joining us is the chairman and editor-in-chief of Forbes Media, Steve Forbes. Good evening, and for the life of me, I cannot understand this. The economy and inflation has been the top of the list for at least 6 months. And the Democrats just never seized the moment and ceded that to the Republicans. I realize they have different policies, but they just ignored that issue. You think? What do you think, Steve?
Well, I think they ignored the issue because they knew they were responsible for it. They and the Federal Reserve created these conditions. And as you know, inflation was 1.5% when Biden took office, 8 to 8.5% today. They can't blame that on Donald Trump. And so they tried to play it down. 1 month, Biden said, oh, inflation's virtually 0% last month. And then it went zooming up again. So the American people get hit. And when you go to the supermarket, it's not just items all going up at the same time. You get hit with butter going up. Then the next week, eggs get hit. So you get these death by 1,000 pricks. That's why voters are upset.
But they could, I mean, as a lawyer, I would think to myself, at least I would have seized something. I would have said something like it was the war in Ukraine, it was COVID and the rescue. We were in a terrible situation, and I would say that, you know, we're working on improving it. But they were almost silent about it, and instead telling the voters, this is what your issue should be, rather than listening to the voters and saying, what is your issue?
Well, that again shows how much of a bubble the far left of the Democratic Party is in, that they wanted their reality, not the reality that people are facing. And they would occasionally blame it on Vladimir Putin, the Ukraine war, lockdowns and the like. But they never had a consistent theme or a real plan to conquer it other than scapegoating business executives, Putin, and anything else out there instead of confronting the real problem and giving people the confidence that they had something that was really going to deal with the problem. So people felt they were floundering. That's a deadly thing in politics.
Steve, we were just talking about Congressman James Clyburn, who apparently is throwing Joe Biden from the train already, and it's not even 9:30 yet on the East Coast. Do you expect Democrats, whoever it is who becomes the titular head of the Democratic Party, to change their talking points on the economy or double down on the same policies they've been preaching for years?
Well, there's going to be a real fight after tonight. And the far left is going to be determined that they go ahead. A lot of the moderates will probably go down tonight. But one of the issues that I think people felt but never really surfaced was whether Joe Biden is still competent to be president of the United States. And I hope Republicans resist the temptation to talk about impeachment, but instead let the Democrats take the lead. We've got a real problem here. What are we going to do about it? The president's behavior has really upset people.
Steve Forbes, thank you for joining us. We'll be right back with more of our special coverage of the 2020 midterm elections. Vote for America 2022. Leading into tonight, both Republicans and Democrats made big pushes in their closing arguments. But which side made the better play? Let's bring in Republican strategist Aaron Perini and Democratic strategist Bill Caruso. All right, Aaron, who did the best job closing this out?
Well, I think it's very clear that Republicans had the stronger message closing this out. Democrats, and you saw it with President Biden making his speech at Union Station, where he was talking about democracy. Not only is that not what the American people are talking about, that was a clear play by the president to try and gin up support in the Democrat base in the closing days of the election. This has been about the economy, about crime, about rising prices, about inflation, and that has been a message that Republicans have run on. They have been facing it head on in the way that Democrats have not. Democrats have not talked about their Inflation Reduction Act or infrastructure or anything that they did to try and tout an economic success. And that's why they're seeing this night move toward Republicans.
Bill, how about individuals? I mean, what individual really has done a good job in doing a closing argument?
Well, I think the problem for us is it is a brand problem. I think some of our individual candidates have tried to separate and focus on local issues. I think they've tried to focus on economy or not focus on crime. But I think the problem is for the brand. And I think with the problem with our brand on the Democratic side is we got lazy. We got lazy under the Trump presidency, and we just yelled Trump every single time. We thought that would work, and I think it did scare moderate Republicans, but Trump's not on the ballot this year. And I think Democrats had a problem focusing in on an economic message. We had the tools. We had a message. We just didn't use it. And I don't think our standard bearer in President Biden went out and directly took that to the public. And I think what we saw, and I'll offer, well, hopefully she'll end up pulling it out tonight, the governor of New York, I would say, had a close call here at the end. And came around to at least recognizing crime as an issue. I'm not sure it was a perfect message.
Bill, to what extent are the low approval ratings of President Biden did that drag down the Democratic Party? Because he's not been able to get the approval ratings up. And he has not been out and about very much, except for to go to Democratic states to campaign.
Yeah, I think President Biden had a phenomenal opportunity to sell the Build Back Better agenda. I think they had the ability to put tangible items on the ballot, showing people what we were doing to build for the future. And we didn't do that. And I think that was a problem. I don't know this necessarily about him individually. It's just lack of focusing on an individual message that the people wanted to hear rather than telling them what they should care about.
Aaron, lastly to you, I mean, we can't talk about individuals. Obviously, Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio had a pretty effective closing message. When we talk about that in terms, and specifically Ron DeSantis in the 2024 story, how much do you think his decisive victory tonight will play to that decision?
Well, I can't speak to whether or not it will play into Governor DeSantis' decision, but what I can tell you is that is a massive win for a Republican in the state of Florida. That will be setting off alarm bells to Democrats all across the country to say, look at the DeSantis model. Look at how he stood up. He pushed back on Joe Biden. The president has made Governor DeSantis a clear target of him time and time again, and Governor DeSantis has always put the people of Florida first in a way that you haven't seen. It's that kind of unabashed, really personal style that's working very well for Kari Lake in her Arizona race as well. That relativity, that connectability is something that is really, you see in so few candidates, but when it works so well, like you've seen with Governor DeSantis, it's a sizable victory. And of course, you know, tongues are going to start wagging about 2024 when you see a performance like tonight from the governor.
Aaron Perini and Bill Caruso, thank you both very much. We'll see you both again a little later.
Thank you.
All right. I believe we are going to head to Washington, D.C. right now. Congressional correspondent Kilmeny Ducart has the latest, talking about the congressional races and what that might mean for the balance of power. Kilmeny, what do you got for us?
John and Greta, good to be with you. I was just standing next to the RNC chairwoman, Ronna McDaniel, who said she's feeling good about tonight, but it's going to require some patience going forward with some of the voter snags and delays. But right now, going into tonight, Republicans have had the momentum. The stage behind me is set for victory. The mission statement clearly labeled there, take back the House. And when you look at some of these key House races that are in play, there's a chance for a real governing majority, much more than House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has had over the last couple years. And they have quite literally been banking on a big victory. The Congressional Leadership Fund, a super PAC linked to Kevin McCarthy, they have poured millions of dollars into states that President Biden won by double digits. But there's been one race in particular that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said he was keeping an eye on. That was Virginia's 10th congressional district between the Democrat incumbent Jennifer Wexton and the Republican newcomer Hung Cao. We understand that that race was just analyzed by our analyst Mark Halperin, and that was certainly, he had hoped that that would be a key indicator of a big wave. We're expecting House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to speak a little bit later tonight. Depending on how the race goes this evening, that'll depend on what kind of a speech that we hear from the potential next Speaker of the House.
Kilmeny Ducart, thank you. We'll check in with you again later in the evening. Matt Schlapp has joined us on the panel along with senior political analyst Rick Santorum. You know, we're waiting, Matt, for Arizona to find out what's going on in that governor's race and also the Senate race, as well as Pennsylvania and Ohio and a lot of other states. But I don't think you can ignore there's going to be blood on the floor in Florida between President Trump and Governor DeSantis with that blistering win that DeSantis had tonight.
Yeah, but I have to say I agree with Rick Santorum. You know, Marco Rubio's win as well. What it really shows is this state of Florida, the ultimate bellwether, the state that we used to watch till 3 a.m., just went full scale. We picked up 4 House seats. Florida has changed. Is it because of the new migration that you talked about? People coming in, or are people just turned off to the Biden policies? And I think that's really the question going on tonight. You bring up Arizona, I'll just say quickly, the one thing we've been noticing as we're talking is that all of the Democratic Party is a vote early party, get the souls to the polls and all those programs, and the Republican Party is a election day party. And so what you're going to see in all these races is a lot of heart attacks almost that happened out there in the country. Calm down. The next hour is going to determine everything as these rural communities come in with same-day voting. And Arizona, the fact that today, you know, you had so many problems with people being able to vote on election day. It's a big problem out there for Blake Masters.
Going back to what you were saying about the Marco Rubio race, too, and that this is so important. Val Demings outraised Marco Rubio in that race.
Everybody's outraised every Republican.
That's true. She's also, this shows us how much damage was done by the defund the police movement. This is the former police chief of Orlando who ran in that race, and she could not run far enough away from that movement, and it really hurt her.
Someone who felt that personally. This is vindication for those of us who said, look, fight racism, don't fight America.
Right.
And what the Democratic Party did is they started fighting cops, and they started fighting America and saying America's a stinky place. And they lost the American people on that argument. You see all these exit polls that are coming in that other networks are parading about. No woke is in there. I'm telling you, woke is the central focus of swing voters who said the Democratic Party has gone too far.
And we heard how much anti-woke stuff in Ron DeSantis' acceptance speech.
Transing the kids and keeping them out of school and wearing masks and the jab for 2-year-olds. People have just said enough of this intrusive government. And DeSantis was really the oasis at the very beginning of this thing, saying we're following the actual science and we're not going to do this.
And Kemp was good, too.
Kemp was very good. If you look at the Republican governors, we were talking about this earlier, John, this Republican governors are doing, incumbent governors who stood up during COVID are crushing it tonight.
The memories are still fresh, and it's not a partisan issue for folks. If your life was deeply affected by COVID policies that did not work out for you, and we saw this in urban areas, and some of the most vulnerable people in this country were hurt the most by these policies.
Black and brown people were disproportionately affected by this. I sound like a Democrat when I say that, but it's true in the case of COVID, because a lot of lower income workers were disadvantaged because a lot of their industries were shut down, and they had no way of
and a lot of them lived in close quarters, and a lot of them had to use mass transit so that they were, close to each other. I mean, and so naturally they were going to.
Guys, speaking of Kemp, we just mentioned this. I think we're actually going to project him now as the winner in Georgia. This was not really a surprise. Late in the race, he just really outstripped Stacey Abrams there, and we're now going to project Brian Kemp as the winner of the governor's race in Georgia.
And also Doug Collins, we're projecting Doug Collins as, he's going to be our guest on this, rather.
We are projecting a guest appearance by Doug Collins coming up.
Georgia. If Doug Collins were running, we would have won more.
Doug Collins joins us. There's Doug Collins. Doug Collins, what do you make of this race? I mean, Stacey Abrams was supposed to be the face of the Democratic Party. This is a second big loss for her. This is a big blow to the Democratic Party.
Well, it's a huge blow to the Democrats, but it also is really two of the up-and-coming faces. You're seeing Stacey Abrams in Georgia. You're going to see Beto O'Rourke in Texas. Again, it just seems like in Georgia, especially over the last couple of weeks, that frankly the Abrams campaign gave up. They could not catch traction. They were losing support among traditional Democratic voters who felt that Stacey Abrams had sort of left Georgia, that she was looking beyond. I mean, even when she was running for governor, they were asking her about, are you going to run for president? Will you stay? And there was just a disconnect. Brian Kemp kept the state open. Brian Kemp worked hard to make sure that Georgia was prospering in its economic and safety areas, and that's what paid off. When you pay off with good policies, it works.
Does he help Herschel Walker?
It's still, I think this is, it's just a different race, and I think this is the race coming up. But I think what I'm hearing from my guys back in Georgia is that the numbers are on the same projection for Walker. They're not concerned. What is interesting in Georgia, because of that supposedly terrible SB 202 that was supposedly full of voter intimidation, we're actually seeing votes come in early, and which has been so unusual for us in Georgia to see Fulton County, DeKalb County, and these votes actually come in early. So it's actually thrown the projections off. Now you're actually just waiting for the day of voting, which is going to trend much heavily toward the Republicans, which I think you'll see Walker close this gap. And look at it in the way Kemp's going. I do think if it turns out a good day of voting, Walker could win this without a runoff.
Wow, that would be a big night for Republicans. And we talk about how big the red wave would be. This is in the full hurricane force winds of change type of red wave.
But to do it without a runoff, that would be rather surprising.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not there yet. I mean, there's still some numbers. I mean, some of the numbers for Warnock and the gap has been rather significant, but the numbers have been trending in what they were, from what I've been hearing from the camps and from others, is that the numbers are where they had projected them to be, given early voting and now day of voting. What has really changed, though, and I think it's been said on the network a few times now, is this idea that Republicans are voting more and more day of. And when you see some of those numbers out of even traditional Republican counties, that the numbers for Democrats were higher, that's what you're seeing. So it's changed the dynamic in many of these states.
Doug Collins, thank you.
Yeah, we're learning a lot with this new kind of realignment in our political system. Let's get over to Mark Halper now, who is at the touch screen. Going to break down some of the races and the data that we have coming in. Mark.
So let me start again with the House. And there's some races that have not been projected yet, where Democrats, though, look like they may pull them out. And so I'll say, reinforced by a little bit more data, what I said the last time we talked, which is this is not going to be at the House a massive red wave. House Republicans will take the majority. But again, we're looking more like a pickup in the lower range of what people had talked about, not a massive wave that we've seen in some of the previous cycles. So again, House majority for the Republicans, but not a massive wave. We'll talk a little bit about some of those races when more data comes in. Back to the Senate and talking about the Senate scenarios. Again, as we've talked about, Senate Republicans playing defense in Pennsylvania in the Senate race there. And we're seeing still, as you look at the vote coming in Pennsylvania, Fetterman is still ahead of Dr. Oz, but lots of vote to come in there. Republicans are feeling a little bit more nervous, the ones I just talked to about this race. Democrats feeling a little bit better. If Democrats win this race, Republicans need to pick up 2 of 4 races that they're competing in. New Hampshire, with Maggie Hassan as the incumbent. Georgia, with Raphael Warnock as the incumbent. Right now, these races look very close, but the Democrats seem to be in a position to win. That would mean the only way Republicans are going to take the Senate majority, again, if Democrats win Pennsylvania and hold their 2 incumbents in New Hampshire and Georgia, is if they win both Arizona and Nevada. That's not a sure thing. So we went into the night thinking more likely than not Republicans would take majority in both the House and the Senate and maybe have a big night in the Senate. Got to scale that back if you're a Republican right now. Senate control very much up in the air and looking less likely than it did before the evening started.
Thank you, Mark. We'll be back to you, of course. And now to Mar-a-Lago, the home of former President Donald Trump. Eric Bolling, the host of Eric Bolling The Balance, joins us. Good evening, Eric.
Hey, Greta, how are you guys? The coverage is great, by the way. I just want to let you know, about 5 minutes ago, you put up the poll, the Kemp Stacey Abrams poll. The crowd came over and watched and started applauding. They're very, very obviously watching that race because they know, I think some of the people on your desk have been saying this. I talked to a couple of Kemp insiders here. They actually work for the campaign. They said if Kemp holds and wins by 7 or more, they feel that everything down ballot will fall the Republican way, and especially what they're looking at is Herschel Walker against Reverend Warnock. So I think the 7 number is big. I think most people believe Kemp is going to hold it. Will he hit 7, and will Herschel take that race, and what remains to be seen. I'll tell you, when DeSantis was talking a little while ago, you guys took it, the place was really in tune. I heard chants of 2 more years, 2 more years. Think about that for a second. 2 more years means 24. Will he or won't he? I asked President Trump as he came into the venue earlier, what about DeSantis? What about the sniping back and forth? And I mentioned earlier what he said to me was, I'll tell you what, if he runs, he'll run against me like everyone else. Now, think about that for a second. That's Trump saying he's going to run. We know it's going to happen, but effectively he basically told us. But DeSantis was hitting on something very, very important. We talk about inflation being on the ballot. We talk about crime being on the ballot. Woke is on the ballot. Certainly woke is on the ballot down here. Very, very popular governor who's pushed back on woke policies, pushed back on CRT. And it's going to be a dogfight if DeSantis gets in here. I don't get the sense he's going to, but I will tell you, this crowd is a Trump crowd. They're jazzed. They're ready. They want their guy to come out swinging starting next week, a week from tonight.
Eric, thank you.
All right, big races that have captured the nation's attention tonight are New York and New Hampshire. We haven't talked a lot about the New York governor's race, but Lee Zeldin, the Republican, going toe-to-toe with Kathy Hochul, who took over for embattled Governor Andrew Cuomo. And in New Hampshire, voters are choosing between General Don Bolduc and Maggie Hassan for senator. For analysis, let's bring in former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Great to see you, Mayor.
How are you?
We are doing great. We are doing great here. And what are you hearing about the New York governor's race? Still very early this evening.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty early to really take a look at it. It's going to take probably about another half hour to figure out where the vote is exactly coming from, and all of this will be a function of where the vote's coming from. You know, I've been looking at the Georgia race, and up until halfway through, Warnock was leading, and now all of a sudden, Walker has taken the lead, and that's a function of where the vote's coming from. In Wisconsin, right now, Johnson's behind, but if you look at where the vote's coming from, Johnson's going to win. I don't think there's much question about it. Vance was behind. He's now ahead. So you got to take a look. Also, what kind of turnout was there? The critical thing for Lee will be what kind of turnout in upstate New York. George Pataki, who is the model they use, really won because he got an exceptional turnout in upstate New York, because upstate New York was disgusted with Mario Cuomo basically never doing anything for them when they lost all their industries. And he won a disproportionately high vote. And Lee has to match that vote. If he can, he's going to win.
Do you feel like the intensity is similar to that of the wave that George Pataki rode to the governor's mansion?
There is. There is. I'm not saying that means he's going to win.
Yeah.
If you're asking me, is the intensity there? You're darn right. The intensity is there for a different reason now, though. The intensity in upstate New York in '94 was all about the economy. Now it's all about crime. Upstate New York has more crime than downstate New York. The highest city for crime in New York is Rochester. Buffalo is number 2. New York is number 4. That's unprecedented in New York. In New York State, the crime issue was a New York City issue, not a suburban or upstate issue. Because of our incompetent, criminal-loving governors, Cuomo and Hochul, they've made it a statewide problem. And it's all them. It's all their policies. There's no other reason for the heavy crime in New York than Cuomo and Hochul. They put the laws into effect. There are probably 7,000 to 10,000 criminals on the street that weren't there when I was mayor and when Bloomberg was mayor. And they're the people who are killing, raping, stealing, and frightening the people out of New York.
And another thing that Kathy Hochul has tried to do is spin this back and claim that the whole crime spike is just a Republican conspiracy theory, but the data does not back her up on that. Mayor Giuliani, always great to see you and talk to you and get your insights. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Let's bring it back out to the panel. Matt Schlapp and Rick Santorum on the desk with us. Okay, you've both been busy looking at your phones. What do you know?
Well, I just talked to we're doing texting with some contacts in North Carolina. The Bud numbers look really solid. It looks like he's headed for a victory. New Hampshire looks incredibly tight, and I think while we were talking, Herschel Walker has taken his first lead. So things, as these votes come in these key Senate races, you're going to see these numbers get better for the Republicans. The question is, New Hampshire, is going to be enough?
It's really interesting. If you look at the governor's races and the Senate race in Georgia, all night long from the very beginning of that race, Brian Kemp has been running about a little over 4 points ahead of Herschel Walker. All night long, they've been tracking together. which brings back to the point that Doug Collins made, which is if Kemp can get to 55, then then Walker gets to 50.
Which avoids a runoff, too.
You can call it coattails, you can call it whatever, but the fact of the matter is they're moving together. They're in different places, but they're moving together. The interesting thing is, and I as a Pennsylvania guy, I got to bring this up, which is the difference between, I've been watching the Shapiro, who's the Democratic nominee for governor in Pennsylvania, against Mastriano, and watching Fetterman against Oz. And that race is tracking the same way. It's about a 5-point difference, a little bit more than 5-point difference, which is interesting because if you're making the assumption, which I think if you look at the numbers is true, that Oz and Fetterman are going to be razor thin. Well, that means that Mastriano is only 5 points. You know, it probably is not going to be, a huge win on the part of the Democrat, which you just sort of question whether you've been smart to put more money in to help Mastriano.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you, the Republican Party with their targeting always makes this mistake. We had a big chance to go down on the priorities, and we didn't do it. We stayed up at the top, and we could have picked up some more seats. I'm going to disagree with Mark Halperin. You can still have a big red wave and win close races. So that's really the question going forward. You could win these all by 2 points, 2.5 points. You win 80% of them. It's going to be a hell of a big night, including on the House.
It's sort of like the bar exam. You don't need 100%. You just need 70.
Well, are you talking to us about your scores, Greta? Because
well, the expectations have been so high, and Republicans are trying to meet those expectations right now. We'll get a dose of reality, of course, when the votes are counted.
Just to be clear,
win's a win.
Yeah, Republicans are going to control the House.
Yes.
I mean, everyone is projecting.
Well, I think we just picked up another one in Georgia. We're right there.
Yeah, so the Republicans are going to control the House. The question is how big the majority is going to be, and I think Matt is right. There are a lot of close races out there. We were looking at one in Rhode Island just a minute ago, and that was one that was sort of a wish list.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, if we win in Rhode Island,
I know, but and we're down 2 points here, and again, the Republicans could lose that by 2 points. Sure. They could win it by 1 point. So you're going to have a lot of these types of close races, which is the difference between 30 seats and 20 seats.
And we haven't gotten to Nevada, and we haven't gotten to Arizona. There's a lot of the country,
California,
still to go through. So just because it's tight doesn't mean that a big red wave isn't forming. And I'd say this: Rick Santorum was a senator. Okay, 51, 52, 53. Majority is what really makes the difference in the country.
Well, let's go back over to Mark Halperin over at the wall. Mark, what do you have?
Well, this is a part of the night when those of us who are in charge of data start to try to figure out where's the vote out, right? Some of these races where we don't have a projection of a winner. North Carolina remains something that Democrats continue to say they can win. I've looked at the data. You see in Mecklenburg County, one of the bigger counties in the state, there's still a fair amount of the vote out. It's a very good county for Beasley. What you're going to see now in a lot of these races, you'll see it in Georgia, you'll see it in New Hampshire, you're going to see it in this race, and as we head out west, you'll see it in the other races. It's kind of a contest. Rural vote comes in late sometimes, and some of these larger counties report partial vote, but not all of the vote. So we're going to toggle back and forth in a lot of these races to figure out what the outcome is. Regarding whether it's a big red wave or not, I agree with Matt. We'll see what happens out west. But some of these eastern contests in the House, which Republicans put a lot of money into, a lot of effort into, it looks like they're going to come up short. Doesn't mean they won't have a majority. It doesn't mean they're not going to win a lot of races.
Can you do me a favor and jump to the great state of Wisconsin and tell me how that Senate race is going?
Greta, I love people from Wisconsin. They're very nice. So let's take a look.
Particularly Appleton.
Let's take a look. The governor's race, this is another race, another state that's got a competitive governor's race and a competitive Senate race, and we've talked all night about the interaction there. Here's the governor's race, expected to be stronger for the Democrats, and you see right now just a little bit of the vote in, Greta, so we're going to have to wait. Just 15%, the Democratic governor's ahead. The Senate race, again, it's one where the Republican on the Senate side is expected to be stronger. Right now, the incumbent Ron Johnson is behind, but we got to wait. There's just a little more than 10% of the vote in Wisconsin.
All right, Mark, thank you. We'll be back to you. Let's head over to Christina Thompson to find out what people are saying on social media.
Well, Greta, people are really interested, kind of going crazy over this red moon seen in the sky earlier this election day morning. Now, the moon passed into Earth's shadow, and it produced a total lunar eclipse known as a blood moon. But many Republicans aren't passing up on this opportunity to take this as a sign of the red wave, as being literally written in the stars this Tuesday. U.S. Representative Mayra Flores from Texas playing off the phenomenon, tweeting, "The moon controls the tide. Bring on the red wave." Now, the moon wasn't the only red thing in the sky. One Twitter user in Canada posted this beautiful photo of reddish-orange clouds above our neighbors to the north, writing, "Red wave incoming. Hold on, I can feel it in Canada." Another Twitter user all the way in Germany said they also woke up with red skies this morning. And even a European Parliament member is sticking with the astrology theme, tweeting, "In 1969, mankind took the first steps on the moon, but in 2022, it's not possible to count the ballots in time," referring to the announcement that every vote for some of the most critical races might not be counted for days to come. Now, something not even constellations could have predicted. Some celebrities publicly saying they're voting not blue. Katy Perry posting on Instagram she voted for former Republican Rick Caruso instead of Democratic incumbent Karen Bass for Los Angeles mayor. Perry defending her choice, writing, "LA is a hot mess at the moment." Other celebs backing Caruso, Paris Hilton and Chris Pratt. Now, not every Hollywood star is switching things up. We also saw Harry Styles, Selena Gomez, Oprah, and John Legend. They all backed their respective Democrats.
All right, a whole lot more coming up right now as our special presentation continues.
Welcome to the third hour of Newsmax live coverage of the midterm elections. Vote for America 2022. I'm Greta Van Susteren.
And I am John Bachman. It is 10 p.m. Eastern Time. The polls have just closed in Montana, Nevada, and Utah. We are watching that big Senate race in Nevada as well. The incumbent Democrat, Kathleen Cortez Masto, running against Adam Laxalt there in Nevada. And if you missed it, Newsmax is also projecting that Brian Kemp will win the governor's race in Georgia. And a number of other tight races we're following here on the screen. That also includes the Georgia Senate race, where some data now has Herschel Walker actually jumping out to a lead. We're not calling that just yet. We'll get another update on that when we have new numbers. Also in Pennsylvania, John Fetterman out to a lead over Dr. Mehmet Oz, but you can see only 26% of the votes are counted in Pennsylvania. And in Ohio, J.D. Vance has now opened a lead against Tim Ryan. 49% of the votes in Ohio, looking very good for J.D. Vance. And of course, we have already called the governor's race in Ohio for the Republican Mike DeWine.
Let's go back to Mark Halperin. He's at the Newsmax touchscreen for a closer look at how these races are turning out. Mark?
Georgia Senate race is so pivotal to the question of Senate control. And of course, if neither candidate gets to 50, we get to a runoff. What Democrats and Republicans are saying now is much depends, Herschel Walker's capacity to win this race and maybe avoid a runoff, much depends on the governor's race in Georgia. That's Brian Kemp, the incumbent, and he is ahead, and he's in fact been projected to be the winner. But right now he's at 51.7% of the popular vote. What I'm hearing from both sides is if he can get up to 54% of the vote, and we do expect more of those rural counties that'll be favorable to Republicans to come in, if he can go from 51.7 to 54, then Walker, who's, depending on which data stream you're looking at, is either ahead or roughly even, then Walker can win and perhaps without a runoff. That is so critical to the question of Senate control right now. So all eyes on the Senate totals, but as I said, also in the gubernatorial totals. It's not an exact science, but if Governor Kemp can increase his numbers, they think Walker can win and avoid a runoff. As we've talked about and Senator Santorum and others have pointed out, there are a lot of voters who are splitting their ticket in Georgia or leaving their ballot blank for the Senate, voting for Governor Kemp but not even voting in the Senate contest, which obviously hurts Walker. So huge focus for us right now is what's going on in the governor's race here. And we're going to see that dynamic play out. It's still playing out in New Hampshire, where we see a Senate race that hasn't been projected, whereas the Republican governor, Governor Sununu, has won. We'll see it in Greta's Wisconsin. We'll see it in Arizona. All of these contests now, there's this intermingling between the two.
Mark, let me interrupt you for 1 second. Former President Donald Trump is coming out. We've got live video, live pictures of him greeting people in Mar-a-Lago. We'll see if he's going to say anything. But John, it'd be unlike him not to say something.
We expect him to say something, but what does he say? You know, you would expect some sort of congratulatory comments about Marco Rubio, maybe not so much for Ron DeSantis. And somehow we'll hear the former president say he influenced both those victories in Florida. But don't know if he's going to the podium or not. Of course, we'll keep watching this at Mar-a-Lago. Yep,
looks like a drive-through. Looks like he went to the drive-through.
In the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago.
All right, let's go back to Mark. Mark, I told you I'd be back to you, so here I am back to you, asking you what's going on the board.
Let's look at some other Senate races that people have talked about. Again, we looked earlier in the night about North Carolina, the prospect that the Democrats might win a surprising seat there. That looks not to be the case. It looks like that Congressman Ted Budd will win more narrowly than some had thought, but he'll win. And that's a Republican hold. That's vital for them for control. And then in Ohio, again, another Republican-held seat with no incumbent. Democrats had high hopes there that Tim Ryan, the Democratic congressman, could win. Still only half the vote in. But again, we expect the Republicans to hold that seat. So Senate control now is coming down, as we pretty much thought it would, to New Hampshire, Georgia, and then headed to the two states out west. New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. So 5 states now most likely will determine Senate control.
Thank you, Mark. We'll be back, of course, with you in a little while. Joining us is Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn. Good evening, Senator. As you watch these races, I know it matters a lot to you, whether you're in the majority or the minority party. But what do you make of what's going on in a relatively neighboring area of North Carolina?
And we're just watching it very closely. We knew this was going to be a close race. Ted Budd is such a great guy, and he has been outraised by his opponent, but he has done a good job out there. I talked with him yesterday, Greta, and he was out working, getting the vote out, being certain that people got to the polls and got the vote in today.
You're talking about being outraised. Didn't Minority Leader Senator McConnell have a pretty good fund of money, a super PAC? I mean, weren't there other senators that have super PACs that could have helped him out?
There are, Senator McConnell did Senate Leadership Fund and One Nation are the PACs that went in to help him. And it's important, absolutely so important, to be out there raising that money, and it takes a ton of work, and candidates can't depend on a super PAC to do that job for them. Ted worked hard to raise his money. I feel like at the end of the night that he might be able to pull this out.
Senator, there's also been some talk already, and we don't even know who's going to control the Senate, but maybe changing up the leadership on the GOP Senate, maybe not being Mitch McConnell. There's been some talk about that. Can you give us any insight? Are there any conversations that you've had? Do you think this is a serious challenge to the leadership of Mitch McConnell?
At this point, no one is running against Leader McConnell, and I think it's so important to note we have to get through the midterms, and we may have a little bit of time before we know exactly how these races are going to shake out. So we might be a few days getting that, and then once we get through the midterms, getting through this lame duck is going to be vitally important, making certain that there is not another spending bill. The American people are speaking out on this. They want the government spending under control, and they want to make certain that crime is addressed. And those are things that need to be at the top of the to-do list. And my hope is that Republicans are going to work on that agenda, deliver for the American people, and help hold this administration to account.
Well, when you hear a little bit of time in a Southern accent, it's like a country mile. So a lot of time, right? So we'll be waiting patiently, of course, and we're going to see a lot of numbers change throughout the night. Senator Blackburn, great to have you with us. Thanks so much.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to the panel. Senator Santorum, in terms of the race in Pennsylvania, obviously I go to you on this. What do you think is the impact of any of the Oprah Winfrey endorsement of John Fetterman, the Lieutenant Governor, over her dear friend, Dr. Mehmet Oz?
It doesn't help. A lot of the earlier polls, now it was late, and so a lot of Fetterman's vote had already been cast. But the reality is, what we saw from the polls in Pennsylvania is that Mehmet Oz was actually doing much better among African Americans than the typical Republican candidate, particularly in the Southeast and Philadelphia. And so having someone that prominent in the community that obviously knew Mehmet Oz, I mean, he became famous because of Oprah, speak out against him and say she wouldn't vote for him was not helpful.
He said early on that he wasn't even going to ask for her endorsement, which I thought early on meant that he didn't think he could get it.
Yeah, they're politically very different. And I think he anticipated.
But she didn't stay silent. I mean, she came out against him.
Again, I'm sure she got a lot of pressure. Hollywood's a tough place to do business.
You think a billionaire can take pressure like that?
Even for someone, look, if you're in Hollywood, you want to be loved. That's why you get into this thing.
It was such a discordant message, considering that Fetterman ran on this platform that I'm not the celebrity. Dr. Oz is a celebrity, and then you have Oprah, one of the biggest celebrities, right in at the last minute and endorse
Fetterman.
Other
talent, musical talent came in for the rallies and everything else. Look, this is the most obvious thing. The endorsements that mattered on the left were people like a musical pop star or Oprah Winfrey or Obama. Where was Joe Biden? Where was Kamala Harris? Nobody wanted them. I think they would go over Arizona and Nevada to go to California because they have just no political capital. And that's really the big story behind this election. Yes, Joe Biden lives in the White House, but he has no political power. And it's amazing to see. I've never seen a president actually play no substantial role in a midterm. Even when they're unpopular, they still go places. He would go to Delaware, California, and the beach.
But even the Vice President, Kamala Harris, I mean, she's a woman. She's the first woman Vice President.
You think it'd be
and you'd think that she could, rally the crowd a little bit more so. And it was almost like they sort of parked her, or she didn't want to go out as much. Or maybe we just didn't cover as much when she went out. But we certainly didn't see a lot of her.
Greta, that was one piece. And the other piece that was amazingly consistent across the country was Democrats refusing to debate or debate once. And it was interesting when you watched those debates. You were involved in some of them. They didn't have answers to these major questions. How are you going to solve the economic woes, gas prices,
you wouldn't debate
inflation?
I mean, in a race, if you're far ahead, you wouldn't. If you could get away without debating,
yeah,
why would you weaken yourself?
Ahead.
What?
They were in tight
Well,
races.
I guess that's true in Arizona, the Hobbs Lake race.
Looks like we got President Trump at the podium. We'll go to Mar-a-Lago live now. Let's listen in.
I understand that very well. So we're doing combinations of both. I'd like to welcome the fake news media, which is back there. There's a lot of people back there. That's incredible. That's a big group. They must be expecting something big tonight. Actually, they were hoping for big losses, but that's not happening. So the numbers have been amazing so far. Now, this is just up until this point. But as of this moment on endorsements, with the nominations, we had a total of 330 endorsements on nominations. This is only on nominations. This isn't for tonight. And of the 330, we won 200. We won 324. So if you think 224, and some of those were long shots, in all fairness. They were down in 5th place. We had a lot of people in 5th place that went to first, but it was 224 out of 330, and that's a pretty good number. And then tonight, because they kept saying, well, he's good on nominations, but is he good on the general election? So as of this moment, and we have some out there, we are 80 wins and 3 losses. Is that good? Wouldn't that be funny if we were better on the general election than the nominations themselves? So that's great. Now, in North Carolina, just out, Ted Budd is now leading. Doing great. He's leading 51-47. In Missouri, very good guy, Eric Schmidt, is now up 55-43, and he's against a Bush, but a different Bush. It's called an Anheuser-Busch. That's a different Bush. You tell me which is the real Bush. In Ohio, J.D. Vance is now leading 52-47. And we had an incredible rally last night in Ohio. And you saw that in Florida, Marco Rubio, we had an unbelievable rally for Marco the night before with the heaviest rain I've ever been involved with. I was up there. It was beautiful, everything. This is the tropics, right, Florida? It was so beautiful. It was the most beautiful night. And all of a sudden, it turned deadly dark. And it was like you had massive pails of water that just fell on top of me. We went through the worst storm, but we gutted it out. I had no teleprompters. We had 45,000 people out there. We had no teleprompter. And I said, I wonder what Biden would do right now. But we gutted it out, and it was amazing. But Marco had a fantastic evening at 58-41. That's really tremendous. That's as of this moment. Katie Britt, I want to congratulate Katie Britt. We endorse Katie, and she did fantastically. 68-30. That means she has a future. Young and just a fantastic woman with a husband who's great. He's maybe the largest human being I've ever seen. He was a offensive lineman in the NFL for a long time and a great football player, actually. Played for Alabama. But Katie, congratulations to you. And we have a lot of other good ones going out there. Herschel's leading right now. So we have a lot of big races going on right now. So enjoy that, enjoy the food, and enjoy everything. And really, in all fairness, it is a great honor to have the media with us. And we hope you enjoy yourself and this wonderful group of people. These are the people that you read about. They are not the nicest people in the world, but they are brilliant financially. We're not going to see any great football stars in here, but we do see brilliant people. But but they're great people and very, very successful people, and they want what's good for the country, and that's why they're here. And I want to thank you all for being here. And again, to the media, thank you very much. Have a good time. Thank you.
All right, let's just take a second to soak that in. The former president holding an election night party. He's not even running in a race, but he's counting out some victories. And conspicuously absent from that speech was any mention of Ron DeSantis. He jumped right from Marco Rubio to Katie Britt, his endorsed Senate candidate. Ron DeSanctimonious, as he called him a couple nights ago. He did not mention that in that little victory lap the president took there. What do you think, Santos?
The race is on. I mean, there's no question that there are a lot of people out there who would like to see Ron DeSantis run, and I think one of them is Ron DeSantis. So he's not going to sit on the sidelines very long before he puts the pads on and starts hitting people.
And I understand. I mean, he took a swipe at the news, which he so frequently does, calling it fake news. And I know that Fox News didn't take his speech. So I mean, he's got a lot of bad blood out there.
It's interesting. It's going to be interesting for the media that's got a Trump blackout still when he announces, as he says he is here in the next several days. They're going to have to start covering him. And it's going to be interesting to watch.
The Iowa State Fair is going to be fun next summer, isn't it?
Always fun. Rick Santorum can tell you a lot about it.
Yeah, I know a lot about that. It'll be interesting. Again, we're still looking at these races and just for everybody, there's a really good chance the Republicans are going to not just control the Senate, but control with several. But there are a lot of tight races. One of them in Georgia. And the point I was going to make is we may have a runoff. And we may have an announced presidential candidate before the runoff, which would be a very interesting thing to happen.
All right, well, let's check in with Jen Pellegrino. She is live from the Adam Laxalt campaign in Las Vegas. Jen?
That's right. Good evening, Greta and John. We are at the Laxalt campaign headquarters in Las Vegas, where Laxalt will be joining us later this evening. A lot of excitement here in the state of Nevada. Polls closing just moments ago. So right now it is going to be a waiting game. We obviously have had a lot of momentum leading up to this point, but Nevada is one of 8 states that has universal mail-in voting. And reports now are that the mail-in ballots that were dropped off today in Clark County as well as Washoe County, those will not be counted possibly until as late as Thursday. There has been a record turnout, massive turnout in the rural counties. That's what Laxalt was really appealing to. He went on an 1,100-mile bus tour through a couple weeks into those counties to speak to voters there about their concerns. They've seen great turnout. Now it all comes down to largely Clark County. We spoke with voters today. Their concerns, of course, very reflective of what we've heard across the country. Crime, inflation, their major concerns right now, and certainly that's going to be something that appeals to the Hispanic vote, jobs, and the economy. Nevada has some of the highest gas prices in the nation. So now it's a waiting game as we see what happens with these mail-in ballots, how many are out there, but we're seeing a great GOP turnout. So far, a red wave in those rural counties, and keeping an eye on what's happening tonight as these polls, again, have just closed moments ago.
Thank you, Jen Pellegrino. Boy, that's another exciting race in Nevada. They don't stop. I mean, we haven't even gotten to polls closing in Alaska, where Governor Sarah Palin in that ranked voting is trying to get a congressional seat. I mean, we don't have Arizona. I mean, we don't have Wisconsin. There's so many close races tonight.
That's another interesting storyline. We haven't really talked much about the ranked choice voting and how that's going to impact things, but we will, of course, get to all of that coming up.
Indeed. All right. Well, let's head over to the newsroom. That's where Pennsylvania Congressman Guy Reschenthaler and pollster at McLaughlin and Associates and Trump 2020 campaign pollster John McLaughlin both are. Gentlemen, let me start with you, Congressman. Your thoughts about where we are tonight. The night's still young, but what do you think about the races?
The night is still young. I think a lot of these races are going to be close, and there's going to be a lot of races that are determined by very slim margins, but we can still have a big night. The fact that Wexton is still holding on in Virginia 10, that leads me to believe that we're going to be looking at a House majority that's closer to in the 230s, not the 240s we were thinking. But again, there's still a lot of races ahead of us. And I can tell you that we did an incredible job recruiting candidates this cycle. We have more black Republicans running, more Hispanic Republicans, more women, more veterans than ever before. So let's not count any of these candidates out.
Yeah. And John, is there anything that you've seen? We've been kind of talking about how these numbers are tracking. I wanted to get your take, too, on the Georgia, the correlation between the Georgia governor's race and the Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock Senate race. We've heard from Mark Halpern and from Rick Santorum and from Sean Spicer that maybe he needs to get, Brian Kemp needs to get to like 54%. That might carry Herschel Walker over the finish line. Do you think that's attainable at this stage of the game?
That is attainable, but you've seen that the numbers close rapidly. Remember, Warnock started the night with a big lead because they counted the absentees and they counted the early in-person votes first. Then all of a sudden the Election Day votes start closing it and closes rapidly. So, he was behind. People were saying, is he going to lose? Is he going to be able to win? Warnock was over 50%. Now they're headed for a runoff probably, but if Governor Kemp extends his lead because he's got a decisive win over Stacey Abrams in these final votes, he can win it. And we're seeing that in a lot of states. You saw that in North Carolina. You saw that in Ohio. You're seeing it in other states where the polls have closed late. And like in New York, if you're waiting to see control of Congress, they counted the absentees and the early in-person votes first, and they counted New York City first. Now, where the most contested congressional races are, you're going to see that the Republicans will start moving up and will maybe turn some seats in New York that they didn't expect. So it's usually because the Republicans wait till Election Day. More of us wait till Election Day. It takes us a little longer to get the totals we need to win.
Congressman Reschenthaler and, of course, John McLaughlin, thank you. We'll come back to you again later in the show. Now let's check in with Mark Halpern and Sean Spicer over at the touch screen with the latest on some of the big races tonight. So, Mark, you got Sean over there now.
I do. We're going to talk about the present versus the past. And Donald Trump, his performance in Pennsylvania, a state he won in 2016, narrowly lost in 2020. And what we want to look at is where Dr. Oz is, how Dr. Oz is doing in some key counties as compared to how Donald Trump does. To the extent he's behind, to the extent he ends up losing this race, a lot of people are pointing me to the discrepancies between how Dr. Oz is performing in some of these more rural counties and how Donald Trump did. So let's first, Sean, let's look at Elk County in the western part of the state. You see it flashing there. Dr. Oz is winning the county, 67% of the vote. But let's see how Donald Trump did in that county last time.
Yeah, it's 3,000 votes, right? I mean, and this is where that turnout operation, that state party, that top of the ticket, the gubernatorial turnout operation, that's where that would have been important. Mastriano's not running that operation. That would have helped not just there, but all through that western part of the state that's critical. And this is where Oz is just not going to be able to keep up with Fetterman in terms of having someone like Josh Shapiro at the top of the ticket who's able to work with them. They're voting in tandem. They're working on that get out the vote. They're chasing those absentee ballots. Not happening here.
Right. So here's another example also in the same part of the state. Dr. Oz overwhelmingly winning Forest County in Pennsylvania. But look how Donald Trump did. 65% compared to 71%. Yep. That discrepancy.
Right. That you're talking 500 votes here, 3,000 votes here. That all starts to add up real quick. That's going to make the difference.
It's how Trump won, and it may be how Dr. Oz falls short.
Intensity matters, gentlemen. Yep. Great job. Great job having a little sugar and spice there at the big screen. Sorry, I couldn't help
Or
myself.
Beauty and the Beast.
Whatever you want to go with, we'll roll with it. All right, coming up, we're going to continue our coverage of one of the most important nights of the year as we watch for a possible change in the balance of power in our nation's capital. Keep it right here on Newsmax. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Newsmax's special live presentation of the midterm elections, Vote for America 2022. We're going to welcome in now Mercedes Schlapp to continue our conversation about what's going on tonight. Great to have you with us, Mercedes.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so what are you looking at? What has you excited? What has you concerned? Where is your focus right now?
Well, first of all, I'm very excited about what we saw in Florida. We're definitely in red state category here. Miami-Dade, Hillsborough County. You've seen these counties that voted more and supported Biden in 2020 flip on the Republican side. So those 4 seats that were picked up in Florida, very significant. I think it just shows the strength of Ron DeSantis in that state. I'm disappointed in the Virginia races right now. What we're seeing is it looks like we're only going to be able to pick up 1 seat there, the Republicans. It would be Virginia 2 with Jen Kiggins. And I think, that's a disappointing case because we saw how Glenn Youngkin was so strong in winning that governorship in Virginia. And Yesli Vega, very strong candidates. Hung Cao, another strong candidate. And yet, it doesn't look like they're going to get to the finish line.
It always seems so easy to flip the House one way or the other, Republican or Democrat. But that Senate is always so hard to change, it seems like. I mean, this has been a real struggle for both parties to get to the Senate. I mean, everything's still undecided at this point. We're listening to Herschel Walker.
But this other little kid was always
Herschel
negative,
Walker
no
addressing
matter
this
what
crowd.
was
Still
going on
not
in his
over, but
life,
he's
he was
addressing
negative
them.
about everything. And the father don't know what's going on with these kids because they're twins, but they're so opposite. So around Christmas time, he tried a little experiment. He put this negative little kid in his room, nothing but brand new toys. But he put this positive kid in his room, nothing but horse manure. And after an hour or so, he looked down on this negative little kid and he was complaining, I don't want this, I want that. I don't want this, I want this. And the father knew that this kid is never going to amount to anything because nothing ever makes him happy. But he looks in on the kid that's in the room with the horseman. He got a shovel. He's shoving his horseman over his shoulder. He's laughing and singing and having a good time. First thing the father thinks, this kid's got to be crazy. But he said, son, what's going on? What's going on, little boy? You know, Dad, as much horseman there is in this room, there must be a pony at the bottom of it. And the reason I'm telling you that right now, guys, we got a pony at the end of this right here. I can tell you this right now. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm like Ricky Bobby. I don't come to lose. And I told you, he's going to be tough to beat. He's going to be tough to beat, but let me tell you what, he got the wrong Georgia here, don't he? So I want to tell y'all, if you can hang in there a little bit longer, just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better. And it's going to get better. So I wanted to thank you guys for hanging in. And if some of you have to go home, you can wake up tomorrow morning and see that the new senator for the great state of Georgia is Herschel Walker. So I want to tell you guys, and I want to thank you guys for coming out. And thank you guys for being here. And thank you guys for all your support. I'm not leaving you. I'm up there, they call it a war room. And I say, it's a blessing. Now, I'm up there in this room that I've been blessed. So I'm ready. And I know you guys are ready as well. So, hey, God bless you guys. Let's just keep it going. God bless. Thank you guys so much.
Well, Mercedes, a very optimistic speech by candidate Herschel Walker at 49-49 with 87% in. And if nobody hits 50, we're going to have to do this all over again.
You're right. And it looks like it will likely be a runoff in Georgia. But I do say when you've seen he was able to catch up. The Democrats really tried very hard to take him down with the abortion allegations. He seemed to have survived that. The economy seems to be the most important issue in Georgia. We've also seen with Warnock that he's actually lost support amongst blacks and Hispanics. So that has given an edge, I think, to Walker. But you would want to see Walker more aligned with the numbers that we've seen, obviously, with Brian Kemp.
How do the right to life people reconcile voting for him? Because it's such a deep passion, you know, and I mean...
Let's remember there's always a story of redemption in Christianity. And so I think that Walker has been able to talk about his story of redemption, his close relationship to Jesus Christ. And I think that in and of itself, I think, helped. When you also look at Warnock being an extremist on the issue of abortion, where he supports abortion through the 9 months, that just does not work for the pro-life voters.
Yeah, and also there was the issue that Raphael Warnock had, too, with his own personal issues. That seemed to cancel it out. But Herschel Walker's about a 20,000 vote lead right now in Georgia. He seems confident going to bed at this point. But it does look like there's...
Well, he shouldn't go to bed, John. He shouldn't go to bed. But I do think that you want to keep Warnock under 50%. Yeah. If they're able to keep that going, and it might end up in a runoff, you know, I think it's putting Walker in a good position to win.
You know, we're still waiting for Pennsylvania. We're still waiting for Ohio. We're still waiting for Arizona.
Well, I think Ohio, Greta, I think JD is going to take it. He's been leading for quite some time. He's in a very strong position. You know, I think New Hampshire, which was viewed as a toss-up here in the final weeks, that doesn't look like it's going in our direction in terms of the Republicans. So that's, again, it doesn't look as promising in New Hampshire right now.
What's interesting about Ohio, if it goes for J.D. Vance, it sort of does take Ohio out of the swing state category, though, with the governor. I mean, that does change things for Ohio, at least for a while.
Well, I agree. I think what we've seen is that Ohio has become Trump country. And I'm not surprised that now you're seeing Ohio and Florida move away from being the purple states to being these red states. Very promising as we're going into the presidential election.
You bring up Trump I can't help but think that Trump, DeSantis thought, both of them, you know, both in the state of Florida, both have very passionate followers. And now you've got DeSantis winning by 18 points, which is huge from last time, and Trump sort of giving him a little lip service in Miami. Not much at that rally.
Well, he did vote for Ron DeSantis, and let's remember...
Did he really vote for him? Did he say that...
But let's remember, it is Trump's followers, and they also support Ron DeSantis, but they're first Trump followers. That is where it's at. They are not leaving to go to Ron DeSantis necessarily. I think you'll find... I mean, I've traveled across the country, and I got to tell you, the grassroots activists are still with Trump.
And this is really, you know, a good problem that Democrats don't have. They wish they had this problem. Two viable
splits the party, though. In some ways, it splits the party.
But we've seen this before. We've seen
I just want to say this.
Sean showed up.
Hi, welcome.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. I missed you. I came all the way over from the board.
We can't get rid of him, John. He keeps showing up.
I got a pass. They let me in. So here's the thing. Strategically speaking, Trump's going to announce next Tuesday. What's that going to do? It's going to force...
He's announced 4 times already.
Okay, he's going to announce officially. Biden has made it very clear that he is going to run to try to stop Trump from returning, right? So Biden then will announce, and that's almost certain. He's been talking about this. He's been gathering his team. So Biden announces. What happens then? It freezes the Democratic field, whether it's Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, all these other folks and governors and senators who wanted to run, who wanted Biden not to run for another term, suddenly are going to be frozen out of the process because they couldn't dare primary and challenge a sitting president.
Sean,
what Trump's move has done is frozen the Democratic field.
They want us to get to the Walker-Warnock race now and talk about this one again. We see how close this is. 87% of the votes in. Tell us where your feel is on this right now.
Well, look, you guys have been talking about this. I've been saying it all week on the show. This is, right now, you've got that libertarian candidate in there that's preventing either one of them from getting to that crucial 50% to keep from a runoff. You know, we'll see where it ends up right now, but it looks really evasive to get that one last percent that's going to keep this thing from a runoff. Is it possible? Sure. But I think that we're likely going to be back at this again on December 6th. Looking at who can get their folks turned out again. And look, here's what I think is going to be crucial. What Republicans do tonight is going to really determine the enthusiasm. If Republicans end up either tied or up 1 or 2, and that Georgia Senate seat, the message could be, hey, stop the Biden agenda, the nominations, et cetera, then that's a slam dunk for Herschel Walker. If Republicans get to 52 tonight, it becomes a lot harder to say, hey, get back out, you know, and do it again because we need 53 seats. I think it's just a lot harder of a sell if it's just add, you know, another more icing on the cake. Yeah. So how they do tonight will determine the enthusiasm to go out for a special election.
All right, give us your take, too. We just saw the John Fetterman Dr. Oz numbers. Give us your take on that real quick as well.
Not good. I think Mark and I just talked about it at the board. Oz is underperforming. They have a get out the vote turnout problem that they've suffered from the day that they decided their nominees. You know, I guarantee you there's a lot of people in Pennsylvania saying right now if Dave McCormick's the nominee, we wouldn't be having this problem.
Yeah, I think Oz also suffered from really unifying the conservatives early on, and I think that has also played a role. But, I mean, he did do very well in the debate. I think that it's also remember that Mastriano has not been doing as well. That can impact Oz. We know Shapiro's in a much stronger position, which could help Fetterman at the end. But it's not over yet. I'm not giving up on this.
No, I'm not saying it's. I agree. It's not over yet. But I'd rather be Fetterman right now than Oz in terms of.
I would never want to be Fetterman.
No, that's okay.
I don't know what you're talking
Politically speaking, fair enough. Very good point. It's late. Give me.
All right, let's talk about Ohio too. We see those numbers up on the screen, and we see J.D. Vance continuing to extend his lead.
I think it's just a matter of time before that race is called. It's just this is timing. DeWine is out to a big lead. Everything indicates that this is J.D. Vance's. It's just how much more do you want to see?
And Mercedes, I mean, you were mentioning this before. This is more indication that Ohio is not really a battleground state or a purple state anymore. It's firmly a red state.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I think we're going to watch these congressional races also in Ohio. One of them leans Democrat, the other one leans Republican. So I think if we can win those Ohio seats, if the Republicans can win those seats, I think it would be very telling. But DeWine, obviously, outperforming, J.D. Vance outperforming, it's going to help these congressional candidates.
And what about New Hampshire? Still not, we still don't have New Hampshire.
Very slow getting in.
Yeah, very slow. Disappointing because I think we've seen that Bolduc was a very strong candidate, especially at the end. He had done about 79 town halls while Senator Hassan hadn't even gone out. I think she was doing just Zoom town halls. It's his first time running, but he was a very impressive candidate. Caroline Leavitt, also a very, what you would think, a strong candidate, tight race there. But again, it doesn't look like it's going in our direction.
Well, Sununu's been called, right?
Sununu has been called.
But New Hampshire, I don't know, Sean, I don't know about you, but New Hampshire always disappoints me. I mean, it's
I'm a New Englander, so I would never
say
that.
There you go. But it does. It disappoints because everyone in 2020 thought that President Trump would win New Hampshire. At least the Republicans felt that he was going to be strong in New Hampshire. Doesn't win New Hampshire. So I just think that watching this general, who's actually a very talented candidate, it's going to be tough for him to
We
win.
just watched him sing. I don't know about the singing.
That talent might be questionable, but as far as a candidate, he outperformed. I see Mark Halperin waving at us.
Waving?
Hassan has been projected as the winner in New Hampshire.
Right, okay.
Oh, there's that.
So we have that. All right, next up, we're going to talk about, we'll talk more about that, of course, but we're going to get to Arizona now, where we see 35% of the votes are in. We have Mark Kelly up 59 to 39%. I don't know where the votes have come in yet. We've seen a lot of the more urban votes come in faster. That might explain that. And again, with only 35% reporting, still really too early to tell on that one.
Yeah, Arizona, I think, look, I've always felt that Kari Lake, at least when you were seeing the poll numbers, was very much ahead. I'm hoping she brings these Republican candidates with her. We'll see. I mean, I think it's too early right now in Arizona. We need to figure out where these votes are. Actually, Maricopa County, Pima County, those are going to be the ones to watch to figure out where the votes are and if the Republicans are able to make gains in that area. But I will say in Nevada, it was reported that in the rural areas, Republicans are outperforming. There is a lot more votes coming out of the rural areas than even in 2020.
It's still very granular at this point, the data, and we're trying to get a sense of what the big picture is, but we got a lot to go.
Yeah.
So before we find that out. All right, I think we're going to go now to John Huddy, who's live in Newtown, Pennsylvania, at the Dr. Oz campaign headquarters. John, what do you got for us?
Well, excuse me, I'm literally losing my voice at this point, guys, so I'm going to try to power through this and get through the live shot. But right now, Dr. Oz is trailing behind John Fetterman, but it's still early. Look, I talked to a campaign official here a little bit earlier. They said they're confident, they feel good about the night, and there's really two counties we're watching very closely. It's Bucks County, Montgomery County. Dr. Oz has been campaigning. He had his rally last night in Pennsburg and Montgomery County, trying to pick up that blue vote, trying to pick up possibly undecided voters who, after that disastrous debate performance by Fetterman, maybe were leaning a little more to the right. So, you know, it's early. A lot of the precincts still have not released the numbers. The other headline today, as we've been reporting, is about mail-in ballots, the early voting. John Fetterman's campaign is suing state election officials about trying to basically get mail-in ballots that were not properly dated to have those ballots counted. There's several thousand that were put aside, set aside by state law, by state rules. So he's trying to get those mail-in ballots counted. It's very important for the Democrats because the Democratic vote, a lot of mail-in ballots do lean pretty heavily Democrat. So again, it's early in the night. There's a lot of energy, anticipation here. So, you know, stay tuned. We'll see how it goes. Back to you.
All right, John Huddy for us live in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Thank you, John.
Let's go to Eric Bolling, host of Eric Bolling The Balance. He is at Mar-a-Lago, home to former President Donald Trump. Good evening, Eric.
Hey, great. Thank you for throwing over here. If you look over my right shoulder screen left over there, that's President Trump sitting in front of the TVs watching the election results roll in. So he came in, he very, very brief comments. He's probably waiting to see how things go. I'm sure the major DeSantis win in Florida may have taken a little bit of the edge or a bit excitement off. But so instead of leaving, which everyone expected, the Secret Service was waiting for him to leave, he stepped in, walked to the middle, and started talking to people. These are, again, major supporters, they're donors, they're surrogates, etc. Starts talking to people. He sits down for a minute and then pulls up a chair and sits in front of, there's Newsmax, CNN, and Fox News, 3 TVs, right, and he's sitting and he's watching the results come in. The man really cares about what's happening. He also talked about some of his endorsements doing extremely well. He's very proud of that. So we'll keep an eye on him, we'll see what he's up to, and we'll try and grab him for a few minutes before the night's out. My feeling is he's going to get up after a while and head back to he lives here, his apartment, his room's here. But we'll keep an eye anyway. But I find it fascinating that he spent some time in the crowd and then he's literally watching the returns in a chair with Secret Service surrounding him. It's kind of interesting.
Eric, thank you.
So I think
we'll be right back with more of our special coverage of the 2020 midterm elections. Vote for America 2022. Keep it right here on Newsmax.
All right, welcome back to Newsmax's special live presentation of the midterm elections, Vote for America 2022. John Bachman, Greta Van Susteren, and we're going to run through some of the races we're watching very closely. We start with the Michigan governor's race. 24% of the votes in. We see Gretchen Whitmer leading 56% to 42%. But again, just be patient. Only 24% of the vote is in the Michigan governor's race right now. Next, out to Arizona and the governor's race there. Again, 60% of the votes in so far, what we're looking at. But don't read too much into this at this time. We still have to wait for a lot of the rural votes to come in from Arizona as well. But right now, Katie Hobbs is out to a lead over Kari Lake. In the Arizona Senate race, Mark Kelly also has a lead over Blake Masters right now in that race. We're closely watching that one. Still pretty early, though, even though it does look like a lot of the votes have come in. We'll check back in on Arizona and also Colorado.
And Colorado, incumbent Michael Bennet has 56% of the vote, and Joe O'Dea has 42%, 69% of the votes in. So we still have time for that one to see what happens. And I've got Sean, though, shaking his head no next to me, Sean Spicer. But let's go to Missouri for a second, and I'll ask him. Eric Schmidt has 54% of the vote. Trudy Valentine has 44% with 19% in of Missouri. And then to Utah, the great state of Utah. Mike Lee, the incumbent, and Evan McMullen. And it looks like that one, I don't know if that one's been called or not. No data on that one. And then Nevada, Laxalt. We have no data on that one either. Adam Laxalt and the incumbent Catherine Cortez Mastos. So we don't have a data for that. Now, why do you shake your head on me on Colorado?
Well, first of all, just so we're clear,
Okay.
Utah and Nevada both just closed recently, so that's why we're probably waiting. Look, O'Dea doesn't. There's not enough to make up what O'Day had, and it was going to be tough to begin with. Let's just put things in context. So Republicans right now, it's a 50-50 Senate. They'd have to net one out of all this to take the majority. There are 4 real seats that they had to hold. Your state of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and North Carolina. Pennsylvania, obviously the one that we're all watching right now. I think Ohio looks good. North Carolina looks good. And, of course, you're going to guarantee Wisconsin.
I'm not guaranteeing anything. I got no horse in this fight.
Listen. But then I think that's when you start to look at, okay, so even if they could hold Pennsylvania, you still got to win one. And there's really only 3 left on the board: Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. And if you assume that Oz doesn't pull out of Pennsylvania, if you want to go in that route, now you got to get 2. You got to get 2 of those 3. I think there's, like I said, Colorado's out. There is a chance if we look far west that Tiffany Smiley in Washington State, but based on what I've seen tonight, there's not, the environment is not good to knock off Patty Murray. And I've said this before, Patty Murray has run a good race. She was prepared for Tiffany Smiley. So based on what I've seen in terms of everything that's going on in the rest of the country, this is not a night that Patty Murray gets knocked off. I say that without any data. But I will say right now, this is going to look, it is at best a +1 night, my guess, for Republicans in the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, I would completely agree. And I think the biggest pickup you can have there is Nevada. That's the most promising one in terms of the Senate seat. So I think Adam Laxalt has been polling very well, brought in the Hispanic vote as well. So we'll see how that ends. But I do think he's in the strongest position to win the Senate seat out west. I think we still have to look closely at Mark Kelly and Blake Masters. I think Masters still has a shot. We don't quite know what's still outstanding in terms of votes, but they're counting the mail-in votes first. That's going to benefit the Democrats. And so, it's still too early to
All right.
tell.
Well, I'm going to go back to Mark in Wisconsin because, that's a hot Senate race, and obviously I have a terrible bias. I know what's going on in Wisconsin. I keep going. Mark, can you tell me what's going on in the governor's race and the Senate race in Wisconsin?
Yeah, so there's still not much vote in, still only 23% of the vote out. We're working on figuring out where that's out. It's going to be some combination of rural vote and some of the more urban vote. But I'll tell you what's key here is the governor's race, and we've talked about that all night. In every contested Senate race, there's a major marquee governor's race as well. And what you're seeing in the governor's race, which is what Republicans started telling me this morning that they were worried about, that just as Governor Kemp in Georgia is helping the Republican Senate nominee, the incumbent Democratic governor, Governor Evers, is doing well right now. Again, just a quarter of the vote in, but he's doing well. And what Republicans started to say this morning was they were worried the Senate race was going to tighten up. Incumbent Republican Ron Johnson was going to have a tougher time than they had thought winning this race. If the Democrats are able to win this Senate race, and again, right now, with just 22% of the vote in on the Senate side, Johnson is behind. If they end up losing this Senate race, they have no path to winning a Senate majority. So this is a vital focus for the rest of the evening to see if Republicans can keep the incumbent Ron Johnson in office. And then they do have a path, but as Sean said at this point, it is unlikely that their path is any wider than 51-49, which is still the majority, but obviously not the 52, 53, even 54 that some had thought was possible.
Are you able to see which counties have reported? Because if it's Dane County, Madison, and Milwaukee County, Milwaukee, you would expect that would be a heavy Democratic vote. Have they gotten the other
so
counties?
You can see Dane. You can see how well Barnes is doing there. Not a lot of Dane in. That's going to be good for the Democrats. Milwaukee County, you can see here again, dominated by the Democrats. More than half is in for Dane. And then you look at some of the Republican counties where Republicans are likely to do better. Ron Johnson dominating there. Lots to come in. So as I said, based on my first sweep through this, there's some rural areas that still need to come in and some urban areas. But the governor's race is linked up here, and that's, as I said, that's potentially a problem for Senator Johnson.
Let's talk a little bit about these endorsements. We heard from President Trump not long ago, kind of taking a victory lap on some of these endorsements. But if things continue on the path that they are in Pennsylvania, this endorsement of Dr. Oz, this was not a very popular endorsement with a lot of the MAGA base. How does he frame that, and how does that affect President Trump?
I don't think it affects him at all. I mean, at the end of the day, people vote. I mean, we saw this when he was in office in the midterms, that first midterm, where he lost a lot of seats. I mean, people vote for President Trump. They don't vote for, you can't transfer that. So I don't think they're going to hold it against him, per se. I mean, they want Trump back in office, or they don't, right? And I think the MAGA supporters want Trump. They want his policies. And they've never thought that Oz, or anyone else for that matter, this isn't an Oz thing. You never think that somebody else is Trump 2.0 or a replica of him. I don't think that this is going to come down to hurt him in the long run. I don't think it would have helped him that much in terms of if he had won all these races. I think he would have used it as a talking point. But I don't think that anyone's going to say, wow, he won all these races because he endorsed him. He'll be just fine. People like Donald Trump because of Donald Trump and because of his policies. They don't like him because he goes out and picks, his endorsement record.
Well, he's already talking about it, so we're doing that already. But let's head out to Tom Basile, who is in New Hampshire, Manchester, New Hampshire, at the headquarters for Don Bolduc's campaign night festivities. Hey, Tom.
Hey, how are you? The numbers are coming in very slowly here. Don Bolduc jumped up on stage about an hour ago and started singing Take Me Home Country Road with the band. It was a beautiful moment here, but right now it does appear that Maggie Hassan seems to be overperforming what the polls said that she would do today. She has about a 10 or 11 point lead with about half of the votes having been counted. I am joined now by Dr. Maria Ryan, who advised the campaign on healthcare issues. Dr. Ryan, as you watch the results come in, your thoughts and also your thoughts on the general overall and his campaign.
General Bolduc ran a great campaign. He called it the American Strength Tour, and he did a number of town halls. And that's what us in New Hampshire expect, is that FaceTime, listening to our concerns, and definitely the economy is one of our biggest concerns here.
All right, also energy prices, something that Maggie Hassan doubled down even just this past week on attacking the oil and gas industry as energy costs are spiking here in New England. But again, New Hampshire takes a little while longer than usual to count their votes. And we're going to be monitoring this throughout the course of the evening as some of those Republican strongholds continue to come in. Back to you.
All right, Tom Basile live for us in Manchester, New Hampshire. Thank you, Tom. I believe we're going now to the newsroom where pollster John McLaughlin is standing by with Matt Schlapp. Gentlemen, great to have you with us.
Great to be with you.
All right, so Matt, first to you, and then we'll go to John. Give us your take on what we just heard in Tom's report there. Maggie Hassan, likely the victor there. She does seem to be overperforming. What does this tell us about the night as a whole? And can you guys really get a sense of what the big picture story is going to be?
Well, there's a couple things here. You can't always defy gravity, and Republicans have been being outspent 3-4 to 1 in almost every one of these Senate races. And at some point, I've asked Mercy many times, like, at what point is it impossible? And for General Bolduc, he came on strong. All of D.C. said this guy can't win. McConnell and his forces supported his primary opponent. He ends up winning this late primary, but he needed to raise too much money in too short a period of time. And so, he just couldn't defy gravity. I mean, it's a heck of a close race, and he only had a couple $1 million, and he got on TV at the very end. But it was too little too late. So, John, I don't know if you agree with that. I mean, you can't always defy gravity on this stuff.
No, and what the other part is, too, is people were counting him out as soon as he won the primary. They're saying he wasn't going to win. And so you got a close race. And a lot of these races, again, the Republicans have started out losing by bad margins, and then they come back and they recover, like you're seeing Oz close the gap in Pennsylvania.
Do you agree in these races that, like in Arizona, we got Blake Masters, we got the same phenomenon, he's way down. Right. But he couldn't get enough support throughout the whole race. He went through periods of time when he was dark because people were arguing over whether he had a chance. He always had a chance.
Yes, and the other part is, too, is those candidates had to win tough primaries. Yeah. Like Arizona, I was working for,
we both were, yeah.
Jim Lehman. Yeah. So, he was a very good candidate, but Masters had to survive that primary. When you survive the primary, you're out of money, and all of a sudden, the Democrats are sitting there with a boatload of money, and they're attacking you during the primary. So, so that's what was going on with Hassan, with her resources. That was going on with Kelly having the Democrat Senate Committee attack Masters. But we'll see about Arizona, and Nevada hasn't reported yet, so we'll see what happens there. So there's still opportunities for the Republicans, and we're still going to keep closing the gap and passing the Democrats as Election Day vote comes in, because Republicans vote on Election Day.
And this idea that the Senate races have been very helped by strong governor performances, as Mark Halperin keeps bringing up, that really does seem to be true. And Pennsylvania, that could be the one thing that's tough for Oz, as Mastriano seems to be lagging a bit.
Yeah, and also the same in Wisconsin, where the Democrat may be leading. But we'll see what happens when more of the votes get counted. And so Kemp absolutely probably helped Herschel, so he's coming ahead now. And then you'll see that in other states where, as the Republican vote materializes on Election Day, as they're counting those precincts, then the Republicans do well. So there's still a lot of votes to be counted, and we'll see. So some of these races are going to take a while.
The Nevada race is particularly interesting because you have this question about what will they get done counting tonight, and then you have in Arizona this question about the people that went to go vote, and their ballots couldn't be processed. That's already gone to court.
Right.
I imagine Nevada's going to be in court too.
Yeah, and the bad part is the Democrats in Nevada control the process
completely.
And in Arizona, Katie Hobbs, who's running for governor against Kari Lake, controls the process. She's the Secretary of State. And in Pennsylvania, the Democrats control the process with Wolf, who appoints the Secretary of State. So we've just got to be vigilant and make sure that every vote's counted and honest and fair, and see what happens.
The real question here, you had this big breakthrough with Florida, right? Mm-hmm. You had DeSantis, you had Rubio winning strong, and will that happen in Nevada? I bet Rob Schmidt has a few opinions on that as well. The West could really dictate things tonight.
That's right. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Everybody switched seats during that. You guys did a good job covering for us. Good to see you, gentlemen.
Matt's really good. He's a pro.
We just jumped in from the roof. All right, thank you guys so much. Good evening. It's 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. This is when things are going to start really getting interesting as these numbers come in. I'm Rob Schmidt. Good to see you tonight.
Yeah, and I'm Lindsay Keith. This is the exciting part of the night, when we actually get to see the results, get to talk about those numbers that are coming in that we're seeing. And so we're going to have a lot of fun in this 11th hour. Hopefully that you have some coffee or something to stay up with us, because we're going to be here with you for a few hours breaking down some of these key races. And there are polls closing around the country right now. California just closed, 11 o'clock.
A lot of them closing. Let's take a look at some results here real quick. Let's take a look at the state of Georgia. If we can pull up the numbers there, Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock are in a razor-tight race in the state of Georgia. It is incredible. I think it's still 49-49. If we got those numbers, we can pull them up. It looks like it's going to be going to a runoff there in the state of Georgia. Those pesky libertarians, sometimes they kind of prevent the Republicans from getting all the way across.
I think that's the thing. Yeah. You have Chase Oliver, the libertarian there. He's polling at almost 2%, which that could keep this from going out of. We have that number up there right now. So look Walker at 49, Warnock 49. I mean, this is so close. That runoff is December 6th. And here's the thing. This is actually bigger than we thought. If you look at the rematch, this is a rematch. So you look at 2018, Kemp only won by 2%. So to see this
widened it out.
Really widened it out. I mean, he had a record to run on, Rob.
You wonder what the excuse will be this time. 9 points there with 91% coming in. It's another loss for Stacey Abrams in the state of Georgia. But it's interesting to see Warnock, who's very radical for the state of Georgia, fighting so hard. He's only 20,000 votes behind Herschel Walker. Let's take a look at the state of Wisconsin. Another really interesting race here at this late hour. I think it's right around 50-50 in the state of Wisconsin. There you got Mandela Barnes. And you also you have Ron Johnson, the senator that's on Newsmax all the time. Yeah. We can bring it out here to the table real quick. Let's start with Dick Morris in Wisconsin. It's a little close.
Well, I think Johnson will probably pull it out, but let me just do an overview here. I think that first of all, there are two states we won't know about tonight, Georgia and Nevada, where it's all mail-ins, and they said they won't finish counting till Thursday. That's Thursday of this year, not next year, but still. And in Arizona, they're going to take forever because it's Arizona, and there'll be all kinds of Maricopa County, and New Hampshire counts slowly. In the meantime, the Republicans sprung two leaks, a leak with Oz and maybe a leak with Johnson in Wisconsin. Those leaks put the Senate in very precarious condition for them. Yeah. I think they'll win with Johnson, probably not with Oz. So let's sit back and ask the ultimate question. Let's say the Republicans carry the House and the Democrats carry the Senate. what happens? I believe that the effect of that will be rather minimal, either on the country or on Republican fortunes in 24. The Democrats can't pass anything if the Republicans have the House. So it doesn't matter if they have the Senate. They still can't pass anything.
Right. And they don't have the presidency either, which Biden said he's going to veto so much stuff.
And
Rick, let me ask you something.
I'm sorry. And in the Senate, there's virtually nothing can pass anyway. So the House, the control of the House is the pivotal thing.
Right.
And I think that means that the Biden administration is effectively over.
Let's bring in Rick Santorum here for a second. You're former Pennsylvania senator. Is it fair to say that they picked the wrong horse in Pennsylvania, that Oz just couldn't quite make that connection because it's not looking good at this hour? And Fetterman, obviously, I don't think anybody thought he was going to pull it off after that debate performance that we saw.
Mehmet Oz was going to lose the primary. Because he was being destroyed by his opponents. And I give credit to Donald Trump. He pulled him over the finish line.
I hate to jump in real quick, but we're going to call New Hampshire right now. I just got you going, and we got to stop you for a second. In New Hampshire, it sounds like Don Bolduc is out. Wow. Yes, Maggie Hassan with a pretty clear victory, at least at that point. Only 40% in at this point, and already comfortable enough making that projection that Maggie Hassan is going to hold on to her seat. Don Bolduc was looking really great in the polls. Rick, you want to talk about that for a second?
This has been a disappointing night. I mean, there's only been one state and one series of races that has been a bright spot on the night. Everything else has underperformed, and to the point where if you have a lot of close races and you underperform, you lose. And we had some races that we thought Republicans thought they were going to win by healthy, and they won by less, with one exception, Florida. Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio cut a new paradigm there. But with respect to the rest of the races, look, there's still a path for Republicans to get to a majority.
Let me just cut in again real quick. Texas, the state of Texas, Governor Abbot carries on. Beto O'Rourke, another loss for Beto, and the governor of Texas is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Thousands of Texans who came up to me and they said, Governor, just keep Texas, Texas. And all of you inspired me, and all of you propelled me to what has now become a resounding victory for my reelection. So now it's time to go to work for all of those people, as well as for all Texans. And it starts by keeping Texas as the #1 state for the best economy in America and the #1 state for jobs. We must tap into our $27 billion budget surplus and use that to give our property owners the largest property tax cut in the history of Texas. We must fight against Joe Biden's war against oil and gas and keep Texas #1 for oil and gas production in the United States of America. We must also strive for excellence in education. Now, we already rank #1 for the number of blue ribbon schools, as well as we have one of the highest high school graduation rates in America. Also, since I was elected governor to begin with, Texas has become the #1 state in America for the most Tier 1 research universities. But more must be done to improve our math and reading scores. More must be done to improve college graduation rates, as well as to provide skill job training that leads to good jobs. But we must never forget, our schools are for education, not for indoctrination. Schools must stop pushing political agendas and get back to teaching the fundamentals of math and science and reading. But more important than all of that, our students need to be taught why and how the United States of America began with literally nothing and went on to become the best country in the history of the entire world. That is what they need to be taught. And we have no doubt some people here tonight who did their share to keep America strong with the mightiest military in our history. If you have ever worn the uniform of the United States military, would you wave your hand so we can see you and thank you for your service? And we have others who serve among those numbers, and that is those who serve in the Texas.
All right, that was Texas Governor Greg Abbott there. So we were just talking about New Hampshire being called. Very disappointing for the Senate race there. Many people were hoping, even though it was close, that Don Bolduc could maybe pull out a win over Maggie Hassan and flip that seat. But Mark, is there still a path for Republicans to take the Senate?
There is, and I think it's pretty clean at this point because some of the states have sorted out. Assuming that Ron Johnson holds on to win in Wisconsin, he's taken the lead again in the popular vote, and although it's not a sure thing, you can put that as in this scenario. So Republicans lose Pennsylvania, which means they need to win 2. And they can win Georgia, with or without a runoff. We'll see what happens in Georgia. And then one state, the remaining key state we don't know anything about, is Nevada. If Nevada goes blue, goes red, that's a pickup for the Republicans. Georgia goes red, that's a pickup for Republicans. They lose one there. It goes from 50-50 to 51-49 Republican. That assumes that Arizona stays with Mark Kelly. We don't know that for sure, but that's the way it's looking. So it's a path, and it's not a crazy path. It's not a long shot because, again, Walker is ahead. Mixed views about whether he would win a runoff or not, but he may not need the runoff. We'll see. We talked about Governor Kemp and the importance of his popular vote total to helping Walker. We said he needed to get to 54, was what we were being told by Georgia Republicans. If he got to 54 in the popular vote, Walker could win. Take a look. He's right at 54. The Walker could win without a runoff. Now, Walker's not there yet. He's still below that 50%, but he's getting close enough to do it. So it involves probably losing Pennsylvania for the Democrats, picking up Georgia, picking up Nevada.
Yeah, Mark, we're going to cut in real quick because we're going to call state of Ohio for J.D. Vance over Tim Ryan. This was actually a pretty tough fight for J.D. Vance because Tim Ryan masked himself as a very moderate Democrat in a state that, has long been a swing state, although it feels a lot more red these days. But J.D. Vance, Newsmax did a town hall with him not too long ago, and J.D. Vance is now the senator, or will be the senator from Ohio. So coming back out here, that's at least feels more normal. I mean, I'm still just shocked, Rick, that we have this very soft repudiation after 2 years of what I think conservatives have viewed as just chaos and nonsense in this country.
Yet.
At least in the Senate.
The Senate looks anything but likely at this point. I mean, I would say.
Well, the House is a repudiation.
The House is a repudiation, but here's what I say.
Compared to Trump and compared to Obama, it's a soft repudiation.
So a couple of things. First off, to win the majority, there had to be a bunch of Democratic incumbents lose. If you go back and look at the history of Senate elections, it is really hard to beat incumbents. And I go back to the race that I ran in 1994. We picked up 11 Senate seats in 1994. 2 incumbents lost on the Democratic side. It's you win Senate seats when they're open. You don't win them when you face off against incumbents. It happens over and over and over again. Pennsylvania is a good situation. If Pat Toomey was running again, Pat Toomey would have won this election, but he didn't. And so it was an open seat, and that's where opportunities have for the party, for either party. That's number one. So I think we discounted too much.
Yeah. Would McCormick would have taken
I think McCormick would have won. Look, so that's number one. Number two is you have to just look at what are the other compounding factors. I have to say abortion certainly was a factor in some of these races, particularly if you look at a lot of these suburban congressional elections where Republicans just didn't win. If you look at the elections where in Congress where Republicans won, they won in districts that were not strictly suburban districts. And so you have to say that Republicans did not do a good job on abortion. And then the final point, and we talked about this, the Trump factor, which is endorsing candidates like Blake Masters and like Mehmet Oz and others who underperformed greatly. And you can go on down the list of a whole
lot. Did they underperform, or did they get, or were they set up to fail? Did they not get the funding? Did they not get the support?
I don't think I don't think the issue was funding for Oz. It wasn't the issue of fund. I would just say that, again, I was starting this before. The contrast between what DeSantis accomplished in Florida and what's happened to the Republican Party writ large, which is the Trump Party. And so that's how I would say how I would juxtapose this election right now.
I would say, though, if you looked a month ago, Republicans would have been happy to get 51-52. That's what they were talking about the Senate. Just in the last month, we've seen this momentum shift, and I think people maybe got starry-eyed and thought, wow, we could get 54, 55, 56 maybe, and if we were really, really lucky. But, you know, I do want to talk about the Pennsylvania Senate race, Dick, because you look at this, Dr. Oz not performing as well as we thought, but you did have a lot of speculation about whether this would help or not. You had Oprah Winfrey come in last week and put a huge endorsement behind John Fetterman, and that was a huge slap in the face for Dr. Oz, the person that she made famous. Right. You had former President Obama there, Biden there, you know, a lot of star power from the Democratic Party. How much did that push John Fetterman, you know, at least in a better direction than he was?
Well, it might have. It probably erased the memory of the debate that was the dominant thing. But from the viewer's point of view, I want to stress that we're not going to know tonight who's controlling the Senate. Nevada is entirely write-in, and they say they won't tally until Thursday. Georgia looks like it's headed to a runoff, and that's not going to be until next month. And it looks like we will probably lose Georgia, probably win Wisconsin. So it'll be, and I don't know what Arizona's going to do. But because we're not going to know Nevada and we're not going to know Georgia, we're probably not going to know tonight. And I want to make the further point that it doesn't matter that much. As long as we control the House, we can stop the Biden agenda.
I do want to say real quick, Senator, you look at that debate, it was so bad with John Fetterman. I mean, so bad. People came out and thought there's no way this guy could win. And now we're looking at these numbers thinking, how are we here?
To have a wave election, I always use this analogy. To have a wave election, you have to have water. Well, what does that mean? You have to have a fluid number of votes. You have to have a fluid. You have to have votes that are fluid, because you have two parties that are big blocks of ice. The water's frozen. It doesn't matter for the vast majority of voters these days what your candidate looks like. They're going to vote one party or the other.
So true.
They're frozen in ice.
Yeah.
And unless you're melting some ice, you're not going to have enough water for a wave. And I think
a brilliant metaphor.
That's a good one.
Pretty
good.
good
One, Senator.
That's the problem here. I don't think there was
Fetterman
enough
fooled
water.
them into thinking that he's one of them. He pushed that. That was his whole aura, was that I'm just a guy in a sweatshirt from Pennsylvania. Nobody paid attention to the fact he's never worked a day in his life and he got everything from his dad. It was just that he looked like a working class Pennsylvania guy, and Oz was the rich guy that working class people don't like.
But what the Democrats, and I give them credit for this, you can complain about their messaging, but it was all about Team Blue versus Team Red. And that, you know, you got to stay with Team Blue because we're the good guys and they're the bad guys.
You got to sway them.
And that
Doesn't
kept
even matter
enough
if you can
people
think or
in
talk.
ice. That kept enough people in ice that there wasn't enough for the wave to happen.
That's
all right.
so true.
Back with you guys in a minute. I do want to switch gears here, keeping a close eye on that governor's race in New York. This is one that many people are hoping can get flipped, where Kathy Hochul is trying to hold on to the seat that she took over with Andrew Cuomo after he stepped down. And challenger Lee Zeldin, Congressman Lee Zeldin, has been making quite a bit of progress just in the last few weeks here. Well, joining us now is former New York State Lieutenant Governor Betsy McCoy. Betsy, welcome to the show. All right, good to have you. The numbers aren't looking great so far. We have Kathy Hochul up quite a bit. You know, something I thought was interesting is you look at the people that moved out of the state. Over 300,000 New Yorkers moved to Florida, to Texas, to these red states. Are you concerned that those were all Republicans and this could be a tough one for Lee Zeldin?
Well, many of them probably were Republicans. Let's look at the numbers here, because Lee Zeldin wants to be the first Republican governor in 20 years. And to make that happen, the rule of thumb in New York is that 70% of the votes have to come from outside New York City. When you look at the early voting, only 63% came from outside New York City. That was a bad sign for Lee Zeldin. And today, so far, we see a large turnout in New York City, just as large as in 2018, the last time Andrew Cuomo won. But there are good signs for Lee Zeldin, which means that this is still a nail-biter. One is that when you go up to the Hudson Valley, you'll see that Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, head of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, an important Democrat, is fighting for his life against challenger Republican Mike Lawler. So that suggests that there is a lot of Republican enthusiasm upstate, and we see in some of the smaller races, state Senate, state Assembly, that some Republicans are winning we didn't think would win.
Well, Betsy, let me just
still too close to call.
Let me cut in on you real quick, because there's two different outlets now, NBC and Bloomberg, both projecting that Kathy Hochul is going to win re-election here in New York, which is just it's so disheartening for somebody that has to live in this state. But it's you know, we are not calling the race yet, but it just to me, I just want you to talk about, because nobody knows the state better than you. Talk about the infrastructure that Democrats have in a state like this, these solid blue states, how hard it is to overcome that. We watched how difficult it was for over the years for them to vote in a Republican. You almost have to completely destroy quality of life to the point where it's as bad as it was in the 80s and early 90s in the state, until they finally say, okay, we can bring in a Republican to clean up this disaster.
Well, that's right. As you pointed out, things are terrible in New York City. Crime is surging. New York City economically has not really recovered from the pandemic. It has fewer people returning to the office than any other city in the country. But nevertheless, the turnout in New York City is high, and it appears as if it's heavily Democratic, as it always is. That is very disappointing. I'm asking exactly the same question you just asked. How can New Yorkers continue to vote for Democrats when the state is doing so poorly?
Yeah, you wonder how many more people will move out of the state after this. Actually, talking to a few people tonight that said they will be moving to Florida after this.
It's bad, but it's just not that. It has to be a disaster before you lose power in these ridiculous blue states. Dick, go ahead.
If we lost New York, and if we lost Georgia and so on.
Thank you, Betsy.
We won the Florida emigre vote and the Texas emigre vote. These are the ex-New Yorkers who moved, who are now voting Republican.
In Florida.
And one of the big reasons that the Republicans did so well in Florida was this massive out-migration.
Yeah, 300,000
people
people
there. In New York.
That's right.
Those who were left in the old states.
And this miserable state just gets bluer and bluer.
Yeah, good point,
That's a good point. Go ahead.
All right, I do want to bring back Pennsylvania Congressman Guy Reschenthaler and former Georgia Congressman Doug Collins, who are at our news desk. Gentlemen, good to see you. What are you guys keeping an eye on tonight? Very sad news that we're covering here with Lee Zeldin, his loss to the governor's race here.
We had such high hopes for Lee Zeldin. We haven't projected it yet, but it's being projected
some people are
in other
projecting
places,
it.
So
yeah,
we still have a lot of night left. And additionally, this is looking like a mixed bag. I mean, remember, we started off with the results in Florida. You had Marco Rubio had a blowout. Ron DeSantis had a blowout. Texas just got called for Abbot. So there are places where we're winning. The Ted Budd race early on looked like we were losing. Now it looks like we're going to win the seat. I think that's already been called. So it is a mixed bag. It's disheartening that Lee Zeldin isn't performing better. I really thought that was a sleeper race. And then Dr. Oz, I wouldn't count him out yet. A lot of the rural counties still have not reported. Remember, in Pennsylvania, when you're looking at a statewide race, Philadelphia and the collar counties there report first, as well as Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, and then you see the rural counties coming in. But I will say this, John Fetterman, people underestimated him as a candidate. He's got a lot of star power. I've seen that when I've been on the campaign trail and have been at events that John Fetterman has been at. He has a following. The only candidate we had on our bench that could have gone toe-to-toe with Fetterman was Dr. Oz. So this narrative that Dr. Oz was a flawed candidate, completely off base. Dr. Oz was our only chance at beating Fetterman, and he still might pull it off.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a lot of difference here, and I think Guy's right. There's some of these that are still out there, and what was just a minute ago, Rick Santorum talked about that iceberg, that needing water. Well, you saw that in Florida. I mean, you saw it melting away. I mean, Ron DeSantis got more votes from people who didn't vote for him last time. That's the way to do it. You know, Dick was pointing out you saw the immigrant vote in Texas and Florida and other places. I think those are things that you look at. And at this point in time, remember, when you're looking to gain in seats that you've never gained before, that's always very difficult to do. It takes a lot to overcome those. But I do have a bright spot here, folks, and we can just smile, especially from a conservative like I am perspective. There is now a dream team super ticket in the Democratic Party. You have Robert Francis O'Rourke in Texas, and you have Stacey Abrams, both two-time losers. Where are they going to go next? There's your perfect party right there.
All right, I love it. Doug Collins, find the silver lining right now for us. All right, gentlemen, good to see you. We'll check back with you in a little bit.
Thank you.
All right, well, there's so much more to break down, so stick with us. Our special coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. There is more to come right after the break, right here on Newsmax. All right, welcome back to our special election coverage of the midterms 2022. We are here on set and calling some races. A lot of
this is, I tell you,
interesting stuff coming in.
This is when it's going to be interesting. The next couple hours is when it all is going to pour in.
Yeah. Matt Schlapp on set with us, Aaron Perini.
Good to see you.
Expert analysis coming your way from them. But we're going to pull up some races here. Looking at this. We have the Arizona governor's race here, which is one that we have been watching very closely. Obviously, there were some issues there with the polls in Maricopa County, some of those tabulation machines not being right. We have the Colorado governor's race, 73% in. We have Polis over Granholm. You know, the interesting thing is some of these races that you were talking about this, the abortion issue was much bigger.
That's what I think is happening, and especially in some of these blue places where you thought you'd see these shockers. If we don't see these shockers, I think it's going to be that they didn't state how powerful their messaging was on abortion. You know, especially if we're talking about New York and stuff like that. But let's go ahead and let's check in now with Colorado Congressman Ken Buck. In your state, sir, how's the situation looking? I know a Senate seat didn't quite go the way we wanted.
No, Joe O'Dea lost. In fact, we lost all of the statewide races. There are two congressional races that are up for grabs right now. Lauren Boebert in the 3rd Congressional District. She's behind, but a lot of Election Day votes are coming in, and I think those will favor her. So I think she still will likely win that race, but she is behind right now. And then in the new Colorado 8th Congressional District, Barb Kirkmeyer is behind, and that race is a little more dicey at this point.
Okay, so talk about the Senate race there, because a lot of people thought that Joe O'Dea, who's a very moderate, to say the least, Republican, would maybe have a chance. He pulled ahead just in the last few weeks, at least to make it close. But Michael Bennet, I'm looking at these numbers right now, over a 10-point lead there. I know, was this miscalculation? Why is that such a big lead? What were we seeing earlier where people thought maybe this could be close?
Well, it's a great question. This is the first time Michael Bennett's gotten over 50% in a race. I lost to him in 2010 by less than 2 points. He lost in 2016 by about 2.5 points, but never got over 50%. In this race, he got over 50%. I think the Californians continue to roll into Colorado, and I think we have seen a change in voting patterns in the last 20, 25 years in Colorado.
Congressman Ken Buck, thank you, sir, so much for joining us. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Let's bring it back out here for a second. We've got Matt Schlapp, Aaron Perini with us. We were talking before the break, this underwhelming performance in the Senate, as it is so far. And it could change, but there was talk of 54, 53, 54. It seems like that's all but gone now. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think the real key is going to come down to Nevada and Arizona. Obviously, these are two pickup opportunities. It's kind of like the whole shooting match now. You know, New Hampshire obviously has been called for the incumbent Senator Hassan. And the thing is this, you know, politics is tough. And you had a lot of candidates who hadn't run before. I think of Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania, he's never been a candidate before. Herschel Walker in Georgia, never been a candidate before. Blake Masters, never been a candidate before. Adam Laxalt's kind of the outlier there. He's run before, been in a successful attorney general. So, you know, the outsider is very appealing to voters. But it's a tough thing to do to run statewide in your first race and pull it out. I think we have a very good chance in those states still. It's the same dynamic we see in all these states where the early vote is Big
Fetterman
D.
and Oz seems to be tightening up a little bit.
Yeah.
That's good news.
Yeah, and Herschel's maintaining a lead. Does that get him to the magic 50 plus a couple votes? I hope so.
Probably not, but it's probably. But he could win it in a few weeks.
We knew some of these would be tight, right? This shouldn't be like crazy surprise. Aaron, do you want to get to them in a minute, but I also want to go to the board with Mark Halperin. Mark, take us over to Arizona, a race that has, you have a governor's race that we're looking at, you have a Senate race that we're looking at. Break some of those down for us. What are you looking at?
Well, look, we don't have all the vote in. We've got a little over half. But look at Mark Kelly is ahead right now by a lot. And in the governor's race, Kate Hobbs is up by a lot. Everybody knows now, Arizona, there's one dominant county in the whole state, Maricopa. And look at what's happening there. You've got a little over half the vote in the county. Hobbs is at 58%. That's quite good. And if you look at the presidential race, which, as everybody knows, was very close, Joe Biden only had 50% of the vote. So in the governor's race, you see Hobbs outperforming Joe Biden by 8%. Senate race, pretty much the same, 9%. So,
Mark, does that shock you? I mean, Kari Lake down at this point with that much of Maricopa in? I think people watching this are thinking, how on earth did that happen?
Well,
Katie Hobbs seemed like, she just seemed like a bewildered child. She had no idea. It just seemed like Kari Lake owned that election.
It runs counter to the public polling and private polling, which showed the race close but Lake ahead. It also runs counter to kind of the energy and enthusiasm that Lake had shown and being so aggressive and Hobbs being so relatively passive. If it ends up anything close to this, there's going to be a question about the polling, but there's also going to be questions about the kind of style Lake showed. Now, look, Ron DeSantis, who she's often compared to, a Trump-like candidate, very aggressive with the media, very aggressive with the agenda, he did very well. Now, there is a difference, and this is going to be much discussed tonight, because some of the failures of the Republicans to do what they wanted are going to be laid at the feet of Donald Trump. Ron DeSantis ran that kind of agenda and that kind of style and distanced himself from Donald Trump.
Do you see, when you look around,
embraced Donald Trump.
When you look at the other counties, though, if we go through, I'm not sure, where, obviously there's going to be a lot of red counties on the outskirts. Does this come back in? Does this get tighter as the night goes on? It's obviously still early in Arizona.
It's going to get tighter.
Okay.
You see outside of Maricopa, Lake is going to do better. We're not projecting a winner here right now, but clearly it's a surprise to see numbers like this at all.
Right.
And again, so much of the population is in Maricopa. And again, in Maricopa, Hobbs is dominating. And she's dominating in a way with, again, almost half the vote still out. Presumably that keeps up. That's going to make her lead bigger. We'll see how much can be offset by some of the more rural counties.
All right, Mark, thank you. I have to check back in on that. All right, well, our own Bianca De La Garza is at Kari Lake's headquarters in Scottsdale, Arizona. Bianca, what is the energy there, seeing some of those numbers that we just talked about with Mark, less than expected?
Yeah. You would think it would have tampered the mood here, but I can tell you it certainly has not. The crowd here is boisterous. They're energetic, and this ballroom is not only packed inside, but there is a courtyard outside that is packed with people. So I'll tell you, it is the Wild West here, and people here, again, are really feeling that today, the people that came out to vote, while there were issues in Maricopa County, they do feel like a lot of people would be coming out for the Republican candidates today. And I was speaking to some people very close with the campaign, Lake's campaign. They said, we expect the early numbers to be all those early voters. So I do think there is a glimmer of hope here, despite some of the numbers that you're seeing. So again, the mood here is very happy. And we got to send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, we appreciate you, Bianca. Dr. Oz is speaking in Pennsylvania. He is in a very tight race right now. It is very close, about a point apart. Let's listen in.
Balance to Washington, which is exactly what we're going to do. As a heart surgeon, I spend my life focused on big problems. In my case, broken hearts. And we address them, we repair them, we heal them by uniting people together, not dividing them. It's exactly what we're going to do in Washington, right? That's what we need. Now, I've said to you many times, that, I'm sorry, what's the problem? Oh, are you not able to hear me? Have you heard what I've said so far? Just making sure. I have told you many, many times that I believe in you. Traveled all over the Commonwealth to make that message clear. Tonight, you have told me that you believe in me. And bless you for that. Together, we will heal Pennsylvania and we will heal America. God bless you.
All right, wow, Dr. Oz there. Night's getting late. We have, as we've been talking about, may not know what's going to happen there for days now.
That race is real close now.
Very, very close. And also another point, you look at the governor's race there. Many people were hoping that Doug Mastriano would do a little bit better. He's around 10 points, if not more, behind Josh Shapiro, who many people thought would win, but maybe they'd be a little bit closer, and that I don't think is helping Dr. Oz. I do want to, we have results in for the New York governor's race. We have a projection there with Kathy Hochul as the winner of that race in the New York governor's race. Incumbent, and we talked about the importance of incumbent governors there. So Kathy Hochul beating out Lee Zeldin, Congressman Lee Zeldin. 83% of that vote is in. Many people were really hoping that this would be the sleeper race, and we're not seeing that so much.
Let's come out here for a second, because I want to ask Aaron about that. I mean, you've got Hochul. I mean, it looked so tight there for a little bit, and everybody had these dreams of, oh, we're going to take New York back. It was so bad. Do you think that they underestimated the power of New York women hearing about the Dobbs decision and freaking out? I mean, what do you count to that? I mean, Hochul's never been elected, you know, I mean, to anything big in the state. She was just kind of Cuomo's wingman. She wasn't that popular.
No, but it's all that's accurate. And Hochul's never had a geographical base within the state either, right? She did not win re-election to that House seat out in the Buffalo area. Right. She herself has never been a strong candidate. It probably is a lot of the woman vote here in New York, but I know that crime was such a huge factor for Republicans and for voters in New York. We'll have to see how everything shakes out, but it is shocking that Lee's not closer at this point.
Right, not at least closer, yeah. Okay. All right, we're going to listen to J.D. Vance here for a moment after his victory in the state of Ohio. Here's some good news.
The first thing I got to say is just, you know, I am overwhelmed with gratitude. Really, I cannot say thank you enough. I cannot express possibly in words how grateful I am, first to the people on this stage with me. And I just want to say, you know, you can't do this without your family's support, and especially my beautiful wife, Usha. Thank you so much for letting me do this. And the great thing about having 3 young children, we have a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 10-month-old. They're upstairs asleep. They have no idea what the hell is going on. I want to thank my family. It's so great to have everybody here. Mom, Aunt Wee, everybody, Lindsay. I won't go through the entire list here, but Uncle Jimmy, Aunt Donna. It's funny. My family helps keep me grounded as we were walking down here. My aunt said to my uncle, "Aren't you glad that he won? That would have been a terrible ride home, right?" That's what we're thinking here in the Vance family. We're staying on top of the important stuff. I could not have done this. Could not have won this race. Could not have had what we have here tonight. I mean, look, the governor and the lieutenant governor crushed it. Every other statewide office crushed it. I'm so grateful to Mike DeWine and John Houston. I'm so grateful to Bob Paduchik for helping us cobble together a unified Republican team, and we won big, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible thing. Oh, my Lord. And I got to say, of course, I had so much fun going around campaigning with all the statewide officials. I had so much incredible experiences getting to meet people all across the state of Ohio. But thank you to the Ohio Republican Party. We just got a chance to govern. We just got a great chance to govern, and we need to use it. And I promise to all of my friends who are going to be at the State House, to all of my friends who are going to be at the state capitol, we need better leadership in Washington, D.C., and that's exactly what I promise to fight for every single day. Now, the last thing I want to say, the last couple of words of gratitude here. I have been blessed with an incredible campaign team. And I can't thank these guys enough, but I want to name a few people by name. First of all, the guy who probably spent the most time on the campaign trail the last year and a half, and when we won the primary, I forgot him, Patrick McAllister. Thank you for getting us safe to where we need to go. To Jordan, our great campaign manager, Brian, who's the first hire at our campaign. Our incredible comms team, Taylor and Luke.
Win the hold there for Republicans. J.D. Vance talking there, winning over Tim Ryan, holding Rob Portman's old seat. I do want to go now to Mar-a-Lago, and our own Eric Bolling is live with the former president in pretty much his headquarters tonight. Eric, how's the feeling there in the room? What are you hearing down there?
Hey, Lindsay, Rob, it's unbelievable here. So. It's got to be an hour and a half now. Trump came out. He did some brief comments, maybe 5-6 minutes or so. He was going to leave, and I just want to show you. He pulled up a chair under the TVs. There's Newsmax, there's CNN, OAN, Fox. He's got all the TVs. He pulls up a chair, and a group of close supporters kind of surrounds him, and he's watching the results come in, and they're having a discussion. And I'm watching this, and like all these camera crews are ready to leave, and they can't leave till he goes. And I'm just thinking, it's going on midnight right now. He's like completely aware, talking about stuff, engaged. Biden's been asleep for like 5 hours already. He's in his nap time, in deep REM sleep, and this guy's just up, and he's just the only drawback, listen to this music. I'm not sure I'm loving the Italian opera, but whatever. It's what he likes, so it keeps him going. It's crazy.
It's Mar-a-Lago.
Still there, sitting there.
They're a bit fancy. You got to jump in the pool, Eric, and shake things up. Hey, let me just ask you, because this has not been the body slam. This isn't the body slam that I think a lot of Republicans were hoping for tonight, at least not at this point. What's the atmosphere like there? Is anybody talking about that?
Yeah, that's the chatter, right? So it's like, the chatter in these little circles over here is like, well, is it not going as strong as they thought? It may actually be the case. Again, as you know, you guys have been doing this a long time. You got to wait and see what the results are. Some of these things could take days, if not longer. But I think they're confident. But remember, this is Trump world here. It doesn't really matter what happens, because in a week they're going to get their man back on the campaign trail, and you're going to see the groundswell. Watch the following he gets.
Yeah, I mean, announcing yesterday, he will be announcing November 15th at Mar-a-Lago, which is fascinating, understanding that the FBI raid was at Mar-a-Lago. I asked him about that earlier. He didn't want to give me that answer, but he seemed pretty excited about it, pumped up. Eric Bolling, good to see you tonight. Hopefully get some better music for you.
Always good to see you guys.
All right.
Great coverage. See you later.
Thanks. I do want to bring it back to the desk here. We have the married couple with us.
They've
Matt
been bickering this whole time.
They have. In commercial break.
That's why we have them on opposite sides of the table, so they don't start hitting each other.
It's like a dining room table, pass the salt, pass all down. You know, it's interesting as we kind of talk about not seeing kind of the huge red wave we thought we'd see. A lot of numbers still out. But I do want to talk to you, Mercy, about, are we going to see only 51, seat majority in the Senate? What are you projecting right now?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that could be the case. And the reason why Matt and I have been bickering is because he was predicting 53 to 54. He was being very bullish. I think I was being a lot more cautious, which makes me the one that I think is going to win this bet between my husband and I.
But I've never been optimistic in my life, so this would be.
But look, opposite strengths. Matt was out in Nevada with Adam Laxalt campaigning. I really think his campaign, his organizational structure, from a grassroots perspective, very strong. And obviously, I think that even the fundraising difference wasn't that much between Adam Laxalt and Cortez Masto. So I think we're going to pick up Nevada. Arizona looks a little tougher for Masters, but again, we'll see how good Kari Lake can do. We know that Maricopa County would favor the Democrats, but it does seem that Masters has fallen behind there. But we still have all those rural votes out, so that could
and again, we don't know what they've counted yet. Have they counted early, or at least more Democrats?
And just, Matt, before you jump in, Wisconsin, I think Ron Johnson will be able to pull that off.
That is good. Before I get to you, Matt, I'm going to cut you off because we are going to project North Carolina, Ted Budd as the winner there. Yes, this was one many people said would be the bellwether against Sherry Beasley, who many people were concerned about this if Republicans lost this seat. 51 51% to 47% there from Beasley, 100% in. So he is the winner. A great. This is big, I would say, Matt, for
big.
Republicans.
Yeah.
Does this say anything to you about what we're talking about, how big this could be?
Look,
Or is it, they just need to hold that?
I think the key here tonight was that Republicans played a game of chicken in Arizona and in New Hampshire and in some other places. Was it going to be an outsider who was going to put the money in? Was Mitch McConnell's super PAC going to put the money in? And Bolduc would be a senator tonight if they hadn't played that game. They should have made more, millions of dollars of investments in there. Almost every one of our Senate candidates, even Adam, were drastically overspent. And Blake Masters went through a period of time when he just didn't have the money. He couldn't get people to believe in him. If we had not gone through those stupid games of chicken, I think we'd be in a much better position tonight. That is the, one of the lessons we have to learn from tonight.
What accounts for the fundraising lag? I mean, we've talked about that. The Dems spent way more money.
Look, no, first, yes. First, like Adam Laxalt was like 90 million to 60 million. These Republicans were drastically outspent because the Democrat Party has this Act Blue machine, which gets an amazing amount of small dollar donations, and they have all the billionaires that are writing the big checks. So it's strange. The Republican Party used to be the party of the moneyed interest. That's now the Democratic Party. We're now the party of the working man. And I keep saying this, how many times can we defy gravity when we're outspent by so much?
It's a great point. I mean, the spending has been huge. But I think also, you look at some of these endorsements that we had. We talk about, I talked about Oprah Winfrey, but you even look at Liz Cheney, who came and endorsed. You have a Republican. Anybody who was maybe one of those swing voters, Mercy, would say, hey, that's what I needed to push me over the edge. You kind of had this Democratic star power. I know you want to say something about
Well,
Liz
when you bring up Liz Cheney,
Yeah.
you can't help but have a because I don't think Liz Cheney will swing any Republican voter, quite frankly.
But a swing voter, what about a swing voter?
Possibly, maybe not really.
What's her fan base?
I mean, who's a charmer?
Abigail Spanberger, she endorsed her and she won. That was a race.
But
many
remember,
people
what
think
I'm also
Republicans could
saying
pick up.
right now is that the incumbents are winning. That's actually kind of one of the important narratives coming out of tonight, is that you're seeing incumbent after incumbent being able to win these races. And I think that you've seen a couple of upsets, but not enough. And I think that's been one of the bigger challenges tonight. And this goes back to midterm elections. You're not going to see necessarily the turnout of a presidential election in some of these states. And again, Republicans are being outspent, and also name recognition. Many of these are first-time candidates running. For example, like Caroline Leavitt, Yesli Vega running as well as a congresswoman for the first time. I think it is a disadvantage for those first-time candidates.
Four members of the J6 committee aren't coming back to Congress. So that whole catastrophe was a loser. Yeah.
Yes. That is big. All right, more coverage. We're going to look at some Senate races. Pennsylvania is very tight. Arizona is very interesting. Georgia is razor thin and probably going to a runoff. We're going to analyze a lot of things in the Senate that's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back to Newsmax and our special live presentation of the midterm election Vote for America 2022. We have a projection for the Iowa Senate race. Chuck Grassley, we project to be the winner there against Michael Franken, the 89-year-old senator, still at it. This is impressive. 94% of that vote in, 57% to 43% to Franken. I mean,
and he's still doing push-ups.
Rob,
Let me assure
wow.
you, he will not be happy.
You'd be saying something like you were a senator, you would know. Rick Santorum says he's not going to be happy.
He's not going to be happy. I can tell you that right now.
89?
You call him up right now. Tell me he made a mistake.
He'll be 95 at the end of the term. He'll
I'll
probably
tell
run
you
again.
what. He's putting President Biden to shame,
No,
for
exactly.
sure.
90 is the new 70. There you go.
right.
And he's great on social media, too. Grassley's social media, he comes across being like a 25-year-old.
I need some help from him.
It's amazing. Amazing stuff. All right, let's go to Bill Caruso and John McLaughlin in the newsroom. Gentlemen? Grassley wins. I guess that's not a big surprise to you. Let's talk a little bit about the Senate, John, for a second. The results we've seen so far, What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it bodes well for the Republicans. They're not winning by major landslides, but they are picking up seats. And it looks like, again, the early vote came in for the Democrats in terms of absentees, in terms of the early vote in person. And then the Election Day vote is counted last. So all of a sudden you're seeing Oz close dramatically. You're seeing Herschel Walker go from well behind to a little ahead. Bud in North Carolina, the Republican candidate, has gone up by 4 after he was losing badly. So you're seeing these races close, but like a lot of the polls said, it was going to be close. So you have close victories and some of them tough defeats like in New Hampshire, et cetera. So we will see. It may take a little while to figure out who actually controls the Senate.
Yeah, Bill, over to you. Your thoughts.
Yeah, listen, it's not as bad a night as I thought it was going to be sitting here as the Democratic strategist. I mean, I think there were wild predictions early on that, we might see somewhere like 54 seats. I don't think the Republicans are going to get there. It's going to be interesting to see, and I agree. We've got a long night to go still, and the early votes definitely favor my side of the aisle. But,
what do you attribute it to, Bill? I mean, you obviously are doing better than you thought that you would. You're doing categorically better than I thought that you would. How did this happen?
I think it's two things, and I heard it on the earlier panel. It's money and it's organization. I don't think it was our message. I think our messages were all over the place and not the right messages. But I do think Democrats have the ability, whether it's through early vote or back in the olden days was on Election Day, turnout. And Democrats were able to turn out their voters. And they did that through the power of unions. They did it through the power of money and spend. And they did that in the power of just, frankly, grassroots.
That's well said. All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
All right, we do want to welcome in Kelly Sadler now, commentary editor at the Washington Times. Kelly, good to see you this evening. Thanks for staying up with us, almost here in the 12 o'clock hour. All right, so, something we talked about is the white suburban woman vote. And we were talking about this a little bit earlier at the table, but the Democrats really came out with the abortion issue. It was their number one thing. Do you think that was a dark horse? Because it wasn't polling actually that high in the end. It was only polling about 15%. But do you think that has had something to do with what we're seeing right now?
Well, I think it mattered in some races. If you look at Michigan, for example, a lot of networks are projecting that Gretchen Whitmer has won re-election as the governor. And on the ballot today for them was a proposal number 3, which was an abortion legalization ballot measure. And I think that motivated a lot of Democrats to get out and vote today, even though Tudor Dixon said that, abortion's on the ballot, you can vote for this proposal, but then also vote for me for the economic issues. I think that did motivate a lot of independent women to go to vote, just to vote for that proposal, and then not knowing who Gretchen Whitmer was or not knowing who Tudor Dixon was, just crossing off the D because they polled better on this issue. But in general, I don't think it mattered much, but you've got to look at each race, each state, and what was on the ballot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was on the ballot, as you mentioned, in Michigan. And we saw what happened in Kansas August 2nd. Many people thought that ballot initiative would change, and it didn't. I mean, it went very pro-abortion. It got out a lot of people to vote that weren't expected, high numbers there. Kelly Sadler, thanks for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we do want to head to Florida, where our own Leonardo Feldman is in Tampa. Leo, many people are saying that Florida is now not a swing state. It is a red state.
Absolutely, Lindsay. I mean, it was a huge night for Governor Ron DeSantis and for Republicans here in the state. Also for Senator Marco Rubio. Both of them were reelected easily tonight. And I actually was inside the Tampa Convention Center not long ago at DeSantis's watch party, and truly you could see how people were extremely energized, extremely happy, and particularly excited when Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came out and gave his victory speech in front of a huge crowd and right next to his wife and his kids. DeSantis spoke about a lot of things, but the main focus was freedom, and also about the fact that, Florida stood their ground when it came to COVID and freedom. And also another thing that he mentioned is that he thinks that Florida and that his campaign ran the best campaign in the history of the Sunshine State. And another thing that he said towards the end of his speech was that he's not yet done fighting. So what does that mean? I guess we'll have to find out. Back to you.
All right, Leonardo Feldman, thank you so much. We will have to wait and see. Obviously, we know that looks like President Trump is going to announce next week. What does that mean for Ron DeSantis? I do want to go around the table here, get final thoughts from what we're seeing. Mercy, do you think that ultimately there's just too much that we still don't know, or are we really understanding that this wasn't as big? We're almost in the 12 o'clock hour.
It definitely feels like it's not as big as I think Republicans anticipated. It also shows that the polls seem to be off in a lot of ways. But, you know, that like they were calling New Hampshire a toss-up. And in actuality, you know, Bolduc did lose by a lot. So I feel that the incumbent is coming out the winner. I think that we know for sure that Florida is definitely the hottest new red state we can have ever imagined. And but again, the West Coast, this is where it's all going to be seeing what's going to happen in Nevada and Arizona, and in the Midwest, obviously in Wisconsin. That's going to basically determine whether, at least if it wasn't a big red wave, at least it was somewhat of a, you know, of obviously us winning, the Republicans winning the House and possibly the Senate.
All right, Mercedes, thanks so much. We are going to move on to the next hour of coverage right here on Newsmax. Don't move. We'll be back in about 5 seconds. All right, welcome back. Newsmax's live coverage. What is this, hour 5?
Hour
4?
5. We are on hour 5.
I was on TV at some point tonight, and then I came back, and here we go again. Let's look at some Senate races tonight. I'm Rob Schmidt.
And I'm Lindsay Keith.
Good
Glad to
to
be
see
with
you,
you at
Lindsay.
the desk still. Glad to be
Yes.
awake still.
Yeah, we got Rick Santorum over here. We've got Mercedes Schlapp with us as well, and a whole lot of other people hanging out. It's midnight here on the East Coast. Polls in Alaska and Hawaii are now closed. That's how long ago?
That's how long we've been up. We've been up for a while now.
We can take a look at some of these races here if we can pull them up here. I think we had J.D. Vance up there for a second. J.D. Vance is a great story out of Ohio with a big win against Tim Ryan. And they want me to toss. Where you guys want me to go?
Let's go to the desk here.
We'll go to Rick.
All right.
Yeah.
This week, we expected that J.D. Vance would win this, would hold on to Rob Portman's seat. But, I mean, anything interesting to you specifically out of this race? Obviously, Trump was there last night. Big rally.
Put up Mike DeWine's number. Mike DeWine.
He crushed it, right?
Mike DeWine won by 20-some points, and J.D. Vance won by 7.
What does that tell you?
Well, I mean, you know, put up Brian Kemp's number.
Yeah.
Brian Kemp won by close to 10 points. Herschel Walker's going to be in a draw or not. What's the difference between those two candidates? Well, I mean, look, I'll put up the other one. Put up Florida.
You're indicating that moderate candidates are doing it.
No, put up Florida. Look at Ron DeSantis. I mean, Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio have records of accomplishment, have records of not just pointing to the other side and saying they're bad and they're scary and they're doing bad things and they're to blame for everything. But you look at Greg Abbott, you look at Mike DeWine, you look at Brian Kemp. Brian Kemp's not a moderate. Brian Kemp's a hardcore, strong conservative. He stood up on the voting issue and never backed down, even when Major League Baseball and everybody else was These are good conservative folks, but they're folks who aren't divisive people. And they are folks that have a message of accomplishment. And they have a message of, here's what we're going to do for you.
So it's the record you're saying.
The problem that, and I've been complaining about this for 20-some years with the McConnell-led party in the United States Senate is every race is about how bad the other guys are. It's never about what we're going to do. It's never about what our plan. Did you see any plan out of Washington, D.C. to do anything to fix anything? No. It was just how bad the other side was. Ron DeSantis had a plan. Greg Abbott had a plan. Mike DeWine, they all articulated a vision for their people. And yes, they said the other side was bad. And so here's where I am. What team do you want to be on? The team that took a state that 4 years ago, Ron DeSantis won the state by 10,000 votes, and he won it by 20 points. And he changed the entire fabric of it with the same set of issues that everybody else in this country was dealing with. but he was able to do something amazing. And I'm looking at the rest of the team, and you know who the leader of the rest of the team is, and the rest of the team didn't do well tonight. We're barely, it looks like the Republicans will barely take the House right now. I mean,
barely take the House.
Barely take the House, and may actually, if things don't turn our way in Nevada and Arizona.
I know you're the measuring one. You're the measuring one. What is
may actually lose a seat in the Senate.
First of all, DeSantis pretty much endorsed everybody that Trump endorsed. So let's start from there.
It's not a matter of who endorsed it.
Yes,
it's what their record is.
But here you have a lot of these first-time candidates. J.D. Vance has never run for office. Dr. Oz never run for office. These governors, yes, they have a level of accomplishment, but what's an interesting phenomenon that's happening here is that the governor that's, for example, in the case of Pennsylvania, where you have a Democrat governor, now Josh Shapiro won, when you have that divide between the governor being the Democrat, it's harder to bring that Senate. It's a divided ticket. It's much tougher.
With all due respect, I know Pennsylvania well. The person who won the Republican primary.
It was a 9-person primary.
And the person who won it was the most Trumpy person. By far, not even close. He was there on January 6th. He mouthed every word Donald Trump did on the election. And so did Mehmet Oz. Mehmet Oz would not have won that primary had Donald Trump not dragged him across the finish line.
I still think it would have been as difficult for
votes.
McCormick to win. I think Pennsylvania.
I disagree.
I just think Pennsylvania is one of these divided states.
Well, we're going to leave it there.
I'm actually enjoying this.
This is great.
This is good stuff.
This is the beginning of a debate. Look, this is what happens when elections don't go well.
Right.
Everybody has to take a step back.
Someone has
and you got to analyze who got us where you needed to, who got Republicans where they needed to go, and who didn't.
All right, no matter how much fun we're having, we'll come back to this in a minute. I do want to go to our own Kilmeny Dukart, who is live in D.C. Kilmeny, talk to us tonight. I believe you're at McCarthy headquarters there. What is the energy there? Because the talk here at the desk is it wasn't as big of a red wave that we thought it would be. Is that what people are talking about?
I've heard Senator Santorum's very sobering assessment of what may happen in the House. I don't think that that's the sentiment here, but people are tempering expectations. This is supposed to be victory headquarters, and the sign behind me says the mission statement right there, take back the House. Again, too soon to tell at this point in the race. Many of these races, we're still waiting for those results. But certainly, this is not the tidal wave that Republicans were hoping for. Some disappointments in those key races in Virginia. McCarthy, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, he had been eyeing Virginia's 10th congressional district. He'd been campaigning for the Republican newcomer, Hung Cao. And then you have a Democratic incumbent keeping that seat. He said that that would have been a key indicator that it would have been a big night for America. That didn't happen. Also didn't happen in Virginia's 7th district. But nonetheless, this is still going to be a party this evening and a celebration, albeit a delayed one. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy very much poised to be the next Speaker of the House if Republicans take the majority. He has been seen as a unifier within his party, being able to coalesce and bring together various factions of the GOP. But things are not supposed to really pick up until later. We know earlier this evening, as Sean Spicer put out the question to former U.S. President Donald Trump, he's endorsed Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House. Trump also endorsed Congresswoman Elise Stefanik as the next House Republican Conference Chair. So those are still the GOP plans. The GOP is still moving forward with their roadmap for what they plan to do in a majority in the House. And even if they take the House but not the Senate, there's still a lot of big oversight investigations, we know, into the Biden administration, into the Justice Department, the FBI, the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic, and a lot of other things that could make a big headache for the Biden administration over the next couple of years.
All right, absolutely. Kilmeny Dukart, good to see you tonight.
Let's bring it back out here to the table. Dick Morris switching in for us. We were just analyzing what to make of what we're seeing right now, because there's some great stories in this, and then there's some really bizarre stories. I mean, the fact that, you know, as Rick just said, you know, the House is maybe even in question potentially. The Senate obviously doesn't look that good. We Americans love Ron DeSantis. but then at the same time, it's really tight between Mandela Barnes and Ron Johnson in Wisconsin. I mean, I can't figure out what people want.
Well, I think a very important point that I would make is that when Rick spoke, I thought eloquently about the need for a record of accomplishment.
Yeah.
There is nobody in the Republican Party that can come close to the accomplishments of Donald J. Trump. And those accomplishments are writ large, and they're the reason that you have a strong, viable Republican base. The problem is that Trump had to fight a two-front war. On the one hand, he had to fight the Democrats, and on the other hand, he had to fight the establishment of the Republican Party that was undermining him.
All right, hang on, Dick, just stand by 1 second. Kari Lake speaking in Arizona. That election still has not been called yet. It's going to be close.
Don't let them doubt. Don't let them put doubt in you. We have a movement. We have a movement, and we know it. Did you feel it? Did you feel that movement? You know, I did a lot of praying to God. I've been praying to God every day, all day. And I said to him, you make this victory come whatever way you want. If it comes decisive on Election Day, then bring it to us that way. If we have to fight through the BS and the garbage, then we will fight through the BS and the garbage. But how do you get fair and free elections? You have to fight and win to make them fair and free. And we needed another stark reminder that we have incompetent people running the show in Arizona. Who is ready for a change? We had great patriots around this state show up today. It was so amazing. They showed up at the polls early this morning only to be told the election equipment didn't work. 2 minutes into voting, we had people being told, well, you're going to have to put your little ballot over here into another box. Guys, the fake media back there tried to tell us we were wrong for asking questions about our elections. Guess what? We are going to win this. We are going to win this. How many of you remember a couple months ago, August 2nd, the primary election? Wasn't that long ago. We came out and they said, oh, wow, they're 10 points down. The fake news was asking us to concede. And we kept climbing, climbing, climbing. We turned 15 points around and we won by 5 points. I just want you to know it's early. It's very early, and if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. But the great news is every single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%, 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement we had at that rally in Scottsdale, the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots.
All right, we have Kari Lake there speaking in Arizona. Obviously, giving some harsh words to the media, obviously being from the media herself. Many people have criticized her on that. But, you know, we were just on set with the Schlaps who said that they're saying good things when they look deep into the polls. And there's still a lot out in Arizona.
Still a lot out, and it's an astonishing number on your screen right now because you're looking at Katie Hobbs, and it just felt like you know that Kari Lake was dominating this race, and the polls were looking her direction. It's not looking that great with 55%, and again, we're going to see this get tighter. We know that Matt Schlapp was looking at this thing, and he says it's going to get a lot closer. But it's amazing to see the reason that Arizona's election is bizarre right now is because you had all of these problems with machine tabulations in Maricopa County, the most populous county. The woman that's in charge of it is the woman that's winning the governor's race. And it's just she broadcasted her incompetence today, and then somehow is also leading in the race. So that's something else. Dick, go ahead.
I'd love to finish what I was saying. Trump had to fight a two-front war this year. On the one hand, he had to fight the Democrats, and on the other hand, he had to fight the rhino establishment Republicans. He got a slate of candidates who were distinguished because they made their lives outside of politics, men of tremendous achievement. Herschel Walker, J.D. Vance, Dr. Oz, people who were men of substance who got into politics. But the establishment never embraced them. McConnell cut them in funding. Bolduc couldn't get himself arrested in terms of money. Masters only got bailed out because a billionaire came to his rescue after McConnell tried to knife him. McConnell adopted a policy here of, if you're not my candidate, I'm not only not going to support you, I'm going to help defeat you. And he was more committed to being the leader than to being the majority leader. Minority leader was fine with him.
We'll jump more back into this.
Trump had to fight a two-front war.
Yeah, well said. We'll be right back with more of this and more analysis of what's happening tonight. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage of elections 2022. Looking at the Georgia Senate race, they are so tight between Raphael Warnock, the incumbent, and Herschel Walker. Also, we have the Arizona Senate race. Incumbent Mark Kelly and Blake Masters, quite a big percentage there. Only 55% of the vote in, I will say, so way too close to call, Rob. Keeping a very close eye on that. I do want to welcome in our panel. We have Dick Morris here on set and our very own Sean Spicer.
Sean,
very fun to be with you on set instead of on our show. Nice. I will say this is a little different for us.
A little different dynamic.
You know, it's interesting. Something I want to talk about, not in the Senate, but we looked at all these very diverse. We talked about this being the most diverse ticket the Republicans have brought forth so far, but we're seeing some of these people lose, specifically in Virginia 10, Virginia 2, Cal. Ultimately, what do you make of that? Because Republicans thought this was what would get them across the finish line.
I mean, some are going to win, some are going to lose. I think John James will still win in Michigan 10. So you get a few here and there. But, I mean, I don't think anyone thought all of them were going to win. Rhode Island 2, I thought they were going to pull that over the finish line. Allen Fung came up short. Hung Cal was that in Virginia 10, that was the one that was going to be the reach for Republicans. That came up short again. Jennifer Wexton was definitely the hardest of the ones to topple. So, look, there'll be some bright spots tonight. At the end of the day, just let's keep this in mind. Republicans are going to win the majority in the House of Representatives. You've seen enough of these states where, as long as they don't get pummeled out west, they'll be fine. Republicans will get the majority, and they've had some big victories tonight. We've got to keep things in perspective, right?
Keep it measured.
And that is big. This is the end of the Biden legislative agenda. Remember that tonight. Republicans have to stop and remember the big picture here tonight.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Let's bring in presidential historian Craig Shirley and columnist at the American Spectator, Jeffrey Lord. Gentlemen, welcome to you both. Craig, we'll start with you. As you watch the numbers come in, what are your thoughts?
I agree with what Sean just said. I think we need to keep this in perspective. Any day you can take the House of Representatives is a great day. That effectively stops the Biden legislative agenda. You can't spend a dime without the House money. All money bills, according to the Constitution, must originate in the House of Representatives. So as long as Republicans maintain control, he can do nothing, and there's still a good shot of taking the Senate. So effectively, I mean, I consider this a very good night. I think that there's going to have to be a post-mortem, obviously, about some pollsters and some political consultants and the hype that went into this race. I think Republicans got ahead of themselves with hyping this. I think also, one other thing, Newt Gingrich taught us something very important in 1994, and that is you have to have a national unifying message, and a message that is what are you going to do for the Republican people. He came up with the Contract for America. It was about a lot of things, but most importantly, it was about things the Republicans were going to do for the American people if they got elected. That element was missing this time. They were about a lot of things, but I never got a sense there was a national unifying message on the part of the Republicans. There was never a bumper sticker issue that could bring together all the Republicans, independents, and dissident Democrats.
Jeffrey, I want to talk to you about Pennsylvania, a state that you obviously know very well. You know, I think when we look at the governor's race there, it is much wider than we thought that it would maybe be, especially in these closing days. But how much will that ultimately affect down about the Senate race between John Fetterman and Dr. Oz?
Well, there will be some effect, there's no question. But one of the things I want to caution is that in Pennsylvania, when you count the votes, the first votes that get counted are in places like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, which are overwhelmingly Democratic. Then there's the rest of the state. And to be perfectly frank, sometimes it takes a while for all these returns to come in. So we're not really looking at a full picture here. And we've got, we've had incidents where, like in Luzerne County, which is northeastern Pennsylvania, there were unbelievably ballot shortages. And they had to keep the polls open until 10 o'clock tonight because they didn't have enough ballots to let people vote. So you have some problems like that. We have a problem in Philadelphia where they were setting up a procedure because they were concerned about double votes, and they want to check the roll. They want to check the rolls to make sure that somebody isn't mailing in a ballot and then showing up at the polls to vote. So that's a problem. So. This is not over yet. I can assure you of that.
Craig and Jeff, gentlemen, thank you so much. We're going to go to Mark Halperin now at the touch screen. Mark, what do you got?
So let's talk about Senate control and what's at stake here, because there's now the board is a lot smaller than it was. There's 5 Senate races, so you got to come as a little bit.
Yeah, Mark, hold on a second. Your microphone. I can kind of hear you through my microphone, but your microphone might be dead or off.
We'll come back to you.
We'll bring it back out here to the big desk. We've got Dick Morris here. We've got Sean Spicer here. Dick, you were talking about how effectively the party had been stabbed in the back, or the Trump wing of the party had been stabbed in the back.
Well, the Trump wing of the party is the party, and I think he demonstrated that in 20 or so primaries throughout the country. McConnell took the position that he would rather be the leader and could care less whether it was majority or minority. In fact, with a bunch of candidates that Trump supported, and he beat McConnell candidates, McConnell knifed those candidates because he wasn't sure they would vote for him for leader.
You're talking about Blake Masters.
Blake Masters,
Bolduc.
Dr. Oz, Bolduc,
yeah.
Vance.
Right.
And those were votes that McConnell couldn't count on for leader. So he was not about to let the Republicans win those seats. And he put millions into their opponents, and then when they were in the general election, held back. Mm-hmm. The only reason Masters is competitive now is a private donor stepped up and gave money where McConnell did not.
Right.
So Trump took over the Republican Party in 2016. In 22, he tried to transform the Republican Party into a populist party away from the sort of country club, business, chamber of commerce, elite party that had lost a lot of these elections.
Yeah.
And now he has to continue that work.
Yeah, and it's tough when you got to beat both sides.
I do want to talk about Rick Scott as well in a minute, because I think that played into some of it, the chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee. But let's go back over to Mark. Mark, I think we got your mic fixed. What is still out? What are we looking at?
All right, as we say in the television business, testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, good.
There are 5 Senate contests that are still in play. Republicans need to win 3 of the 5 in order to take the majority. And their path is pretty clear at this point. 2 are Republican-held. Pennsylvania, where Dr. Oz and Fetterman are facing off. If you look at where that stands right now, 100% of the vote in, Fetterman is ahead. let's wait and see. There could have been some mistake. There could be some court challenges, maybe a recount. But as of now, you'd have to say this is +1 for the Democrats if they hold this.
Pennsylvania is 100% in at this early hour?
100% in.
Wow.
Wisconsin, the other Republican-held seat still in play. You can see it's very close between the two of them. My sense from talking to people on the ground, looking where the vote is out, looking at the governor's race, which is tightened, Ron Johnson will probably hold this, and it's essential. If Republicans want the majority, they have to hold this. So if this would be a hold for the Republicans, a win for the Democrats in Pennsylvania, so Democrats are +1. That leaves 3 Democratic incumbent-held seats. Republicans would need 2 to win 2 of the 3. Right. Georgia is 1, almost certainly going to a runoff. 100% of the vote in. They're tied right now, 49-49. Done a lot of reporting on who people think would be favored in that runoff in December. Lots of mixed opinions. So that's going to be not knowable tonight. Arizona is the other Republican-held seat, or Democratic-held seat. You can see right now, a little over half the vote in. Kelly's doing quite well, the Democratic incumbent. Let's push this towards the Democrats. Not a short thing, but given where the vote is at, probably won by the Democrats. So that takes us to the Republicans still need to pick up 1 more, and they have that opportunity. Nevada has been the state all along this entire cycle that Republicans were most bullish on taking. As Dick Morris and others have pointed out, we're not going to know that till Thursday at the earliest. Given the national environment, it's not impossible the Democrats could win that race, but it is opaque. It is a black box. We have no idea, and we won't know tonight. So, to summarize, Pennsylvania, Democrats win. Republicans hold Wisconsin. Democrats hold Arizona. That means Republicans to take the majority have to win both Georgia, going to a runoff in December, and Nevada, we won't know for at least a couple of days.
Let me ask you something about Georgia. Georgia had a Libertarian on the candidate. He got 2 points. It's tied 49-49. I think there's a small uptick for Herschel Walker in those numbers. But if you take Kemp off the ballot in a month and you run this thing again, how much does that hurt Herschel Walker?
Probably at least some, because as we talked about, the governor's race clearly helped Walker. He underperformed the top of the ticket. Kemp ended up just short of that 54% we thought Walker needed. Look, there's advantages and disadvantages. Senate control may well be in the balance.
Right.
It is still a reddish state at some level, but it's a state that Joe Biden won. I think Warnock will raise more money because he can raise those small dollar donations you talked about earlier. As I said, there'll be a lot of focus on it. I can make the case based on my sources either way, but it's going to be pretty compelling to see that runoff take place. Will there be debates? Surrogates going in? It's going to be pretty interesting.
I think you have a lot of surrogates. I think the other thing is, too, now we're seeing this is so tight. If it's 50-50 and this is the tiebreaker, if this makes it 51, there will be so much energy behind this before December 6th. It'll get crazy. Thank you, Mark. I do want to go over to Bianca de la Garza, who is in Arizona at Kari Lake's headquarters there. Bianca, great to see you again tonight. Obviously, we heard Kari Lake talk just moments ago, pretty much warning the media not to call this one too soon.
Yeah, Lindsay, great to see you guys, too. I can tell you that Rome is still energized. She did say that to the media, and she also said we are going to win this thing. And I can tell you the crowd here of her supporters really still feeling hopeful. Now, Maricopa County is the most populous county here in Arizona. There are 15 counties. And with all the voting issues that we saw today at some of the polling places, it could be a few more days before we actually have a final vote count. And I can tell you, I was out at polling places today. So many people were standing in line. They said they wanted to wait today to make sure their vote counted. It was really unfortunate for some of them who went there, tried to put their ballots in, and the machine would not read them. So again, a lot of questions because her opponent is Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, who did not recuse herself. So I was speaking with Nigel Farage, a good friend of mine who came over, and he said he did a show from England here in Arizona because he knew that there could be some issues and this would be a massive story. I asked him what he thinks about the election integrity issues happening here in the United States. Take a listen. From where you sit across the pond and you see what's happening with elections in America, what's your take, and how do we fix it? I think a lot of Americans are so frustrated.
How can the richest, most powerful country in the world that dominates technology the way America does sink at every election into this complete and utter farce? Now, I know American ballots are complex because you're voting down the list, but I still think for the big national elections, it should be paper voting and paper counting. Any question, any doubt about machines will never, ever give elections the integrity that they need.
And for now, at least, the party continues on here in Scottsdale. That is the latest from the Kari Lake and GOP headquarters. Guys, back to you in New York.
All right.
Good to see you, Bianca.
Thank you so much. More coverage coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage of election midterms 2020. Wrapping things up here, 12:30 now. Rob, at the desk, we're still awake. Hope that you're still with us. I will say one thing that we haven't talked about a lot tonight is immigration. It still remains a very top issue for voters. We've seen these numbers that are coming across the border since Biden has been president, over 2 million this year. I do want to welcome in former acting commissioner of the Customs and Border Protection, Mark Morgan. He joins us now. Mark, thanks for staying up with us here tonight. You know, this is, along with crime, seems to become an increasing issue because I think we've seen Republicans just be silent on the issue. They're not even addressing it. They act like nothing is happening. We had Kamala Harris earlier in the year saying the border is secure. How much do you see this playing in tonight with candidates who are pushing things over the finish line? I think of Greg Abbott in Texas. We have Ron DeSantis, people who have been very outspoken about our border and sent migrants to Democratic states.
Yeah, well, to be quite frank, I'm disappointed at this point right now. The fact that we're not seeing this incredibly strong red wave on the House side and a decisive victory on the Senate side, I think it tells us that our messaging with respect to how important border security is and the catastrophe that this administration has created and how it's negatively impacted our entire country's public health, public safety, and national security. I don't think it resonated as it should. I don't think we got it, you know, in the forefront of the kitchen table as it should be, or I think we would have seen a red wave stronger than we're seeing right now, to be honest.
I mean, think about the fact that in Arizona, you know, obviously it's not there yet, but there's a good chance tonight that they re-elect Mark Kelly and put Katie Hobbs at the top of the state with what Arizona has seen over the last couple years. It hasn't had any impact at all on the constituency there, it would seem.
Yeah, Rob, I was just going to bring that up. I'm glad you did. I think that's case in point. I mean, look, every state is a border state, but the border states and border communities, as Rob, you and I have talked about many times, and Lindsay, we have too, that they receive the brunt of this. I mean, right now, we just got the numbers in October in the Tucson sector, for example, where the number of gotaways, those that evaded apprehension, paralleled those that they apprehended, which is just another indication of how overwhelmed our resources are and how wide open our border is. But the citizens of Arizona, it's not even reached a kitchen table issue for them. So it's no wonder that it hasn't reached the kitchen table for those in the interior states. Again, I'm going to say I'm disappointed, and I think this should be a wake-up call for the Republican leadership that we need to do a better job of messaging this and show the country just the importance of how important border security is and how it's impacting our entire nation.
Absolutely. And, you know, we look at this fentanyl crisis. It is surprising. Many people thought that would pull higher. We talk about every state being a border state. To your point, it should be higher on that point. Mark Morgan, good to see you tonight.
Thank you both.
All right. Well, I do want to go now to Nevada, Las Vegas. We have Jen Pellegrino, our very own Jen Pellegrino, who is there on the ground. Jen, a very important state there in Nevada. Many hopeful that this will be the seat that Republicans can flip. Tell us what you're hearing on the ground.
That's right. Well, the energy is certainly picking up in this room. Good evening, Lindsay and Rob. Great to be with you. We're seeing the energy pick up. Speakers are taking the stage. Adam Laxalt yet to take the stage here. He has not arrived yet, but I can tell you, folks are really excited. A lot of optimism in this room, despite the fact that the polls have been closed for over 2.5 hours now, and no results have come in. And the reason for that is Nevada doesn't release those results until the last voter in line has voted. So that could be another half an hour or so we're waiting on that. But there has been amazing turnout by GOP voters in the state of Nevada, particularly in Clark County. We're seeing a great turnout in the rural counties that Adam Laxalt has paid a lot of attention to. He just finished an 1,100-mile bus tour throughout the state. So we're seeing those folks turn out. They're unhappy with the direction of the country. Crime, inflation among their biggest concerns. But a lot of energy, of course, as you can hear behind me. And we're keeping an eye on things here. Folks still very much excited. This party keeps going here in the evening. We'll keep you tuned in as to what's going on here in Nevada.
All right, Jen Pellegrino, good to see you this evening. And obviously, the Latino vote, Hispanic vote has been very big there. Adam Laxalt getting a lot of it, which is interesting because Senator Catherine Cortez Masto,
yeah.
thank you, was the first Hispanic female senator in the House, or in the Senate, rather. So an interesting point there to see that shift within the Hispanic vote. We talk about how Republicans are really getting that right now. And so something to watch there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp in the newsroom with their insight on some of the good news stories of the night. We're trying to remember which ones they were.
Well, maybe I'd just say I've been looking at the numbers again. I think the Ron Johnson race in Wisconsin looks very positive. I would call that one a hold. We got, more ballots to get through there. Georgia's essentially a tie ball game. Sure looks like we're going to a runoff in Georgia. And, I look at those early Adam Laxalt numbers, and, I think it's all going to come down to Adam getting us over the goal line to get a Senate majority. And, Clark County is up to its games. It's kind of shocking. Rob, I don't know if you know that there was an election that was scheduled to happen today. We've known about it for years. And they decided not to hire enough employees in Clark County to count the ballots. This is the kind of stuff they do in Las Vegas.
That is something else.
Mercy, do you want to weigh in on the Hispanic vote there? I mean, I do think it's something interesting that we've seen Republicans court the Hispanic vote, but we've also seen, whenever I talk to people, they really say it's the policies of the Democratic Party. Also, Democrats have really fallen asleep at the wheel in focusing on what Hispanics care about. So where do you see that playing out? Because a lot of polling showed that 46% of Hispanics would be voting Republican in this election.
Well, any Democrat candidate who's using the word Latinx is surely going to lose, because for Hispanics, that's an insult. Yeah. And what I'd like to see is going to be the breakdown of numbers in Florida and in states like Texas and Nevada. Arizona, obviously, the 17% Hispanic in terms of the electorate that goes out and votes normally. So, yes, I think what you're finding is that the Republicans did a better job of reaching out to the Hispanic community, talking about the issues that matter to the community, including the economy, including these issues on crime and immigration, and also the woke issues, trying to fight back against gender ideology being taught in schools and critical race theory. I think that those really stand out, and I think that when, in a few days, when we go into this deeper analysis, this deeper dive, you're going to see that the Hispanic community, especially in states like Florida and in Texas, I think would have helped to make a difference in many of these races.
And we saw Ron DeSantis get at least 57% of the Hispanic vote there. All right, I am glad to see that we got you guys a little bit closer together than out here on the desk. Thanks, Matt and Mercy.
And we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to our Vote for America 2022 special coverage. I do want to bring in Mark Halperin, go to the board here. So important to see, Mark, what is out, what we're looking at that's really giving us an indication about what we can continue to expect tonight. We're at 12:45 almost. What are you looking at?
Well, let's talk about the three big categories: House, Senate, and governor's races. There are a lot of House races that still are not projected. And right now, Republicans, depending on which projections you look at, are on the cusp of or just at the net 5 pickups to take the majority. Based on the seats that are not yet projected, the House Republicans will take the majority. But the number of net gain is going to be at the very, very low end of what people had projected. And so there's going to be a lot of questions about whose fault that is, including the polling, which led people to believe that there would be a much bigger Republican gain. Senate, we talked about just a little while ago. There are 5 seats still in play. Republicans need to win 3 of those 5. They'll probably lose a seat in Pennsylvania, hold a seat in Wisconsin, and so they need to win 2 of 3 of Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. It looks like Nevada and Georgia will tell the tale. If Republicans can win both of those, Georgia in a runoff, Nevada in a mail-in contest, we won't know for a couple days. They narrowly take the majority, 51-49. Governor's races have been, without a doubt, disappointing for Republicans. No win in New York, no win in Michigan, no win in Minnesota, no win probably in Wisconsin, maybe no win in Arizona. But one of the biggest stories of the night is major wins for Republican governors in Georgia, in New Hampshire, and most of all in Florida, where Governor DeSantis won with almost 60% of the vote. And the dimensions of his victory and the implications of it for the Republican Party and for 2024 are going to be discussed quite a bit in the coming days.
You know, it's interesting. You look at those, you mentioned those, Georgia, Florida, and Texas, where you have Republican governors. Many people moved to those states because they were unhappy with the way their state was being run during COVID. We saw how important these states were. So many people moved there, and they're winning by outstanding numbers. It's just shocking that that didn't have an effect on some of these blue states. Like you mentioned, Mark, that we thought it would in Michigan with Gretchen Whitmer. I mean, she had lockdowns forever, and many people thought that that would flip there, but it didn't. So it is surprising, and even we see in New York as well, things that you mentioned. So
the only people left in Michigan like the lockdowns.
Yeah,
Everybody
I guess
else
so.
went to
Everyone
Florida,
else.
it sounds like. And let's. Just give me 1 second. I want to go over to Aaron here real quick, because you look at these numbers. I mean, now they're talking, ooh, maybe we get the House. This country's in trouble. What is happening?
It is. This is going to be a reckoning on both sides, I want to say, come later today and this week, now that it's now Wednesday, no longer Tuesday on the East Coast of the United States. Yeah, there were issues with polling. There's going to be a lot said about what candidates did what. But we can also talk about the fact that there were some successes. I mean, look at New York. Lee Zeldin helped that ticket, and we might be able to flip 3 House seats in New York State. That's pretty big in and of itself. We'll be able to take bits and pieces, but a big postmortem is going to need to happen across the party, because this was a big opportunity, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Republicans delivered the way we should have done.
Dobbs a part of that?
I think Dobbs could have been a part of that. You know, it did come out back in June, and the question was, how long can that momentum hold? Was that enough to keep the Democrat base enthused? Because in a real red wave year, you need to keep the Democrat base engaged, and I think that probably happened this year more than it has in previous. But this is a cycle like we have never seen before.
And we've watched for the last year and a half, 20 months. I mean, they have dismantled so much of this country. They've done so much damage, and this is all the punishment that they're going to get. I mean, that just shocks me.
I mean, where do you think that the blame ultimately goes, Senator? Is it in the polling? Is it in the messaging? Is it that people thought Republicans could fix the economy, but they weren't so sure if they didn't have a president in the White House? I mean, where is the blame going to go?
Well, first off, let's just explore some facts here. Number one, not a single statewide incumbent office holder lost. Not one. Not one Republican, not one Democrat. And for the Republicans to take the Senate, 2 of them have to lose. So no one's lost so far, and for the Senate to go Republican, 2 folks have to lose.
What do you
That may happen, but if you look at the rest of the night, it's probably very unlikely it's going to happen. So I'm not sitting here projecting that the Republicans aren't going to win the Senate. I'm saying right now, if you look at how everything else in this country went tonight, I think it's highly unlikely that the Republicans win the Senate. And so I'm just saying that you're right, Aaron. This is a reckoning time for Republicans. This was an environment that is a midterm, a president who is barely sentient, and with an economy that's in trouble, a border crisis, a crisis in Europe, an energy crisis, inflation crisis, and Republicans at best picked up a few seats in the House. That is not a good night, and that means someone needs to think about where we go. I talked before. I think it's about leadership, and I also think it's about not just running a negative campaign about somebody else, but the Republican governors who won ran on a record and talked about positive changes that they made for people, and Republicans ran on how bad the other side was, and that is not enough in this environment.
Okay, so is this a reckoning of a messaging change to run on record? I mean, I think about Georgia, Brian Kemp. He had a record and clearly is doing better than someone who didn't have a record and who was an election denier who said this is voter suppression, and he's doing much better than he did against her in 2018.
I think that messaging is always going to be part of the conversation. What could we have said better? But it's going to come down to the fact that the polls were telling it is about the economy. But to Senator Santorum's point here, it's what were Republicans going to offer that would be the solution to these economic devastations? Because that, I think, is probably a large question that has sat in voters' minds. Okay, if Republicans do win the House, but they don't win the Senate, what does that happen to the White House?
You tell me, what did Republicans offer? Give it to me right now. What did any Republican offer is how they're going to fix inflation?
Well,
just to not do what Biden did,
to not spend as much.
Yeah.
I will say they said they wouldn't spend as much.
Yeah, being the firewall is not necessarily the uplifting message the American people wanted, but that's not to say that they didn't do it, because crime certainly resonated here in New York.
Well, and we saw that rise in the last just even few weeks, it seemed like, in polling. Yeah. Okay, I do want to leave it here. Come back to you guys in a minute. Thank you. I do want to go to our newsroom, Bill Caruso and John McLaughlin there. All right, gentlemen, give us your reaction to this. John, you know, we're talking about some of this polling. We've seen how bad polling was actually in 2018 and 2020. People said there needs to be a referendum on polling. Do we see that again here tonight?
Well, a lot of the polls are close. So what's happening is, and you're seeing close elections play themselves out, and we won't know who controls the Senate tonight. The Republicans will gain the House. But, you know, the Democrats have they may have dodged a near-death experience. So because of their organization, because of their money, their manpower, et cetera, and particularly because they still are casting the early votes in terms of absentees, early in person, and the Republicans haven't learned to play that game, because the Democrats play it with unions and they play it with nonprofits, and they do it outside of their party structure. So, so in Florida, where they do compete with the early in-person voting, and where they do really well with Hispanic voters, South Florida voters. I was talking to Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart before. They were saying it went very well in their terms, but they work at that, and they make that happen. So, you know, the Democrats around the country still have an edge in that regard.
Bill, I mean, you know, like you said earlier, this isn't as bad as many Democrats thought. What do you say to this? Because it doesn't seem like Democrats, they didn't have a unified message at all on the economy. They didn't have a unified message on what they were going to do. They said, vote for more of what we've given you, which was actually a lot of spending, an Inflation Reduction Act that's really not going to do much for many years. So, I mean, what do you think they actually got right here in the end?
Their organization, and I think, you know, we don't hate the player, we hate the game here, but this game we played well. Democrats played this game very well. Prior to early voting, prior to vote by mail being so prolific, we were great at turning out our base through GOTV. We've learned to adapt and use early voting and use vote by mail strategically. That helped. And again, it's still early. We don't know what the final results are going to be, but it looks like a phenomenally better night than what any Democrat would have expected. And I will say this to you, that I really do think that if you look at some of these losses that are occurring for Republicans around the country, particularly on the Senate races, it's a rejection of Donald Trump endorsed candidates. And I think that did matter. I think that people don't, generally, moderates don't want to endorse Trump and vote for Trump endorsed candidates. And we saw that. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in Pennsylvania yet. We've got 100% of the vote in, and it looks like Fetterman's ahead right now, but we'll see where that race goes. But Oz was a flawed candidate, and I don't think the Trump endorsement helped him. We're going to see what goes on in Arizona. Mark Kelly's ahead right now. But this, I think, for Democrats was a surprise. I think it was about their organization.
All right, John, I'll let you give a quick react to that.
Well, first of all, a lot of the Republicans won tough primaries, and Donald Trump's endorsement helped them win the primaries. The Democrats didn't have those expensive, divisive primaries to go through, and in fact, if anything, they were trying to inject Donald Trump so that Joe Biden wouldn't be the focus of the race. And the Republicans that I think ran the more aggressive races, like we picked up congressional seats in New York with George Santos and Anthony D'Esposito and Michael Lawler, who appears to have knocked off Sean Patrick Maloney. Those races were very aggressive, very against where we targeted Joe Biden and the Democrats in terms of their policies. But it wasn't across the board. You know, I mean, it just, you know, both parties need to work on messages. So,
okay, gentlemen, yeah, it's very true. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate it. Bring it back out here to the desk. You know, Aaron, one thing you have to admit, you look at this, it wasn't a great night for Donald Trump.
It wasn't, right? You saw where he got involved in primaries, but you also saw candidates that he went out against who didn't do as well, right? You saw, I mean, him and Joe O'Dea were well known to have their own tiff, and it's not like he won. So the flat rejection of that, right? It may not be the same across the board. This really does seem to be an election night of the status quo. The American people want change, but they didn't necessarily see it on the ballot, and they didn't see it in the way that they felt most comfortable would be a check on Joe Biden. And that's probably the biggest result we're seeing this evening.
Well, Senator, I think one of the interesting things is you look, you know, President Trump has been criticized that he didn't spend more money on the over 300 candidates he endorsed, under $10 million. Is he going to be criticized or saying, why didn't he throw more money into some of these races?
A lot of these candidates, Mehmet Oz is a good example, came out of a primary in which Donald Trump, as I've said all night, dragged him over the finish line by 900 votes. He would have never won but for it. And then Oz had no money. Fetterman was loaded up. Democrats came in and just destroyed him. And where was, you know, Trump's sitting there raising money. He had $100 million in his pack at the time, and he didn't spend a dime in Pennsylvania. And it happened in a few other states.
He did, though, eventually.
In the end, in like the last month.
No,
the
it's
damage
true.
was done.
Right, the TV ads went up later, but to your point, you said he didn't spend any money in Pennsylvania. He did. They did spend about $13 million on television ads in a few of the races.
All at the end.
I totally agree with you. Heck, that is a lot of money.
Why did they hold off?
Well, that's somebody, I mean, I can't speak to what their strategy is, but everybody should have been all in on all Republicans here, right? That should have been the Senate Leadership Fund. It should have been the Congressional Leadership Fund. It should have been the RNC and the NRSC and the NRCC, right? We can go through everybody. Everybody had lots of money and lots of donors to be able to do things with. Yes, this was a lower dollar election. Big money wasn't coming in the same way, but it should have been out there as forcefully as it could have been.
Stand by 1 second, guys. We're going to go to Mark over at the board. Mark.
So we've got some vote in the Senate race in Nevada, state I always have trouble pronouncing. And right now, you've got well, let me go to the statewide. Apologies. You've got 57% of the vote in. You see the Democratic incumbent Mastos ahead by a decent amount. Here's what's concerning for the Republicans. As Senator Santorum pointed out, statewide incumbents have done pretty well. We've got a Democratic incumbent here. Look at Clark County. That's where Las Vegas is. That's where the vast majority of the vote in the state is. Masto has 55% of the vote. There's still 20% of the vote out. You can see she's going to do very well, almost certainly, in the remaining vote. 55% of the vote in Clark County for Democrat. How does that compare to previous Democrats running in the state? Here's Joe Biden, 53. That's a lower percentage. Here's Hillary Clinton, 52, a lower percentage. Here is Barack Obama, 56, who won the state overwhelmingly against Mitt Romney. 56 is almost exactly what Masto's getting. So obviously the other counties haven't reported, I shouldn't say obviously, the other counties, the rural counties, where Laxalt's going to do better than he did in Clark, are still out. But Clark is the monster county. It's got the bulk of the state's population. So we'll see what happens, but not encouraging for Republicans trying to win this seat, which they must win to take the majority.
Have to really
and that was redistricted as well, that New Hampshire, or that Nevada won as well, which is interesting. People thought it would be actually sway more Republican.
Laxalt was up 5 in polls that I saw. I mean, there's going to be a heck of a lot of analysis on this, and it's going to have to come at a later time, because that does it for our coverage tonight. Aaron Perini, Rick Santorum, guys, thank you so much for being with us until this late hour. You know what? We got 10 seconds for a quick final thought. 10 seconds, real quick. Go ahead.
You know what? This is a good wake-up call now for Republicans to get it together before 24, because a lot more is at stake in this country.
Rick?
The 2024 presidential election began tonight, and it did not begin well for Donald Trump.
Who's expected to announce next week at Mar-a-Lago. All right. Thank you guys for staying up with us. Really appreciate it here at our election desk. All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you, Rob.
Absolutely.
Fun to host with you tonight. We want to send a heartfelt thank you to everyone who joined us this evening, staying up with us. Hope that you can get a good night's rest. That is our coverage for tonight of the 2022 midterm elections.
Wake Up America at 6:30 in the morning with the other Rob. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
And I'll be there.